What's up? Did you guys see the huge news today? Did you see the huge news today? Hibbity hoobla. Do you know what hibbity hoobla means?
Well,
He doesn't. Fucking loser.
what the fuck is your shit going on? I could hear myself for a second.
Good. Because I had my speakers on. Problem?
Yeah. There's a problem.
Ivy
Hold on. We got sports coming in. Sports take.
was let go by the Bulls this week, but it's honestly bigger than one player. It's one of those unwritten rules in sports and really in life that everybody knows but nobody says out loud. Your talent determines the tolerance. That's it. That's the whole thing. When I hear what Jaden Ivey said, I don't find it shocking. You can walk into churches across the country on a Sunday and hear some version of that. The reaction isn't really about the words, it's about where those words showed up. Because once you bring religion or politics into a workplace, it's that gray area, right? That's why people are advised to keep that stuff out. Not because it doesn't exist, but because once it's in, it's messy. But here's where people get selective. Fans will say, I don't want politics in sports, but they absolutely do as long as it matches their politics. Same with the media.
True.
Certain voices talk politics all the time, get rewarded for it. Others say one or two things and it becomes a firestorm. It's not about the presence of opinions. It's about value. Because if Jaden Ivey dropped 28 points a night, we're not having this conversation. He's still a member of the Bulls. Remember Dennis Rodman? Wild hair, Vegas trips, wedding dresses, a walking, talking migraine, but he averaged more rebounds than headaches. So you not only live with it, you embraced it. He produced. That's the transaction. You bring something to the table, and in return, you're allowed a certain level of stuff. Personality, opinions, even friction. Look at Gina Carano of The Mandalorian. Massive hit. She says some controversial things and gets let go. Baby Yoda might have gotten away with it, but not the fifth person on the call sheet. Studios, teams, companies, they're all operating the same way. They weigh the cost of the controversy against the value of the person. If the value outweighs the noise, you stay. If it doesn't, you're gone. Really simple math. Now, environment can matter. Some markets are tolerant, some are more sensitive. Some teams have strong cultures, some don't. Sometimes it's the city, sometimes it's just timing. But underneath all of it is the same equation. What do you bring versus what do you cost? That's the game. It always has been. Life's never been fair, but it's often very predictable.
What is up?
DGG chat.
Are you ready for me to get a 50-50 cut today? Oh, an
cut.
easy one. Oh, it's an easy one today. Okay, okay.
Oh, no, you're not getting 50-50 today.
Ooh, now I can see how to a normie, this is a hard one, okay? This is definitely a hard one to a normie. But when you're a god, when you're a god like me, let's see, how do you want to cut this one up? Ready, Moot? Boom! Okay. Yeah, we take that.
Ooh.
We take it. The pixels on my
good cut.
The pixels on my monitor were a little off, but you know.
Yikes.
All right. Hold on, I'm muting for a second. Okay. La 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 la. Okay, we're warmed up. Let's go. Wait, there's a hard mode? Wait, did they just add this? Wait, what's hard mode? What? I'll do it after. Wait, next daily. Okay, what's the hard daily? Fuck. Fuck! Oh, we're on it today. I'm on it. I'm on it today. I'm searching through the musical dimension right now. I am sailing through the musical dimension. I'm sailing through it right now. Do you understand? Do you understand? Ugh, get me there. Sorry, okay. Where are my musicians at? Sometimes there are days where you walk in. You ever have those days where you walk in and you're actually like fucking, you're like locked in. You're like, I'm perfect pitch. I'm Jacob Collier today. And then there are other days you come in and you're like, I don't know if that was a third or an octave. There are days where your ear is so bad you wonder if every single part of your musical life up to that point had been a fluke. Where you're like, you're trying to tune or whatever, and you're like, I don't even know what I'm doing right now. I'm not even sure if I play this instrument. Oh my God. Hello, I'm here.
Mm-hmm. That was pretty impressive.
I know. I'm a Jedi.
Yeah, I got number 2000 and like 600.
Good. You ate good in the sub last night? Holy... Yeah, I banned like 50 people. Get fucked.
Based? What'd they do?
The pro-pally infiltrators. I'm always fighting to keep them at bay. They're always nipping at our heels. All right. Pipe, pancake, pulpit, light switch, shell, violin, mushroom, orbit, coin, pasteurize, nucleus, magnifying glass, electron, Google, deer, stalker, the bird. These have to do with atoms.
You're not getting any of the other ones.
Oh, really, Mootin?
Yeah, that's the end of the line right there.
Oh, really? Oh, really? We'll see about that one. We'll see about that one. Hold on. Oh my! I saw one. You're gonna be mad at me though. You're gonna be mad at me. I think. Wait.
Okay, let me see.
Hold on. Like mushed up stuff, like paste, pulp, mush. Maybe not though. Hold on. Pan, pank, magnify, deer, a goog, light. Fuck, never mind. That was a bait. That would have been sick though. Okay, coin, violin, pancake. I feel like pancake and mushroom could be related. Like there's a shape there. No, there's not. Hold on. What the fuck? Hold on. I'm getting this. Switch. Okay, light switch, magnifying glass, Nintendo Switch, Google Glass. Never mind. Okay, hold on. Deer stalker. Deer. What the fuck? I wonder if a goog is like a thing. Like mush, pulp, paste, and goog. The bird. The bird. Deer. Light. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I'm getting this. Hold on. There's got to be an easier one in here. What? Did I get the yellow one? Is that the easiest? Fuck. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Heating things up? Like pasteurize? No, I'm thinking of what do you do to milk? That's not what my brain. No, I don't think that's what I'm thinking of. Hold on. I'm gonna throw a guess in here. If it's one off, then the mush thing was right. Obviously, a goog.
Goog.
Everybody knows what a
It's goo. You
don't know what a
retard.
Oh. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Coin purse, coin bag, coin Dexter. Pipe. Violin. Magnifying glass. Light switch pancake. Deer stalker. And the bird. The bird. I'm feeling a light amplification trend on these four things. Fuck! Is it deer stalker like a viewfinder or something? I don't know. I don't even know how I'm one off on this. Magnifying glass. Pipe.
Pipe.
Because you can because when you look at it through a telescope, it's kind of like a pipe. Deer stalker and coin. The bird. Is there such thing as a pancake lens? Are these like weird types of coin, light switch? Fuck me. It's gonna be these. It's gonna. Oh my god. Fuck you. You had no faith. Parts of a Sherlock Holmes costume. Sherlock Holmes plays the violin. What's a deer stalker, Mootin? What's a deer stalker?
No fucking idea, man. I didn't win today.
And then light switch, pancake, coin, and the bird. Things to flip.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
What is an orbit?
You're in it. Like the electron shells, right?
Jesus Christ. Well, that's where I fucked up.
Trump's on some shit today. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah. I rage baited my dad with it. I said, I sent him it and I said, not good. You shouldn't praise anyone other than Christ. Pray for our president. He is clearly out of his mind and struggling with his faith. Happy Easter.
Oh, damn. Sarah getting baited on Twitter. Uh-oh.
Hasan was just talking about her and brought up something along the lines of like,
Isn't she a Jew? Is she a Jew?
no, he didn't bring that up. He said that she supported drunk driving or something like that. And then she was a
What?
part of Kamala Harris's campaign. He said this like 20 minutes ago, yeah.
Oh, so she's pro-drunk driving.
Anything, and are just simply a mouthpiece for whatever fucking lobbyist or campaign consultant is telling them the talking points that they get. It's unbearable. Dude, that is just wrong. Half of our DSA chapter joined because of you. Hell yeah. I mean,
But
great.
it is just
doesn't
funny
matter.
to see how
it's
quickly. I mean, I think this is just proof for Tim, like that these people are fucking toxic.
Yeah, I just
You
need
have a
Tim to be
conversation
like
about
a.
it.
I think Tim is a real life human being though, and he's not like one of these online fucking losers. Because, well, okay, this is the prediction that I will make, and my God, if I'm wrong, just how fucking sad is the world? I don't think Hasan's strategy here is a good one. I think that Hasan is engaged in right now, like internet strategy, where the goal is always to isolate and then personally attack as much as possible. So the goal right now is to try to make it so that Tim can't maintain his relationship kind of with that Sarah person by making her out to be like a fucking insane lunatic crazy person. But like these are real life people with real life relationships who aren't
Yes.
beholden to like the online politics world. So my hope would be that something like that would show that. It would exonerate basically the belief that Sarah and the
these
other people are having.
toxic.
Exactly. Yeah.
Literally. And if you look at Twitter, it's a fucking landmine for her now.
fucking
In all of the
bloodbath.
replies. Yeah.
The why did that fly? Did I mention this on stream that Donnie? Did I mention anything about doing an interview with Donnie, the CNN guy?
No, I didn't hear about it.
Donnie told me that he had more negative pushback from the interview that he did with me than from any other person he's ever interviewed in his entire career, neo-Nazis or anything else.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like from internal or just online too?
No,
I don't know.
not internal. From
Okay, yeah.
online and from other predictable people online.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah. Donnie O'Sullivan? No. All the other Donnies that interview for CNN. Was on a sound letter telling his stream how disappointed he was in Donnie? Yes. Someone got super ass pained over that.
Can somebody find Steve the link to the like 20-minute ago Hasan thing?
Really?
Amid Slay the Spire.
20 minutes ago.
Yeah. Fuck it, I'll find it.
Hasan slop on Sarah.
And this is identifying liberals
you show me
don't
this
have
one?
this opinion. This is a unique opinion.
I hate you. What the fuck? Oh, hold on.
Most self-identifying liberals.
Why is Dropsite reporting on this? What do you mean? Because it's a super socialist tanky adjacent publication. Are you retarded? Ryan Grimm and anybody associated with him and those people are all super tanky socialist hacks. All of them are. There, for some reason, there's like I still have like some chunk of my community that I think if I had to guess, I would say like 30% of my community is probably still like in Soy Pill's position, where you're like, yeah, like I think a lot of what Destiny says is true, but he has like a little bit brain broken on the socialist stuff. But like I understand it because he's, you know, the personal stuff with Hasan. But like, yeah, he's definitely like a little bit like too extreme on it because you're I don't know if you'll ever learn or whatever, but like I think like 30% of you are still like stuck in that world of like, I think, you know, like these guys at the end of the day, we do have like mostly alignment with them when it comes to political beliefs, but that's all right. You'll get here eventually.
Identifying liberals don't have this opinion. This is a unique opinion. Most self-identifying liberals, as Tim is trying to point out to her, have completely dropped Israel. Like they have a very, very antagonistic opinion of Israel. You know what I mean? So her anger, her resentment in this moment is actually stemming from the fact that like it's not just that liberalism is failing. It certainly is, but also she's worried that she might not have space in the party. Okay?
Do you still think Fuentes is more politically active than Hasan? The last time there was a huge FPAC was in 2022. When was the last time Fuentes has talked to any politician? He's literally selling Jeffrey Epstein merch right now. He's an edgelord above someone that actually wants political power. What? I think I have tracked Fuentes. I think I've tracked Fuentes decently well for the past 5 years, and you guys have all been fucking wrong. Fuck all of you. I said that, go back however many years ago, that Fuentes' peak was before he abandoned all of his shit to go and be a fucking Fuentes dick suck. I said that for the longest time. And then Fuentes goes, he does his yay shit, then he falls off crazy. And then, like 9 months ago, I don't remember exactly when, Fuentes and Candace Owens start getting all this play. And I said, I feel like they're just like a thing in the moment or whatever. And then all of you guys were like, actually, if you check out Instagram and TikTok, it's nonstop Fuentes reels constantly. He's actually the biggest popular figure in the United States right now. Actually, if you check out Instagram and TikTok, the reels are everywhere. Actually, he's so fucking. It's like, I don't think he's that popular. I think it's like a little kind of like a moment right now. Maybe some people stuff is being pushed on the algorithm. Most of it are like memes and jokes, not people who are legitimate followers. Fuck all of you. That being said, Fuentes still has like decent recognition, like in some kind of a like he's not a nobody, but I think people I feel like you guys
they overestimate how much.
Yeah, you very like, what is it called, recentism bias. Like if a thing is like in the news recently, it's like the only thing. I think you guys over-index on a little bit. That's all I'm saying.
After this link, the link I sent you is the one that I'm talking about.
Hold on.
I think that's what it is. She's worried that a party that has me in the tent is going to not cater to her. It's going to cater to us.
Us.
And she's worried that she is going to be left alone.
Also, again, it's the same. Fuck, I really want to nail this conversation with Tim, because I need him to carry everything I say to other people, because it's very important, because I hate how nobody understands how this works. Hold on. This form of argumentation where you always ignore the subject matter, and then you pivot to something that's like easy to morally grandstand on, and then you just attack the person personally over and over again. It's like, it is so boring and played out. And it's,
oh yeah, Caroline did it today.
Yeah, Trump. All the populists do this. It's so boring. Like, what is Sarah's issue with Hasan? Her issue is that she's going to be left behind. and she's scared that everybody's leaving her rabid neocon. It's like, we can't engage really ever with anything that's being said ever. It's always like this. It's always like this every time.
And she's worried that she is going to be left alone, right? She doesn't want to be a part of the Republican Party any longer because the Republicans are gross. They're disgusting. They say horrible things. They're stupid. We've seen this with like the Richard Hanania and all these other like former white supremacists who are still kind of, I mean, who are still white supremacists, but like are no longer Republican, right? They're no longer MAGA because they get like, they can't stand how unintelligent and how cultish, how crass the MAGA movement is, right? And that's part of the reason why they moved to the liberal side of things. That's the reason why they moved to the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party is perfectly happy to cater to these people, right? And they have catered to these people in spite of the fact that there aren't that many of them, right? This is not a real constituency.
Not a real constituency. Talking about 90% of the Democratic Party that he's trying to subvert and take over, by the way.
And the Democrats have lost because they've catered to the never Trump Republicans. But that's the reason why I think she's like flailing around, because she realizes that she's going to be the one that has to concede to my worldview. She has to come to my side of things, right? But she's only used to a lifetime of Democrats catering to her expectations, or, you know, her being totally in line with the Republicans until Donald Trump became this rude force that she finds disgusting, you know?
Because he
Asmongold was reacting to Hasan yesterday and complained about the same thing, LOL. Hold on.
like love to
I would like to speak to Hasan's manager. Sarah Longwell is a self-identified conservative, a lifelong Republican, and a prominent never-Trump political strategist. She advocates for traditional conservative principles, limited government, free markets, and individual liberty, while opposing Donald Trump's influence on the party. She publishes The Bulwark and leads Republican voters against Trump. I wonder why she's so mad at Hasan. XD! What's her take on Gavin Newsom? I imagine they are in cahoots promoting the neoliberal agenda as the left, while Tim Pool and Dave Smith are the new cool right, pushing the same shit they always do, just waiting for Trump to be buried. Jesus.
Yeah, I think Hasan made a critical misstep here.
Hopefully, I hope. For some reason, when it's not applied to personal people or whatever, people just look past this. I still think it was insane. I'm not trying to bully too much, but I still think it was insane that the swipe bill just seemed to be totally indifferent or didn't give a fuck that PV is supporting a dude who doxed like fucking every single co-host, I think, that Swipe Bill has on his show, on the Live and Learn show. I think all three of them. I think Hasan went over their doxes, right? On
his stream,
Bad Empanada. Yeah, when he was playing a video. That's not even the most disgusting thing Hasan has done. Like, it's just crazy that nobody gives a fuck about like all of these unhinged, crazy, personal, weird attacks on everybody. Yeah.
You would think they would too, because it's like personal at that point. Because these are supposedly his friends,
yeah,
right?
You'd think so. I don't know. Okay.
Palestine. Now it's a fucking 90-10 issue. So whenever you elevate this problem.
I like how he took also this Charlie Kirk thing that got popularized on Gavin Newsom, that 80-20 thing, the 80, and now he's like, he has to like amp it up even more. No, it's a 90-10, it's 90-10, it's 90. He says it so much. He loves this saying. I've heard him say this so much recently.
Whenever you elevate my status as like an anti-Zionist and you smear me as an anti-Semite,
people actually love me more.
It's not going to work. It's not going to cause people to second guess what I'm saying. It's actually going to introduce me to a lot of. It's going to introduce me to a lot of people that go, well, I kind of agree with this anti-Israel stuff. You know?
True, bro.
Some streamers dedicated the last two strings to make a list of commentators who didn't support Kamala Harris hard enough law because they want to tell Tim Miller as if he's the kingmaker. Yeah.
Wait, is he talking about me? Wait. What? I love how I'm Voldemort to these people. Some streamers dedicated to the last two streams like a list of commentators who didn't support Kamala hard enough. LOL, because they want to tell Tim Miller as if he is the kingmaker at Hasanabi. What a fucking loser. What's up, Hasanabi heads? Holy shit, the obsession.
Streamers dedicated the last two strings to make a list of commentators who didn't support Kamala Harris hard enough law because they want to tell Tim Miller as if
Is he talking about your chat logs last night? No, he's talking about my stream yesterday.
he's the kingmaker. Yeah. So now they're retreating. Look, the dumbest thing about all this is that I didn't and don't care about Piker. Piker never comes up in focus groups with voters as someone they're following the way a Rogan or Tucker or Candace does. I don't think he's singularly making an impact on politics in any way commensurate with the attention he's getting, but I care about Tim. I agree with Tim Miller's original point that using Piker as a litmus test is dumb. Calling up John Ossoff to ask what he thinks about Piker is dumb. It's an unnecessary distraction. But I felt like Tim's discussion of Piker was too dismissive of some of Piker's more toxic positions. And that was the part I wanted to react to. There's nothing I can do about the fact that the internet distortion field has overtaken the whole thing. This is literally using 300 words to say, yeah, okay, it didn't work.
No, it's not. All she's saying is that obviously Hasan is part of the discussion right now because a lot of people are talking about him, but it's not like he comes up ever outside of these kind of niche online communities. Like, I don't know why I'm explaining this. It's pretty obvious what she's saying. But again, it's like you can't engage substantively with literally anything ever said, ever. It's impossible.
Okay? Back to the fucking drawing board, right? It didn't work. Back to the fucking drawing board. It sucks. Yeah, it sucked for us, right? Yeah, she was losing her fucking mind. We watched the video. She was genuinely
losing her fucking mind.
Having a polite
hysterical
disagreement.
way. I don't think I have this kingmaker. We watched the video. She was genuinely behaving in a hysterical way.
I also love
Jesus.
I know that, like, also, this is not even half my honesty on this. Hasan is 100% a, like, he's not like a, there's like different layers to like racism or sexism or whatever. Hasan is absolutely frat boy sexist, or maybe Turkish sexist. I don't know how they view women over there or whatever, but absolutely that is like it is in his mind so much. It's so fucking funny.
I don't think I have.
Like, he searched for that word too. Especially because, like, if you watch that Tim and Sarah talk, there's no part of this where they're not like screaming at each other or shit. Like, where does hysterical even come from here?
Chillin'.
Like, what? Yeah.
Losing her fucking mind. We watched the video. She was genuinely behaving in a hysterical way. I don't think I have this kingmaker status. I've never said that I have this kingmaker status.
He's literally begging people like Gavin Newsom to come on his stream. Literally begging them, please come and talk to me. You need to. You got to start talking to people like me if you guys want to win elections. Literally begging. And I was like, I don't think
I've never implied that I have this kingmaker status. These guys think that. As a matter of fact, for the past 2 months now, or the past month-long discourse cycle, what have I always said? Consistently. I've consistently said, I'm not a kingmaker. You're just using me as a entry point into a battle that you want to have, because I'm just a megaphone. I'm a megaphone for the resentment that a lot of people in the base of the Democratic Party feel, right? I'm just a platform. I've never shied away from saying that. I've always openly admitted, like, we have some impact in this community. We're large enough. We're all over the place. And there are a lot of people in this community that are very interested in politics and obviously are tuning in, day out. And they have a lot of impact. We can have outsized impact on certain issues because we have the door knockers and the phone bankers, right?
What? What?
They don't do that, right?
No, what are you talking about? He's skinwalking me again. Stop. Please, stop doing it.
However, There's never been a moment where I'm like, you come on my show and you're gonna fucking win the race. Like, that's not a guarantee at all, right? What? Hey, didn't appreciate the timeout. Just a long-time listener and was just trying to be one of the gargoyles dropping info that just hit the web. What's the info? Let me guess. You probably got timed out by Fossabot because you came in and you were like, oh, dude, MeatCanyon made a video, right? We're not talking about that right now. We'll talk about it later.
Another video?
Is it the whataboutism that puts people off? Like, could you make your points without making the majority U.S. comparison to give them fuel?
The thing is what?
Sorry, the quote that I was talking about where he brings up like the drinking and driving shit, it's happening soon in this video.
Okay.
To ignore your points? What? It doesn't. Does it turn people off? Do you get turned off? Or are you, or do you still have that, like, American exceptionalism in your mind that causes you to react the way that you're doing currently when I bring up my country that I pay fucking tax dollars to and what they do with those tax dollars? They don't use it on you. They don't use it on me. They don't use it on our fucking roads. YouTuber commenter replied to me that they had pre-ordered Sarah Shortbat book and canceled it after seeing the video law. Like, that's what it is. It's not whataboutism. I'm an American citizen. I'm talking about, like, what my tax dollars are going to. I don't want it to go to developing weapons that Israel uses to blow up schools, developing weapons that America uses to blow up schools in Iran.
True.
I want that shit to build schools here in the United States of America. Okay? That's it.
This whole saga feels like a massive rage bait episode. It's all worth it if I can just communicate these points to Tim. I need somebody besides me also to understand this platforming question. When I look at a lot of things, I think I just saw another stupid fucking Rokana tweet today. Okay. In my mind, there are like 4 types of platforming, okay? Are you here?
Yeah, I'm listening.
You've got like, there's the same team. What do you want, Kalinda? Fast, what? Hello? Good one.
Oh.
Wait, Sarah's response to the DUI thing. Oh, fuck, we haven't gotten there yet. Okay. So you've got like same team platforming. This is where you go on somebody's show and the understanding is that you're both on the same team. This is basically just like PR bolstering stuff, right? Like if I was running for office and I went on to
if you went on Hutch's podcast, right? You're pretty much on the same team. It's just
I would
like
hope so. Yeah,
around,
same team. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think.
IRI there we go.
Yeah. Well, no, then you've got like friendly conversation platforming. So you show up, there's going to be some disagreement on both sides, but the goal is to emphasize your similarities while potentially noting some disagreements between you. The focus will be on building on the similarities between both sides, focusing on how closely united they should be against some third party. So these are our 2 like good platforming things, like we're nicely platforming something. And then our 2...
Okay, so like a nice combative like conversation.
Kind of. Yeah, I wouldn't even know if I'd say combative.
Combative's
because you're emphasizing, you show up with both audiences, understanding there's some disagreement between both sides with the goal of emphasizing similarities while potentially noting some disagreements between you. The focus will be on building on the similarities between both sides, focusing on how closely united they should be against some third party. So I would compare this to every single Donald Trump interview on like Joe Rogan, Tim Pool, Theo Von, Andrew Schultz, and Lex Friedman. They might not be like 100% ideologically aligned and everything, but they're here to emphasize their commonalities. You could also theoretically, my guess would be like if Zoran were to go onto some liberal show, it would be to emphasize that.
You wouldn't call that a same team one, the Trump and Theo Von?
It's close, but not necessarily. I would put it in the friendly conversation platforming. The examples that I gave on the same team platforming, it's real hard because these guys do dick suck a lot. But actually, maybe I should think of other examples of that. The same team platform examples I gave would be like Tulsi Gabbard going on Fox News. Everybody understands that there's like a 100% ideological alignment here. Trump going on basically anytime Trump goes on Fox News, when Kristi Noem, you know, any interview with a conservative person with like Hannity, the two negative ones I have are adversarial conversations. So you show up with both audiences understanding that there is some or significant disagreement between both sides with the goal of drawing some similarities and some disagreements between you. The focus will be on critically analyzing the differences between both sides with the goal of making the other side warmer towards the opposite's viewpoint. So I would argue that these are like the quote unquote de-radicalizing conversations. So like arguably some of my conversations with like Fuentes are in this like adversarial conversation category, and then all of my three big Daily Wire conversations, I would say, were here. So me and Ben Shapiro.
Is this like Pete on Fox News?
Yes, I gave Pete Buttigieg on Andrew Schultz as an example, and then Gavin Newsom's podcast, I would say, when he's inviting like Bannon and Charlie Kirk on, I would say are here. And then for the last category, I gave hostile platforming. So you show up with both audiences understanding there's a massive ideological contention between both sides with the goal of having a very critical conversation. So I would say when Caitlin Collins is interviewing basically anyone from the Trump admin, or these are like Piers Morgan or Jubilee style shows. Like
these are hardball interviews.
Yeah, exactly. So the issue that I have, and I guess maybe to be fair, I don't know if these guys think about these style of conversations much, just because they're in the mainstream media world or politician world, so they just don't, maybe they're not thinking about it much. I didn't actually listen to this, I just saw the quote. But I see this like Khanna quote saying, "What should the standard of the Democrats be? Should we not go on Joe Rogan? Should we just have purity tests of canceling folks? The lessons of the last election is we've got to be out there, we've got to engage. It's a complex, messy, multiracial democracy. I will defend my views, but the people who are saying don't engage will cost us future elections." Every time people like Khanna say shit like this, nobody is actually saying that. These people just don't have the vocabulary yet to explain it.
You're talking past the point.
What they're doing is people like Khanna are saying, "Oh, so it should be no platforming at all?" And the answer is no. You just need to understand which 4 buckets of platforming you're engaged in, and then you need to be open and honest about which 4 buckets of platforming you're engaged in. Because there's a huge difference between like, I'm going to go and have a hostile conversation or even an adversarial conversation with somebody versus I'm going to go and have them do PR for me or have like a friendly convo with them, right? These are 2 totally different groups of things with subcategories that like meaningfully impact how it's perceived.
It's like the Trump administration. It's like somebody going and asking Trump's speaker or whatever her name is, Caroline Leavitt, and being like, "Hey, you're talking all about like immigration and legal fraud. There's maybe like 100 cases of this like in total ever." And then she's being like, "Well, don't you think that that's bad? Don't you think we should have 0? But they're just trying to say like, "Oh, well, it's not as bad as you guys are touting."
Wait, say that again?
It's like somebody going and asking Caroline Leavitt, like the question of, you're saying that there's all of these illegals, but we're not seeing that. And then them saying, and then Caroline Leavitt saying like, "Oh, well, so you're fine with even 1 illegal voting?" It's like moving past the conversation completely.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking, okay. Yeah, no, kind of, basically, yeah. Yeah, they're just missing like where the argument is, and then they're talking past it. Yeah.
Yes.
That was an example. But okay. One of the things I'm pointing out also is that one of the issues that Democrats especially are having here is Democrats are mismatching some of these categories. They don't understand the categories, and sometimes it leads to some cringe shit. One of the big examples here, actually, that I gave was Ted Cruz. Did you ever see Ted Cruz's conversation with Tucker Carlson?
Ooh, maybe a clip, but not.
So
remember.
That was a huge mismatch. Ted Cruz probably thought that he was going on to a same team convo or maybe just a friendly conversation convo. And with Tucker, that was a hostile platforming. When you start grilling people on facts, when he was like, "Do you know the population of Iran?" Whoo! You're on hostile ground there. And that mismatch was really, really, really brutal for Tucker or for Ted Cruz. And then I would also argue that like Crystal Ball has ran up against this, or I'm sorry, Slotkin ran up against this when she went on Breaking Points, and Crystal Ball starts fucking grilling the fuck out of her on Israel-Palestine. Like, I think Slotkin was expecting a friendly conversation, so going to be some critical talk but mainly focusing on the overlap, and it ended up being what was, I would argue, was borderline hostile platforming in terms of how that conversation went. But these mismatches are really important to identify, because when the mismatches are happening, people are walking away sometimes with the wrong impression of what's going on. Like they're trying to figure out like, well, why was this conversation so bad, or what do we need to do differently? And it's like you're missing, you're not understanding like the dynamics of what are happening, I guess.
Yeah, nobody's saying don't talk to Hasan.
Exactly.
Just, you can't be giving him the nicest interview. You have to be
you have to be aware of what
have a conversation about it. Yeah,
of what the conversation is, because the issue is that if you go on to his stream and it's just like a super friendly conversation, you're giving way more. Wait, fuck! I just fucked that up. Sorry. You end up building credibility with Hasan, which makes it easier for him to kind of like mask on and misrepresent his position to other people. So if you see like 5 mainstream Democratic politicians go on Hasan's stream, then you're further entrenched in this camp of, oh, Hasan is on our team. So then you go onto his stream expecting some kind of same team platforming or friendly conversation platforming, and Hasan will kind of play into that. But at the same time, the audience is not necessarily the audience knows what's happening. They're smarter than that. When Hasan brings on certain politicians and emphasizes some similarity in order to gain more mainstream appeal, the audience, well, sometimes even the audience is pushing back too much, but they'll kind of sort of play along with it, or Hasan will like pause or freeze his chat or turn it to emote only mode. Actually, that's a really good example. When Adam Mockler was there, he turned it to, remember when he had to put it on emote only mode? I think he did that for the Mockler debate. Yeah.
He did, but I think he took it off when he did take it off at one point, but I think it was when he started like, I don't want to say the word.
After he little broed him?
Yeah,
he managed to pump the brakes on him when he was like, he was like, why are you debate broing me? Did he say that, I think?
Yeah, that's what it was. His stream was effing, and then he took it off.
Destiny, but politicians almost never have adversarial conversations except for with news media. Kind of. I mean, I would say that Democrats have a lot of adversarial conversations or hostile platforming conversations. Like, I would argue, I should remember this, and actually it's a good example, so I should look up anyway. Kamala Wall's interview on, was it the New York Times? Where's the one where they're sitting at, like, the table? It's this one. Oh, it's CNN.
The country is just...
Did they grill Walls here about his that Tiananmen Square comment? I'm trying to remember that happened here. These are tough interviews, if I remember correctly. These are tough interviews. They're getting asked hard questions, like particular policy questions, and I get almost.
Dems are just held to a different standard.
Yeah. I should write like stylistic things. Hold on. So, on same team platforming, it's going to be lots of yes and lots of layup questions.
Just about getting your message out there, pretty much, right?
Essentially, zero disagreement on substance. Kind of, yeah. So it's just going to be back and forth. You're never really disagreeing. Layup questions are like, let's say that you just got accused of sitting on your cat and killing your cat because you didn't see it was in the chair, and I'm Sean Hannity and you're Donald Trump. You would come on to my show, and then like this question, let's say that you got accused of sitting on and killing your cat because you weren't paying attention. Okay.
Yep.
On a hostile platforming show, the question would be, isn't it true that you sat on and killed your cat? You said negative things about cats in the past. It's very hard to believe that you would truly sit on a cat and kill it, like on accident. You hated that cat, didn't you, right? This is like a hostile platforming way of asking that question. An adversarial conversation way of asking that question would be something like, okay, you've been accused of sitting on your chair and killing your cat. That's a pretty brutal thing to do. Now, we've all made mistakes, and there have been times where I've kind of mistreated my animal, but like, don't you think this is a little bit kind of beyond like a simple mistake? So like, it's a pretty aggressive question, and you're going to be on the defensive, but like, I'm trying to draw some kind of commonality or extend a bridge, kind of still adversarial. a friendly conversation platforming way of asking that question would be, so I saw that you were accused of sitting on your cat and killing it, and you've got to be devastated for that. I mean, I have done things in the past where I didn't realize that it was bad to feed your dogs chocolate, and mine had to go to the emergency room, and it was tragic. But yeah, do you want to speak to that? I guess, how do you feel? Like, how did that turn out? You sat on your cat and it died or whatever, right? This is like a friendly conversation platform. It's like, you're like, okay, yeah, it's kind of bad, but like we're trying really hard to kind of like massage it as much as possible. And then the same team platforming question, the Sean Hannity version of that question would be,
is it true the cat was old?
Some people are saying that you sat on your cat and killed it. Do you even know if the cat was alive when you sat on your chair? Or can you speak to, is there any truth to this whatsoever? I didn't see a police report or anything. This is like the Hannity version of asking the question. Literally, and the goal is to just give you the ability to just yap, and I'm here to do PR for you.
Did you ever even actually own a cat?
Yeah. The same team doesn't ask the question at all. What's the purpose of asking? Just ignore? No. You're super wrong. The same team will ask the question because they want to give, this is how you give the talking points. Because when I ask that question and Mooten goes, I think, to be honest, the cat was dead before I even sat down. That's the line that gets carried out to everybody else. Now, everyone on social media, Tim Pool, that cat wasn't even alive. Jack Posobiec, cats die when they're 15. This cat was 17 years old. There's no way that cat was still alive. Russian bots on social media are now tweeting out, when Trump sits, he doesn't even sit far back enough in the chair to kill where a cat would sit. It's completely and totally fake. And Kamala Harris
if the cat
rapes
was alive,
cats.
it would have already moved.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah.
No cat's just gonna sit
the
there
same
and let you
team
sit on it.
platforming is good because it allows you to ask questions to give layups. This is why it's so fucking funny. This is why it was so fucking hilarious to watch Donald Trump on. I'm not gonna know which one. I'm not gonna find the show. I'm not gonna find it.
Was it the 5?
It was this.
Yes.
When Donald Trump is on here, is this Brian Kilmeade? Is that who this is? Or no, this is somebody else. Who is this guy all the way on the right? I should remember their fucking names. Is this Kilmeade? Kilmeade is asking Donald Trump the layup question of like...
Oh, the Carg Island one?
No. Different one. This is
Okay,
way
we're talking
before.
about actually, yeah.
This is him saying, don't you think we should tell everybody to commit less violence, right, Donald Trump? Even though he knows Donald Trump's in the past, like, he doesn't give a fuck and he never says anything to the Republicans. He's giving him like a layup question and Trump can't engage with it. He's not, because Trump is too stupid to understand these dynamics. And he can't engage with the layup question at all. I think this is an 18-minute interview. I want to say the real one was 40 minutes, but for some reason they posted this cut down one. I don't remember what they said exactly, but I'm not gonna be able to find it. But yeah, he asks him a layup question where he's like, Donald Trump, everybody should be less violent, right? And Donald Trump's like, well, yeah, but when leftists are violent, they're evil. When conservatives are violent, it's just because they're fed up, right? Oh yeah, wait, that question. You want voters, when you say you want your voters to fight, you mean like fight at the polls. Wait, hold on.
To do
Fuck, I need to find this. Wait, I need to find this so much. Was it this? There's a longer interview here. Because he's like, you mean fight at the polls, right? And Trump was like, well, I mean, yeah, but the polls are rigged. It's like, no, Trump, no, what are you doing? You're fucking it up. Yeah, Yusuf, find it, please. You guys will find it, yeah. We'll ask at least, so on friendly conversation, you will ask at least one critical question, but there will never be tough follow-ups. Ever. Never, ever. Never, ever, ever.
Never, ever.
Some back and forth disagreement. Oftentimes, some tougher follow-ups requires both sides to justify their positions more. Will rarely push someone until they are squirming. The goal is to demonstrate the absurdity / immorality the other party's position involves asking for discrete facts or tough follow-up questions pushed until the opposing party squirms or cannot answer. Mr. Moot and I found it.
Judge's epic performance coming after this exchange with the commander-in-chief.
No, I don't want to say.
You're going to go all the way, and you'll get in the playoff. I wish it was a little bit bigger, you know. I was so surprised by this. Even the other.
Wait, is it this? Wait, yeah, I think it's here. Hold on. Oh, it was here.
401k is through the roof. He said, I've never had
This conference at 9 o'clock. Judge Patel is going to be there, I guess, to give more details on what you told us, and that is we got the guy. You guys got the guy, and he's in custody, and he's alive. And he was turned in by friends and families confirmed it. So is the message to the right, the people that are going to go, I want revenge, not to have revenge? Charlie Kirk would not want revenge.
This is like a leading the witness question, right? This is a layup. They've got smart writers. They've got the interview. They've already got it planned exactly how you should answer it for your optimal PR. And Trump is too stupid to take the layup. He's such a fucking idiot.
Oh, I want revenge, not to have revenge. Charlie Kirk would not want revenge.
All he has to say is revenge yes. At the voter
that's
box.
Where to go.
But unfortunately, we don't have so many ballot boxes because they have mail-in voting, which is totally rigged. Okay. You know, there are a lot of problems. I like ballot boxes.
Like, bruh, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Is where you can. They do mail-in voting all over the place, which is rigged. Anytime right. Jimmy Carter, they had a commission. He said, anytime you have mail-in voting, it's a crooked election, okay? And they got to stop. But I say, so I can't really say the ballot box because in some cases, like California, doesn't have ballot boxes. They send out 38 million ballots. Nobody knows where the hell they're going. Then they come back. Democrats get more than Republicans.
Right.
It's so unfair, the system. And we're going to fix this system.
What are you going to do about President Putin?
Was it Andrew Neil? Is that who it is? Ben Shapiro. This is another one where there was a disagreement on the type of conversation. Shapiro thought he was walking into probably a friendly conversation platforming, and it was a hostile interview.
Ben Shapiro, you're followed by millions of people online.
If you haven't watched this one, this is fucking hilarious. He was not ready for this.
And on social media, you're one of the biggest names in American conservatism. What is it you think you're tapping into?
Well, I think that there are a couple of things. One, there is actually a hunger for different ideas. The monolithic nature of the United States media is pretty evident in terms of its politics. People tend to agree on essentially the liberal point of view and increasingly a radical leftist point of view in the media. And obviously I speak in response to that. At the same time, I try to provide an honest take on the issues of the day, and that means that I am not beholden to the Republican Party, for example. It means that I am going to speak out whenever I think that a principle is being violated.
I won't make you guys watch this whole thing, but it's brutal.
Getting worse day by day. That is the new status quo, unfortunately. Now the question becomes which policies I would most like to see enacted, and Trump's policy preferences are closer to my own than Joe Biden's are.
Now, you're a star of new media, conservative new media. You and others on the left and the right, you position yourselves as supposed tellers of hard truths. But haven't you all just really coarsened public discourse in America and exacerbated its divisions?
You know, it's kind of odd to be hearing about me coarsening public discourse when you call policies you disagree with brutal and bringing us back to the Dark Ages, sir.
The point, I don't want to return to it, but the point was to put a position for you to reply to it. And I thought we covered that. I'll put some of the points too, because on your
videos, characterization of issues is part of the problem in the coarsening of public debate.
Well, maybe it's also part of your problem too, because we have from your YouTube videos.
You see how this is why I hate these fuckers that supposedly built their reputation on debating. Okay, it's debating. No offense, retarded college kids. Okay, but you're only retarded because of a function of your age. I shouldn't even call you retarded. That's not fair. Age appropriate, intelligent, appropriate college kids. Okay, the second these guys get pushback, their world is fucking shattered. They can't handle it. It's fucking over. It's shattered.
Ben Shapiro destroys the abortion argument. Ben Shapiro destroys transgenderism and abortion. Is that not a kind of coarse public discourse?
Well, are those videos labeled by me?
I have no idea.
Why are you picking out? Why are you? I have a question. Why are you picking out random YouTube videos put up by people who are not me?
Are you
and attributing the titles to me?
Are you unhappy with the way they've been described?
That's such a good follow-up question too. No, he cuts through the bullshit so well on that. Oh, you didn't label those videos. You didn't title them. Oh, so are you happy with those titles? Would you? Right? Notice how? Because I wouldn't have asked that. I would have said like, do you not share some responsibility for how they're titled? Do you not feel like you have an obligation to change the titles? Like, do you know who upload? But he cuts through it. Oh, would you support it? That's a good. Well, no, I have figured this out for some things because I'll do this with when we talk about like Trump saying some things that are unhinged and like running for a third term. People will be like, oh, Trump's just joking. And then instead of me asking a million questions, I'll be like, oh, okay, well, let's say he's not joking. Would you support him for it? Are you going to say when he does it in the future that it's a bad idea, or would you support it if he stops joking about it? That's how you cut through it. Yeah, he's doing it here. That's a good one.
I think that people can describe me however they please. It's a free country, and I'm all in favor of a public
He's not answering.
debate. If you watch the actual clips, they are generally civil conversations between me and somebody who disagrees with me.
You say in your new book, you suggest that America's largest struggle at the moment is, quote, the struggle for our national soul. We are so angry at each other right now. And I think that's true. I've just returned from the United States. But aren't you part of the problem with the way you go about your discourse, not the solution?
I think we can all do better in our discourse, but the fact that I've reached out to so many people across the aisle to have conversations with them is pretty evident. The fact that I was willing to walk from a publication that was paying me money over principle is pretty evident. The fact that I've called out President Trump, a member of a party of which I am a member, repeatedly when I think that he has done things that are immoral, I think is decent evidence that I'm looking at least for a civil conversation.
Well, as you say in your book, you say that there's quite a key phrase, we are so angry at each other right now. But as I say, aren't you part of that anger? Aren't you encouraging that anger? For example, you described Mr. Obama's state of the...
Oof.
Morning, Mike.
Oh, hello. What are you glued to?
Is this... Somebody like this in chat. Was this a real show, or is this like a troll, or... I can't...
Morning, Mike.
Oh, hello. What are you glued to, Cameron?
Just your screen, unfortunately.
Unfortunately? What do you do for a living, Cameron?
I'm a carpenter.
Awesome. A carpenter, right. So how safe is that for the climate?
Well, I work with timber, which is a much more sustainable material rather than concrete. I also
But you work with trees that have been cut down then, don't you?
It's a sustainable building practice.
How is it sustainable if you're killing trees?
Because it's regenerative, you can grow trees.
Right. Well, you can grow all sorts of things, can't you?
Well, you can't grow concrete.
You can. See you, Cameron. Cheerio. That was Cameron. He grows trees and...
I still think one of my favorite... Oh, wait. What's the name of the guy on the... I want to say James Cameron, but that's not it. On the show that we watch, the British one, we have some decent ideological alignment. James O'Brien. Yeah, that's another example. Piers Morgan, Mehdi Hasan, James O'Brien. These guys all do like the British interview style. I feel like British interviewers
just let the Brits fucking handle it, man.
They have like a decently hostile, aggressive interview style that I don't see on very many.
Piers Morgan and a Republican.
True. Well, he's not like in interview mode though. When Piers is in interview mode, he can be generally pretty brutal.
Dominated
it's really
Nick
funny.
Fuentes, yeah.
Yeah, and it's really funny watching like Piers Morgan and like Mehdi Hasan argue with each other because they both go into like aggressive British interviewer mode, and it's very funny watching them go back and forth. I still think that this is probably my favorite British. This is my favorite thing that has ever been produced ever by any British media thing ever.
But sorry for Boris, Mark, or not?
That's where I've been for the last few years. I've got to say, I'm immensely grateful to you for everything you've done in British politics over the last few years. I used to be an ardent Remainer. I voted Remain. I believed in the European project.
Mm-hmm.
I believed that staying in the European Union was the best thing for us. And then something happened, and something monumental happened. It completely changed my opinion on the whole situation.
What was that monumental thing, Mark?
He sets him up.
I was kicked in the head by a horse.
Right, very good. Okay, fine. Thank you. Mark, we're going to move on from that and go to David, a new caller.
Hell yeah. All right.
That's it. I don't personally have a problem with it. I'm talking about the general public, that it might put them off and undermine your points and make people listen. Okay, well, you don't have to be a fucking backseat campaign manager for a person who's not even running on a campaign, okay? I'm a communicator. This is my job. And considering how much
Hold on.
is that America uses to blow up schools in Iran, I want that shit to build schools.
Oh, wait, fuck. I'm sorry. I only read the quote on this. I probably don't need to read it, or I probably need to listen to it, but that was my issue with Khanna here, is the whole, what should the standard be? Do we not engage with anybody? It's like, well, no, just make sure you're engaging with them correctly.
Yeah, but they don't care. They're on the Trump mode of just like attack, never actually try to come to an understanding with one another.
Wait, for who?
Like Khanna there.
Well,
he's
no,
just
I don't
attacking.
think, I wouldn't say Khanna is he's a weird one. He's going to be our future Fetterman, by the way. But I think that this is still just demonstrating that people just aren't hitting the granularities of platforming, of what it means to platform people in different ways.
But do you think he's trying to be good faith there? Do you think he's actually hearing people being like, "Oh,
yeah,
well, like,
no, I do. I don't
platform
think he's
us
being.
on?
Yeah, I don't think he's being bad faith here. I think a lot of people just are missing the platforming argument. They just don't understand it. Because I think Tim and Sarah, I think one of them said something where they were kind of hitting at it. They just don't have the vocabulary for it. I don't know. I don't remember if it was on their show or somebody else, but somebody was like, "Oh no, it would be great if Josh Shapiro were to go on and argue with Hasan Piker. That would be great." I think it might have been Sarah that said that. So like they do understand that they're different types. They just haven't like fully fleshed the ideas out yet. Because I just don't think these people think about this thing as much yet. Whereas like in the online world, we've had so much discourse on responsible platforming and everything, you know? That was on Jake Tapper? Oh, maybe it was, yeah.
Here in the United States of America. Okay, that's it. That's it. I don't personally have a problem with it. I'm talking about the...
Watch the Khanna clip.
You have made...
I hate this woman. She gives Trump the softest of softball interviews. I'm sure it was at the behest of the whatever media she was working for, but God, she gives us... wait, what did I just say?
You said she gives really softball interviews. You said you hated her.
Wait,
and I've seen
softball
her
interviews
in,
too?
like,
I said to Trump, right?
Yes.
Okay,
That's
what I'm trying to say. Hasan, sorry. Yeah, she gave Trump some of the softest of softball interviews I've ever seen in my entire fucking life.
Who's been quite outspoken. You have made several appearances on a show hosted by socialist commentator Hasan Piker. Some of your fellow Democrats, though, have raised alarms about his views. Here are two members of a left-leaning think tank. This is how they put it. They wrote, quote, "No left-wing agitator is more influential and extreme than Twitch streamer Hasan Piker. He's referred to ultra-Orthodox Jews as inbred, employed anti-Semitic dog whistles, bloodthirsty, violent pig dog against an anti-Hamas viewer of his stream, compared liberal Zionists to liberal Nazis, and said Hamas is 1,000 times better than the Israeli state." Now, Hasan Piker says some of his comments have been taken out of context, but he largely stands by them. Do you have any regrets about appearing on his show?
None, and I would go again. But I, of course, condemn those comments. I mean, I've described Hamas as a terrorist state, and we need to unequivocally condemn anti-Semitism. But Hasan Piker was at the DNC in 2024 covering...
Didn't he get kicked out of the DNC?
Vice President Harris. What should the stand...
That's such a bad... Hasan showed up at the DNC the very first stuff he was doing there was to march with the, what were they called? The undeclared or the unaligned or whatever. It was the pro-Palestinian people were saying they weren't going to vote for the DNC candidate, for Kamala Harris. what are they called? Is it the uncommitted?
Of the Democrats be? Should we not go on Theo Vaughn? Should we not go on Sean Ryan?
Yeah, he's messing all this up. Yeah.
Should we not go on Joe Rogan? Should we just have these purity tests of canceling folks? The lesson of the last election is we've got to be out there. We've got to engage. It's a complex, messy, multiracial democracy. I will defend my views, but the people who are saying don't engage will cost us future elections.
Do you run the risk of legitimizing some of those views by appearing on his show? How do you answer that?
He's got millions of followers. He'll have millions of followers whether Khanna goes on his show or not. The point is that we should go on and have tough conversations. You know, actually, I respect Rahm Emanuel. Rahm Emanuel says he'll go on, and if he makes a comment that I disagree with, then I will push back right there. So I think the test should be what you say. If someone is going on these programs and not pushing back against anti-Semitism, fine. But, you know, I haven't done the background check on you, Chris, and I'm sure there are no crazy comments.
I've not said anything like that, I can assure you that. Where do you draw the line, Congressman? Would you appear on, for example, a right-leaning show, Alex Jones, for example, who has made controversial comments that have enraged people, hurt people deeply in some instances?
Look, there is obviously a line, and I probably wouldn't appear on Alex Jones.
But why not?
Yeah.
See, like he's missing. I try not to ascribe malice when it can be explained with other things. I'm assuming he's not being malicious. Yeah. But like, why would you give a different answer for that? What happened to all the answers that you just gave about how important it is to be on other platforms and other people's shows and everything? Like, I don't understand that at all.
But the point is, I don't think that line should be with Hasan Piker, who has millions of followers, and largely what his view has been critical of the blank check that.
Oh, see, so now he is more supporting the view.
I guess
right?
he would say because Alex Jones is more.
No.
He's just not critical. I don't know. Like
what?
What?
Nothing. Sorry, go ahead.
You died in Mewgenics?
Nope. Go ahead.
Well, is he saying Alex Jones isn't like critical here? And Hasan is?
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Okay.
Or I don't know. He's mixing up a few positions there. Because with Hasan, he made it seem like he just wanted the audience and the position didn't matter. But then with Alex Jones, it seemed like he attacked the position. So, what the fuck is the Mewgenics process? What? Hold on.
Just turn the computer off, man.
There is no Mewgenics process tree. I don't care. Fuck it. Punish me. I don't give a fuck. Practice question. Tim says, okay, yeah, I get what you mean with the platform stuff. I think Hasan deserves what you call the friend treatment because he's with us on Trump. What do you say? But he's not. He's never with us. I have a different section on...
Just because he's with you on one thing.
No, they're not with us.
If we
Why
grant him that he is, though.
Well, no, but I wouldn't grant that.
You wouldn't just grant and move?
No. Why socialists as Hasan should be excluded from the Democratic Party. Okay, so my subsection 1 here is there are severe ideological mismatches and any similarities are only true at the surface level and will quickly diverge as soon as you dig into them. And then some examples I've listed are single-payer healthcare, equality on social issues, no more foreign wars. What was the thing that he gave? That like anything when it comes to an issue where it seems like we have some alignment, they'll say that we are aligned because they appear to have the similar position to us. But then when you dig just a little bit further, you find out that their position is about as far away from you as yours is from Trump. So like when it comes to them pushing for single payer healthcare, in our mind, in the liberal mind, you're thinking like, oh, okay, well, they want single payer. I don't know if I would go quite that far, but like, I think that, you know, on the journey to single payer, there's a lot of good stops that we can make. But in their mind, the ACA is a failure. They hate everything that Obama did with healthcare. They view these things as just like proletariat slop in order to appease the masses, and they're all or nothing on it. So I don't know if you have like strong ideological alignment there. It just seems like it because you're both opposing kind of like the Trump thing. And when it comes to like equality on social issues, sometimes they'll play like the id poll thing, but like Hasan has said, that social issues are completely fucking irrelevant. And you can see that Hasan lashes the fuck out when id poll stuff comes up, when it's from people that are saying things that he doesn't like. He's made so many comments about like black people. There was that one crazy rant he went on about that trans person in his chat. Like as soon as anybody invokes identity in a way that's not playing towards his class conscious thing, he immediately goes like unhinged. Same thing with the no more foreign wars thing. It seems like we have some alignment there. Oh, okay, well they don't want us to be as like kind of like handheld by Israel through these like weird Middle Eastern conflicts or whatever, sure, but not really actually, because they wouldn't mind if, say, Iran were to handhold us through certain conflicts. Like if you were to ask Hasan and all these people right now, the United States is going to facilitate Assad returning to power in Syria, facilitate the stabilization of the country of Iran, and then launch like a joint attack against the nation of Israel with neighboring Arab partners in order to remove that genocidal government. Hasan would say, sign me the fuck up. I'm ready. Well, he wouldn't. He'd say, sign my audience up. Yeah.
Of course. But yeah, he's for that. So you really think if you ask him, like, is Obamacare at all good? He would just be like, no, it's a shitty fucking thing, and it's slowing us down to getting to single payer. Would that be his take?
They do this thing where they'll say it's kind of good, but with nowhere near the enthusiasm you would expect if they actually thought it was a good thing. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, it's kind of
like when their candidates lose, they'll be like,
you can
okay,
tell,
yeah, you can go vote whoever.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Like, you could see, I didn't realize this, but somebody linked that Hasan voting stream. When Hasan was voting, fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find it. Or wait, I can just Google it. Fuck. Hasan voting 2024. Hasan was right. 2024 election breakdown. Also, Hasan, why I thought Kamala Harris would win. Okay, good one. Okay, fuck. I'm not gonna... But basically, the stream, when it opens up, Hasan tells people that the way that he's voting is he's following the DSA voter recommendation card. The DSA didn't recommend anybody for president. And then Hasan tells you he's not going to tell you who to vote for president. Like, these words are unacceptable from somebody who's supposed to be a huge alignment, or in huge alignment with the left. Like, it just doesn't make any sense, right? It's clearly on a separate team, you know? I also don't know. I don't think Kyle Kalinske ever endorsed. He told Ethan Klein he voted for Kamala. I don't give a fuck. He should have told his stream to vote for Kamala. It really doesn't even matter who he voted for.
Did he really not? Did really Hasan not tell his stream to vote for Kamala? Did he like bitch out and be like, oh, you can vote whoever you want, you know, who cares?
Fuck. Why can't I find this? Hold on. Oh, it's this.
The election is around the corner right now. Official right now. I'm going to not show you anything. Okay, obviously. But I'm opening up my official ballot right now. And in order to, and we're going to go through the ballot measures as well. I will, of course, be, as always, using the DSA LA voter guide.
So he's using the DSA LA voter guide, which doesn't speak at all to any of the federal candidates. So I don't know if he says anything at all about, the senators, because I don't watch all this shit. But when it comes to, have you never seen his voting for president thing?
Mm-mm. He said, apparently, I can only convince you not to vote for Trump. That is like the weakest.
Here.
That are coming out of my mouth.
Possible.
Anyway, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Acid Burns 3.
I'm gonna rebel 1 second.
All right, now we're down to the national election, and boy, oh boy, do we got some good options here. We got Donald J. Trump for president, J.D. Vance for vice president, Republican. We have Claudia de la Cruz for president, with Karina Garcia for vice president, peace and freedom. We have Kamala D. Harris. I didn't even know her middle name had a D in it. She got the will of D. For president, Tim Walz for vice president, Democratic ticket. We have Robert F. Kennedy for president, because he was not able to get off the rolls here. And Nicole Shananan for vice president of the American Independent ticket. Chase Oliver for president. Mike Termott for vice president on the Libertarian ticket. We have Jill Stein for president and Rudy Rudolph Ware for vice president. And we have an option for write-in candidate. If you think I'm going to tell you who I'm voting for, how I'm voting on this one, you are out of your dang mind. But I do want to see what people are...
Like,
why?
Keep in mind that he spent an hour before going through the entire DSA voter packet on why you should vote for every single thing that the DSA person had there. Like,
so this should be disqualifying for the same team interviews
as
a Democrat.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
Like that
this
that
is
right there is a disqualifier.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yes.
You want to see what other people are saying in terms of who they are voting for in this guide. What is the DSA? Who did the DSA endorse? Let's see. Did the DSA endorse anybody for president? Where is it? Where is it? Do they have it? Texas DSA endorsed no one law. That's not even remotely surprising, nor is it shocking. It's perfectly understandable. Also, I don't think you need these voter
Write in free Gaza, free Gaza, free Gaza.
guides are there for things that you have a hard time like figuring out. Okay, they're not there for you to like. Everyone is making their own minds about goddamn bottom of the index.
So much
Cards in a return envelope. Number 2, vote.
I mean, you want to be in the tent when you don't even like
exactly, yeah.
vote for
and
the
this was
candidate
the easiest.
wholeheartedly.
This is the easiest vote on the planet. Like, if this is what you're having trouble with, then you're never going to be. That's not on the same team. You're never going to be on the same team. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're not. Like, you're not.
Mhm.
I think this is the biggest thing that you could show fucking Tim at this point and just be like, I mean, how can you allow this guy in the fucking tent when he won't even say you should vote for fucking Kamala?
Yeah.
General public that it might.
Fuck. Where's that Rokana tweet? I'm triggered.
I put them off and undermine your points and make people listen. Okay, well, you don't have to be a fucking backseat campaign manager for a person who's not even running on a campaign. Okay,
Jesus.
I'm a communicator. This is my job, and considering how much people's attitudes have shifted in even the last 2 years on a key issue like Israel and Palestine, I think I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. Okay, like. No disrespect, chatter. You're treating me like you're my campaign manager and I'm fucking running for president. Like, it's crazy. It's an attitude that a lot of Democrats have. They think that...
Tim Miller doesn't care. He sees Hasan as a Joe Rogan type that has potential Dem voter audience that can be used to the Dems' advantage. Okay, but here's the thing. Hasan, okay, not to knock our place in the streamer world, but Hasan has nothing on Joe Rogan's influence. It's not even remote. We're like multiple orders of magnitude away between Joe Rogan and Hasan Piker. Okay, I don't even know if Hasan can run ads on Twitch right now, and Joe Rogan is signing 9-figure Spotify deals. All right, it's not even remotely close. Number one. Number two. There are no platforming mismatches happening. The big thing that I'm getting pissed off at Democrats for are the platforming mismatches. When conservative people are going on Joe Rogan, they're going there for either friendly conversation or same team platforming, okay? That's what's happening on these places. But Democrats that are going on these far leftist platforms are running up against way more hostility than they're prepared for. They're not ready for it. So, like, Hasan is never going to give you, if you're like a moderate Dem, he's not giving you like a super favorable platforming, and his audience definitely isn't viewing it that way.
They are
I think you should change the. You have 4 things, right? Same team, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
I think you should like make it like best friend, friendly, and then something combative. I think I don't know. I just think the naming of them kind of can help out because people could use this in the future, and if you make it wordy, like, then they won't use it.
Okay, I'll think of the names. Okay.
Good.
Oh, I think I retweeted this tweet a while ago. This was pretty good. Okay, it's time to do an analysis of relative power here. How does Joe Rogan derive his immense power, and how does that differ from Piker? Specifically, thousands of different people appear on Rogan, including comedians, scientists, UFC fighters, conspiracy theorists, and also politicians. This means that Rogan works as a political influencer vector because people show up for MMA or Weed Chat or whatever Jordan Peterson is yammering about, and they get politics as a byproduct. Rogan also has influence in other domains, not just politics. For example, there's been a long-running intra-hunter debate on whether or not he's had a positive or negative influence on the sport. So Rogan draws people in on one topic, then exposes them to a whole lot else, including politics. This gives him influencer status across the board. This is why I was going on to so many other podcasts during kind of like the Red Pill arc, and then in the year afterwards, is because I can jump onto a lot of different platforms, talk to people there, and then also like kind of do a little bit of politics on the side. But the reaching and branching out is a really important part of like starting that. I was going to say, for some reason, Hasan can't do this, but it's not for some reason. Hasan is too fragile to do this. He's incapable of going onto platforms where he's not going to get like the ultimate dick suck narrative. And it seems to be, unless I've missed it, I don't know if Hasan has any interest outside of politics. Like, I don't know if Hasan like listens to music or watches movies or no. Yeah, he just doesn't like. I don't know what he could go off. Like, I don't even know if he really likes anime. Like, I feel like when I listen to him talk about anime, even he's like faking it or something. I'm not sure.
He talked about like, yeah, the most dog shit animes.
Yeah. Okay. Now contrast that with Piker. Piker's content is almost exclusively just one thing, talking about politics from a far left perspective. Now, another related comparison, Rogan is also politically ambiguous to the general public. We Democrats might see him as an extremely right-wing, or might see him as extremely right-wing, but that's not what draws all his listeners in. So in Rogan's case, we have a macho dude whose reach is sprawling precisely because he has content diversity and political ambiguity. In Piker's case, we have a dude ranting CCP propaganda at like-minded people and occasionally electrocuting his dog. That's it. He misses a little bit here, technically. Hasan does try to present himself far more moderately to the public. One second.
I like the Mewgenics music.
All of the side stuff for this game, like the art and everything, is super cute and everything. They try hard. I don't like the style because I don't usually like gross stuff, but like if you're into that, it's super cute, I think. But hold on, what's this guy gonna do to me? Wait, I need to finish this. The entire quote, should Democrats accept Piker, end quote, discussion assumes that Piker is bringing people in what we would call a reach asset. That's what Rogan is for MAGA to some extent, but Piker is not a reach asset. He's talking to either one, like-minded people, or two, people who hate him, and he is speaking on one topic, politics, from one perspective, leftism. He keeps the already converted engaged to what's essentially CCP/Russian-style leftism. When you engage with him, that's who you're engaging with. Stop comparing Hasan Piker to Joe Rogan. When you do this, you, one, overestimate Piker's power, and two, misunderstand Rogan's own influence. Personally, I think Democrats must find their Joe Rogan is a ridiculous rabbit hole overall. Democrats should stand on their own 2 feet. They just look weak when they try to be something they're not. That said, if you do endorse the white whale of the Democratic Joe Rogan, it's most definitely not Hasan Piker. For that, you need someone with content diversity and more ideological fluidity/ambiguity. This is true. This is why when like Charlie voice critical, like does his anti-Trump stuff, theoretically that stuff is a bit more powerful because he's like not known for politics. He's more kind of like in the gaming community and stuff like that. These types of figures would be better served for that. Yeah.
Consultants, they treat everything like that, and I hate it. Democrats in the primaries will never vote for the guy they think is the best, but will vote for the guy they think will win. And their electability metrics are directly taught to them, are directly communicated to them by these exact same groups that have been fucking yelling. You know? Part of taking criticism well is handling bad criticism with grace, big bro.
Ooh.
I mean, what do you want me to say, man? I'm not running for president, okay? And I think I've done a decent job, a lot better of a job than these guys have, these like groups have, right? As far as community.
Does Tim Eller even see Hasan as an ally? Wasn't his point that Dems shouldn't waste their time attacking him? So I kind of sort of agree that Dems shouldn't necessarily spend a lot of time attacking him. However, 1, 2, 3. So he can reach up to here at the end of his turn. However, the issue is that Dems do need to do a better job at, we have to separate ourselves from crazy people. We're really bad at that. Because what happens is these crazy people are used to label our entire movements, and then people are assuming things about Democrats because they use people like Hasan to attack Dems. Like, I would say, like, look at the difference between, not to overemphasize my importance in anything, but like, look at the difference between how Republicans or conservatives attack me versus how Republicans or conservatives attack Hasan Piker. When I make comments about Charlie Kirk or the Trump firefighter or people like that, they're not using me to attack other Democrats. They're just trying to get my shit shut the fuck down. Now, I would say it's because the message that I'm pointing out is accurately holding up a mirror to them, and that is an untenable position, and it does make them look fucking crazy. But like, Jesse Waters didn't play my clip to laugh at how unhinged, the Democratic Party is and blah, blah, blah. He played that clip, and then everybody amplified it as a way to get my YouTube demonetized, right? Is to try to attack and shut down my speech. Nobody, or at least I haven't seen it. If somebody has counterexamples of this, I'd be interested in seeing it. But I have not seen anybody use Hasan Piker in a way to shut down Hasan's speech. It seems like they always quote tweet him to try to attack other Democrats. They don't want him deplatformed. He's an important player for them because they can use him as a vector to go after other people in the Democratic Party. But maybe there are people that are doing that. And I haven't seen that. It would be interesting.
I think they tried during the 9/11 clip.
They might have for that. I don't remember. It was a while ago. But over the past like few months, I'm usually seeing Hasan used as a vector to attack the rest of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, agreed.
communicating on an issue that was a 2080 issue in favor of Israel that has turned into a 1090 issue that is in favor of Palestinians over the course of the past 2 years. If I was constantly aware of the bad faith critiques and leaned into the way that like centrists might not take my message well at a time when they're also still engaging in bad faith smear campaigns that are failing, I would never get across my point at all. I would never get a word in edgewise. This is some of the things that I am critical of with even Zohran Mamdani, like too conciliatory. That's it. What are we doing? We're doing like a defensive tone policing at a time when like the message is penetrating. Hello, Hasan. Today's my 45th birthday and I feel old as fuck. Do not reach this age. Things start to break and your cynicism grows exponentially. However, I think I've been a sub for 8 years. Cheers. What's up, Lib Bizzle? Yeah.
Yeah. How long? Oh, you said the thing.
He says it's somewhere in here, man.
It's coming. Okay, I believe
they can't explain Plattner's success. Dems ignore him like the plague. Yeah. No, for sure. For sure. I talked about that as well. Anyway, this person then turned around in their retreat. These are two like prominent centrist accounts that have very limited impact on Twitter, but whatever. All the Hasan stuff is downstream of the larger issue that Democrats are captured by staffers and activists that are not only ideologically out of step with the mainstream, but also preoccupied with what is essentially internet stan wars. They're trying to turn this into like, oh, it's actually the Bernie and Warrenite left flank staffers that have kept this issue going, and not fucking dickheads like this. Honestly, can't be overstated how much this is true. The staffer activist class is basically all made up of well-off, hyper-online Bernie Warrenites whose priorities are just completely out of touch with the average worker, even the average Dem base voter, says Centrism fan account. Turns out Centrism fan account, we looked into it, is not a fan of centrism, is just a fan of MAGA, ironically enough. Very mask off. Yeah. Austerity's Theft responds to this and goes, the young Bernie Warren lefty internet pilled staffers that keep making Hasan a trending topic. Andrew Cuomo, Jonathan Greenblatt, Mallory McMorrow, Brad Schneider, Joe Cowan, Jake Tapper, Josh Krauscher, Matt Bennett, Neera Tanden, Shannon Watts. I love the idea that having Jay Insider pump out 12 articles per week of Hasan derangement and third way sending litmus test questionnaires to senators demanding they disavow him is actually being driven by lefty staffers doing too online stan culture. Also, that Gray B guy is literally the husband of Neera's weird ass German postdoc internet reply girl, and the other dude used to go by People for Chelsea Clinton. So, yeah. That's it has nothing to do with like Bernie Warrenite staffers or anything like that. But I do appreciate how much this movement has turned into something so stupid for the centrists that they have to turn around and be like, oh, we didn't want this to happen, actually. Why is it happening? He's just irrelevant. Stop paying attention to him. The reason why they're saying that is because it fucking backfired. Okay? It backfired. It didn't work. They chose a 90-10 issue.
90-10.
They chose a 90-10 issue
Israel!
And do it in this like very cynical way that most Americans at this point are totally aware of. They don't like cancel culture anyway, and they certainly hate how arrogant Israel defenders have been, especially considering that they see this violence and then they might have an opinion on this violence that they're seeing, that Israel has committed, right, over the last 2.5 years. And all they hear from Democrats and Republicans and people who are just like Israel first is this idea that if you dare speak out about this, you need to get fired. You need to lose your job. You need to be...
What time are you at?
52:18.
Oh, this motherfucker.
What?
He linked past it. All right, go to 35:49.
Because kind of backfired a little bit. Mind about what I act, which there's a lot of other stuff that we got to watch before we watch.
Is this going to be
totally insane? I think there's a lot other.
Wait, are you sure that
we're not
35:49?
Well, it's going to be around there.
Okay.
The MeatCanyon thing is not even drama at all. So, memed. Is this people who was responsible for it, right? If we pay on this, right? After watching Meat, I think to an issue that had to be discussed on fucking Meet the Press, like, right? With those exact antis, yeah.
3650.
Video, bro, that there is a metric ton of awfulness there, right? With Sarah Longwell specifically, I mean, I didn't know she had like petitioned or lobbied to make drunk driving legal, for example, which...
Is that true? Wait, so what is the context on that?
No idea. I just heard him fucking spouting off about it and he said something else.
Hold on.
You know, we can find consensus on that, right? I mean, I'm not antagonistic to that, okay? Or that she played a formative role in Kamala Harris campaigning alongside Liz Cheney. Like, that was a spectacular failure for the Kamala Harris campaign, and now we know who was responsible for it, right? Or at least to some degree responsible for it. So,
was that true? How involved was she there?
You know, their advocacy and their past is infinitely worse than someone like mine, you know?
Oh my God. Also, notice again how for Hasan, he won't actually stand on business on any of his takes ever. He'll do this again. It's this weird ignore the subject matter, pivot to something that's easy to morally grandstand on, like Israel, and then attack personally or misrepresent your opponent, like over and over and over and over and over again. So Sarah Longwell tweeted out apparently. I opposed, what is this? Hold on. Look, the dumbest thing I say, oh wait. Remember that the woman who is calling a vulgar Twitch streamer toxic has done much more in her lobbying career to cause harm to others than Hasan ever could. Ooh, I wonder if they're attacking her Wikipedia article. Wait, hold on. Because they just link they do this where when they start changing people's wikis, they'll start linking to it and everything, and then it gets, but maybe they're not. Hold on, let me check. I'm curious if the talk page is active recently for this.
It's interesting that he's getting his fucking arguments from Twitter threads too.
Yeah. No. Okay, this is all old, right? This hasn't been changed recently? If I understand talk pages correctly, right? This is just March from 2024? Wait, does this mean her page has only been changed like one time? Or I suck at Wikipedia. Wait, view history or edit? View history. This is the edit history? You can select versions and edit history to compare. Compare selected revisions. Okay. This is still May 2025. This still means that this page hasn't been changed for like a year, right? I'm not misunderstanding this? Okay. All right. So they haven't done that. That's good at least. Okay, her position on this was, yeah, I opposed lowering the legal limit from 0.08 to 0.05, which would have meant giving sober people who had one drink DUIs. Every state legislature in the country agreed with me except Utah. If you think about it for 5 seconds, I bet you agree with me too. Oh, so we should get greater context than reading a couple sentences in an article about you. Wow, imagine you actually looked at the context of what Hasan says rather than some right-wing rage bait articles about his quotes. What's the context for America deserved 9/11? Americans have caused much death and despair during the 20th century, and that the blowback from sanctions inevitably resulted in an attack on Americans. It was vulgar and uncouth way to say it, but it wasn't some cheerleading statement of wait, so then there is no context. He just believes it. What? Hold on.
Problem?
Jesus. Okay.
Okay.
All they got is he's vulgar.
Nobody says that about him.
And
are people saying that about him? I feel like the thing that people are fixating on are like the anti-Semitism thing and statements he's made, not like just being vulgar. God, I hate this guy so much. He's such a loser, and he's so weak. I don't even know if Hasan is vulgar. Like usually, or the vulgar statements people are making, there's another pointing them out. Like the Crenshaw statement was about probably more about being mean to a vet and being like a terrorist supporter maybe, than just like being vulgar. But
Alonzo Germendi says, honestly,
Tim said he was vulgar. That was the only time I saw that being brought up. Yeah, well, like people will kind of say like, oh, like he's this and this and he's vulgar too. But the main criticism of Hasan are not that he's vulgar.
Hasan campaign is only exposing more normies to Hasan the Hun. Gone are the days when he's anti-Israel, was received as bad by the public. Israel has made sure of it, and they encounter his anti-Zionism or are drawn to it, Streisand affecting him. Exactly. Yeah. That's it. You can keep crying about people.
Okay. What's up, Danny Dan?
Oh, I just saw you were doing some Hasan content.
Oh, so you're finally here for it.
Are you back?
What do you mean, am I back?
Just what he said. Are you back?
I'm here. How can you possibly question my motives? I was here when there was no one. When there was no one here. How dare you?
Really, Dan?
Yeah. All right. I gotta go. I might be back later.
Fuck you, Moon.
I just got
Happy
here.
Easter. Well, we're going to Easter dinner. Ciao.
Wait, why aren't you going to?
It's 4:30.
Oh, you. Ooh, Dan hates Easter. This is like your #1 hater holiday, right? Because this is when the big guy came back and he wasn't supposed to.
The big guy.
Well, I would say the big guy, or my people would. I don't know about you, but. Well.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Passover. Yes, that's correct. Much more important holiday than
we celebrate, or Catholics celebrated Passover, right? I know we read about it and everything. I don't remember if do we celebrate as like a formal holiday? We must.
You know what I read?
What?
I don't know if it's true or not. Well, then again, I mean, I don't know how much any shit is true, but there wasn't, or there isn't any evidence for the whole Passover stuff, like the Exodus through Egypt or whatever.
Well, there's no evidence for Jews ever existing in Egypt and as slaves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
It is crazy, right? Because it's like such a huge.
What else
part.
do Jews claim that there's no evidence of?
All right, it's just can't even just discuss one thing without getting all conspiratorial. That's fine.
No, yeah, it is a thing where it's kind of like, oh, that's kind of weird. Yeah.
You think they just got the countries wrong because, like, I don't know, it was a long time ago.
I mean, as an epic atheist, I would just say the Bible is not historically accurate in any way, size, shape, or form, so it doesn't surprise me.
What are the other countries around Egypt they could have gotten wrong? Let's see. Maybe. Where'd they start? Where'd they go from and to?
Well, I don't remember all the. Weren't they like Canaanites in the Valley of Israel? Or no, that came after. Oh no, because Moses went and formed the Israelites. They weren't even at Israel yet. Wait, where did the Jews start at in the Bible?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh shit! Well, you should know this, Mr. Jew Man.
Know.
Where the fuck did they start at? Oh my God, they were created by machines in Egypt. Let's see, Genesis. Wait, no. Exodus. Let's see, Book of Exodus. Chapter 1. These are the names of the sons of Israel who went to Egypt with Jacob, each with his family: Reuben, Simon, Levi, and Judah. Issachar, blah, blah, blah. The descendants of Jacob numbered 70 in all. Joseph had captured a boat captain and had sailed from Brooklyn to Egypt? Wait, this is in Exodus 1? Wait, what? What?
That's funny.
Thanks. What does nail throw scale with? It's got to be Dex, right? Probably is. Are the real bodies... Oh, fuck, I should know this. I went to the burial, the womb? No, not the womb, the tomb of... Do you know where the three big dudes are in Judaism? I think it's... Is it Jacob,
I just read
Abraham,
about it.
and Israel? Are those the three?
Oh. I thought it was 3 types of whatever. It's in my Passover Seder book.
Oh, no,
I
fuck.
forgot what it
Isaac.
is. Those are 3 dudes.
Jacob
There's,
is Israel. Sorry, it's Isaac, Abraham, and Jacob. Is it are there real bodies in there? Is that 100% confirmed, or do they just like? Yeah, there's also women in there too, but no one cares about that.
Fuck. Now I don't know what was in the thing. In my little Seder book, there's a thing. I think like Levinites were one of them.
Abraham had Isaac, and Isaac had Jacob. Jacob then had 13 sons, i.e. the 12 tribes and whatnot. If Jacob had 13 sons, why were there only 12 tribes? What happened to the 13th son? I'm sure you're aware that like all the numbers in the Bible are like symbolic as well, right? You've heard this?
Yes. It's what do you call it? The movie Pi was kind of based around that a little bit. You ever see that movie?
Nope.
That's a really good movie, by the way. You would say it's cinema, I think.
Would I?
I would. More so, by the way, than Mr. Mooton's movie suggestion, Hail Mary.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Okay. So what makes this melee attack for healing stronger? Is it just strength? More strength makes the melee attack / heal stronger? It should, right?
Dude, there was a tribe of Dan?
Well, Daniel. Isn't Daniel like a fucking Jewish name? No?
Holy... 1 second. Let me read about this.
They died. They all died.
Well, you know, bad timing.
Fuck, movement is so good.
We are the 2nd largest Israelite tribe.
Why can't you call them Israelites anymore? Like when they live in Israel, they're Israelis. Does anybody else have like a differentiation between their like Greeks are from Greece still, but and then they call them like ancient Greeks, right? But they don't have like Greekiolites. What the fuck? I don't know. Meteor shower?
Oh, it looks like they're right in Tel Aviv too. I'm looking at this this map here.
Ooh, are they?
These guys knew good ass real estate. Look at this shit.
Berbers rebranded to Amazigh in North Africa. Okay. Ukraine restores nearly half of power generation wiped out by Russia. Russian forces destroyed 9 gigawatts of Ukraine's power generation, but the war-torn countries managed to rebuild 4 gigawatts. Wow. Why don't they just get solar panels everywhere? Easy.
You know?
Problem solved.
Yeah. I was looking into all this data center shit. I think it's I think it's a meme.
What?
I think it's a meme.
What's a meme? There's no such thing as a data center. Data centers don't
no,
exist.
Sorry. People are predicting like this massive amount of demand in the future, right? Like hundreds of gigawatts and terawatts and all that jazz, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's 2 things that I'm at odds with. One is that there's this, it's like a law, or I forget what the name of it is, but it says that when a resource becomes available and something becomes more efficient, instead of there being more and the prices coming down, stuff evolves to make use of the more.
Yeah. I don't know what the name of that law is, but I bring this up all the time when it comes to like consoles. Like a new thing will come out and people are like, oh my God, we're gonna get like 500 FPS now. And it's like, no, actually everything's just gonna improve and it's gonna be about the same. But it'll be better, but like it's never quite how people think it is.
Oh, yeah. Javon's paradox. I think that is what it is. But anyways, so I do think that they're going to continue to try and bring on more power. But I also think that we see, like the very first version of ChatGPT that like amazed the fuck out of everyone when it first came out. And now we would laugh at how bad it is. But the first one was like, holy shit, it can like make a contract for you. You can do that.
Wait, do you say now we
like,
laugh at how bad it is?
Well, yeah, we do. We do laugh. Not that we laugh. Well, yeah, we would laugh at how bad it is because it hallucinated shit. It couldn't tell you how many R's were in strawberry, right? Like a whole bunch of nonsense with the very first version of like ChatGPT. And
okay. I'm sorry. Now we would laugh at how bad the old ChatGPT is.
Correct.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the modern ChatGPT. I understand what you're saying now. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Like when Final Fantasy VII came out and people saw like full motion video on the PS1, people were like, this is peak graphics. Like, I don't know if it can ever get any better. Like Toy Story 1, it's like, this is like almost real life. And now we look at it and it's like, you can. Yeah.
So now that version of ChatGPT, you can easily just run that on like a piece of shit laptop.
Sure.
And have it. And like people have optimized it to that level. And before, even with that, people are like, we're going to need gazillions of gigawatts to do this type of thing. And I think that we're just moving away from that. And I think that, when you have most people's consumer hardware is able to run that level of quality, I mean, again, dependent on, having 32 gigs.
Well, but then you would keep applying this law, right? Because then that would become like the base level expectation, and then people would continue to demand more and more. So so even though you can run that base level thing on your computer, that people would want the latest thing because that's going to be the new expectation, no?
Yeah, well, I'm at odds because it's a weird situation where I think AI. The models and the mechanisms for being able to use it effectively are becoming more and more efficient, but there's also more and more people that are doing huge investments into what I think are probably going to be unneeded resources of data centers coming online. Like, are you really going to need 100,000 billion gigawatts of data centers when in a year your PC can do everything that Claude can do today? And I don't
I feel like I don't understand. I feel like you're not applying that law to where the demand side is. You're only applying it to supply side. It's like saying like, are we really ever going to need more than 1 gigahertz of speed on a processor when like the processors that exist in computers in the year 2000 are 1,000 times more powerful than the rockets that went to the moon? Like, yeah, there's going to be more programs or applications for these technologies that are going to demand more and more.
It's kind of like, I say it's Moore's law, but this is obviously nothing to do with the shrinking of resistor size or transistor sizes.
What? I'm not talking anything about Moore's law. I'm just saying that the demand will always be there. Like, there's going to be increased demand for newer and newer technologies, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying that like AI models are becoming easier and easier to run on your. Like every month, like you can run better shit just on your own device, and also every month more and more resources are coming on, and it's two things pulling in the complete opposite direction. So I don't know what lands more realistically here, but I will say that from what I've read online, there is no zero plan whatsoever to get the level of resources online that people are trying to sell as far as like. How much power would be needed for what's been promised and brought to us moving forward. Like, I'm going to do the...
Wait, can you say that sentence again or rephrase that?
The amount of data centers that various companies have promised that they would be bringing on in the next few years seems to be completely unrealistic and impossible to do.
Oh, as in there's no way they can bring on that much power?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. How are they making the promises?
Well, I mean, they're just saying that, like,
Well, but I mean, like they have to be able to.
It's like Elon Musk saying, like Elon Musk shit, being like, "Oh, we're going to have a 100 gigawatt facility going up, and we're going to have data centers in space," which I'm not sure.
Well, I can understand Elon saying shit. First of all, some of the things he says are just marketing things. Like he's not actually getting investments for this. Like I don't think any investors are paying for data centers in space. But Elon also has like a track record. How does like an average company that has no track record get capital or funding for projects that are clearly impossible?
I don't know. The biggest thing I still don't understand the demand or the desire to do this is data centers in space. Have you looked at this at all? It seems like the stupidest ideas possible. are everything to do with a data center in space. It's like there's only one advantage, and that is
tons of space, right?
There's lots, but that's not even a problem. Like, you know, go to fucking Montana. There's a shitload of space out there, right? So the one advantage, it's not even the space, it's that you're going to have higher output solar, right? Because there's not going to be the Earth's atmosphere to get into.
I guess I don't know
every
how
other
much,
part of it,
yeah.
like, how do you cool in space? I genuinely have. Can you? Like, how do you do that? How
Well,
can
there
you
must.
possibly?
I mean, you
cooling?
naturally radiate some heat away. I'm sure there is because the space shuttle or all the ships that we send into space cool, right?
Well, I mean, a thermos eventually cools, right? But
what?
You know, a thermos, the contents inside that are in a vacuum will eventually cool. In, you know,
I don't think those cool for this. I think there's a. I don't remember all the names for it, but there's like a name for, isn't it called like radiative cooling or whatever? Like through radiation you lose heat, but it's a very slow process. When thermoses are losing heat, they're not. I don't think that's radiative. I think it's just imperfect vacuums. I think.
Shouldn't it also be? Because I mean, there is a vacuum around the thermos.
I don't.
Not 100% of the way, obviously, because you have to be able to. Take
Yeah, I could be wrong,
off,
but my understanding is radiative cooling or whatever. Like that's a very, very slow way to cool things. So I would be surprised. My guess would be that the reason why things cool in thermoses and on planet Earth is just imperfect vacuums, or there's some contact somewhere, and that's where it's
So
losing.
yeah,
like
but that's what I'm
99%
saying. So
of
in
its-
space, I'm curious. Like, you know, you're basically a big old thermos in space.
Yeah,
How
I
are
don't
you
know. I'm
cooling
sure
that
they must have some. I mean, I feel like this would be the easiest, or the first question you would have. So I imagine they have some concept of how they would deal with it. But I also don't know if this is like a serious thing or not. Remember, Elon Musk said he's going to be selling flamethrowers and doing the Hyperloop in Vegas. Like he has a lot of retarded fuck ideas because this guy just says a lot of crazy, wacky things. So I don't even know how serious that suggestion is when he gave it. I'm not sure. Like, is it a thing that they're seriously investing in, or?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of people bullshitting about it constantly. I keep hearing about like space data centers. Elon Musk is definitely the one talking about it the most. And God, it's so. Have you? That Patrick Boyle guy, he did it again. Another video on the SpaceX IPO, and it looks insane how bad that situation is. It's supposed to, like, you know, it can be like the biggest IPO of all time, but none of it makes sense at all.
Wait, that Artemis mission, that was not like a SpaceX thing at all, right?
Not as far as I know. That was just sending dudes up into space.
Well, I mean, like
NASA.
the Artemis, yeah, but I don't know if it was. I don't know who does. Was it just NASA or was it Boeing, or I don't know who made the vehicle? Was it all
I
NASA?
don't know.
Somebody was saying that Elon Musk didn't like tweet out any kind of congratulations or anything for it. There's no way that's the case, right? Certainly, he said something.
Yeah, it's possible.
He never does. Is that true? I think he did. He said exclamation mark. Did you see they had issues in space with Microsoft Outlook?
Twice. They have 2 versions of Outlook, and neither is working.
We suspect the issue with your PCD may be Optimus software. We were able to connect to PCD1 on, we can see it on the network. So with your Go, we can remote in and take a look directly.
Yeah, go for it. And then I also see that I have 2 Microsoft Outlooks, and neither one of those are working. If you want to remote in and check Optimus on those 2 Outlooks, that would be awesome.
All right, we will join in on your PCD, and we'll let you know when we're done. We suspect...
My face when you're in space and every fucking byte costs $1 million, and you have OneDrive trying to sync your entire fucking computer up even after you uninstalled it.
Jesus. Okay.
Hello, it's Scott Manley here.
Wait. Elon Musk replied to the NASA tweet and said, Godspeed. Then the reply to that is, only took you 31 hours, you jealous little baby back bitch. Base.
Here. People tell me that cooling data centers in space is easy because space is cold. Other people say it's nigh on impossible because on Earth we have conduction.
Okay, I'm not going to dig into drama because I love everybody on this planet equally, okay? I just want to make a quick meme comment. One of the most annoying trends that have happened in like online progressive discourse recently is this concept of like consent. Justical and people try to push this too, to where if you don't have full information about like a thing and it would have changed your mind about having sex with somebody, it's like a non-consensual encounter or whatever. So like if somebody, like, I'm trying to think of the most ridiculous version of this. There's a thing right now that's playing out in some other community, but like if somebody would have lied about their job, or if somebody would have lied about being racist and you have sex with them, and it's like, oh, well, you know, I wouldn't have fucked this person if I would have known that they were racist. But then people won't just say that, oh, fuck, I wouldn't have slept with this dude if I thought he was racist. They're like, oh, our encounter, that was non-consensual. I wouldn't have consented. Anytime they try to wheel out that consent, just the word consent, I didn't consent to try to like invoke like this rape idea. I like how now for when it comes to cheating, which I understand is the worst thing in the universe and your whole family line should be murdered if anybody cheats ever. But I like how when people are cheating, it's not just like, oh, this person cheated on me. It's like, not only did this person cheat on me, but I was exposed to the risk of STDs, meaning I didn't consent to sexual activity with him, knowing that extra risk is like, oh my God, stop. Jesus Christ.
This is how I feel whenever I walked into the studio. It's like, if I touch the wrong fucking surface, what disease am I going to get? You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, because I was fucking your mom all over all of the furniture all the time.
People tell me that cooling data centers in space is easy because space is cold. Other people say it's nigh on impossible because on Earth we have conduction and convection to get rid of the heat, but in the vacuum of space all you have is radiation. Now, this is one of those things that people seem to be arguing over repeatedly, and I kind of wanted to just sit down and give you a rough idea of how you actually do the math so that we can know the real answer. There are all sorts of software packages out there that are designed for professionals, or people that are actually designing spacecraft will have software to do all this. They model the heat flow, the absorption, the emission, and they are all very expensive pieces of software that are very accurate, but we're not going to do this because this had a lot of complexity that actually gets in the way of understanding the basic numbers. Instead, I'm kind of going to aim to do this with like pen and paper. Actually, that's a really bad idea because my handwriting's terrible, so I'll probably just like put equations on the screen and print the numbers up there. But either way, you should be able to follow along. So to figure out the temperature of an object in space, you figure out how much energy is coming in, how much is being absorbed, and then given the surface area of the radiators, you then figure out how much heat those will emit at a given temperature. And you basically need to balance the incoming energy with the outgoing energy to get the temperature. Now, in real spacecraft, the geometry of all this is really important, but to get started, we're going to work with a very simplified model of a spacecraft. So let's start with the easiest example I can imagine. Imagine you have a spacecraft that has a bunch of graphics cards on it, right? GPUs all over one side. Now, it doesn't really matter what the exact hardware that's on there, because after all, by the time you watch this, it could well be out of date. Let's take a popular estimate of about 20 kilowatts of power on a Starlink V3 satellite. So the spacecraft will be consuming 20 kilowatts of electricity, and it will be taking that in from the solar panels and converting that into heat. And cat memes. In the case of Starlink, a decent chunk of that energy is also coming out as radio waves, but if it's just a computer that is crunching numbers, all of that power ends up being converted into heat. So now we've specified how much heat is coming in, that's 20 kilowatts. Let's figure out the radiator sizes that are needed from first principles. Now, for those of you that haven't done physics, the amount of heat that is emitted by a surface is covered by the Stefan-Boltzmann law, which is stupidly simple. It says the amount of energy...
Fuck, some guy typed this in chat and I thought he was trolling and I didn't read it because I thought he was making words up. The Stefan-Boltzmann law. What else did he say?
Like a fake law.
Yeah, and then with the quadratic of the temperature and the fucking whatever of the surface area.
Covered by the Stefan-Boltzmann law, which is stupidly simple. It says the amount of energy emitted is proportional to the temperature raised to the fourth power, multiplied by the Stefan-Boltzmann constant, right? And this is physics, so temperature is of course measured relative to absolute zero in Kelvin, or in
Is it, I'm sorry.
As the amount of energy emitted is proportional to the temperature raised to the fourth power, multiplied by the Stefan-Boltzmann constant, right? And this is physics, so temperature is of course measured relative to absolute zero, right?
Wait, I'm so sorry.
That are needed from first principles. Now, for those of you that haven't done physics, the amount of heat that is emitted by a surface is covered by the Stefan-Boltzmann law, which is stupidly simple. It says the amount of energy emitted is proportional to the temperature raised to the fourth power, multiplied by the Stefan-Boltzmann constant, right?
When he says relative to the surface, does this mean like, does building fins and shit, does that matter for this type of cooling? Or is it just like the mass of a thing and it doesn't matter the shape or anything else?
And this is physics, so temperature is, of course, measured relative to absolute zero in Kelvin, or in Rankine if you're weird. So at room temperature of 20 Celsius or 68 Fahrenheit, that's about 293 Kelvin. And plugging that in with 1 square meter of surface, it tells you that it emits about 420 watts. Blazing, right? Now, increasing the temperature very quickly increases the power radiated. Doubling the temperature increases the radiated thermal energy by a factor of 16, right? Double it, you get a factor of 16 increase. That's huge. There's another factor we need to include, and that's the emissivity of the surface, right? How much it emits. And it's a simple number between either 0 and 1, which it defines how good the surface is at emitting black body radiation. I mean, rough black surfaces tend to have high emissivities, while really perfectly smooth, shiny surfaces are bad at emitting heat and actually have low emissivities. All shiny surfaces are bad at emitting heat and emissivities, while really perfectly smooth, shiny surfaces are bad at emitting heat and actually have low emissivities. Also,
wait, is that because that's just because these have a lot more surface area? I think I have to pay attention to this video a lot more.
Defines how good the surface is at emitting black body radiation. I mean, rough black surfaces tend to have high emissivities, while really perfectly smooth, shiny surfaces are bad at emitting heat and actually have low emissivities. Also, the number frequently changes with wavelength, so things can be better at emitting heat in the infrared and not so good in the visible, or vice versa. I'm largely going to ignore this initially and we'll add it in later, but you sort of need to know that this exists, and I also need to make sure that all the physicists out there aren't typing in comments telling me I forgot it. So now, imagine our Starlink satellite trying to get rid of 20 kilowatts at room temperature. At 420 watts per square meter, it would need about 50 square meters. Now, we can divide that by 2 because a thin, flat spacecraft like Starlink has 2 sides. 25 square meters for the entire satellite. So what is the surface area of the core of the Starlink satellite? Well, we're looking at the V3 satellites, and the only ones that we've actually seen tested are the dummy satellites that are deployed from Starship tests. And those look to be about 7 meters wide on the rails with 2 per rack. So let's just say it's 7 meters by 3.5 meters. That's 24.5 square meters per side. And wow, I did not expect this to be so close. Like, I literally just put those numbers in and this is what I ended up with, right? But we have a lot of other things to account for, but an ideal situation would be that we emit all the thermal radiation from the flat satellite bus without having to add any deployable radiators or anything around it. So now, let's bump up the temperature, increase the emission, and in turn, this lets us reduce the surface area that's required. So now let's imagine that our radiators are operating at 80 Celsius, right, or 353 Kelvin, and that is pretty hot for silicon chips, but it is still doable, right? Now, the radiated power at 80 Celsius is 880 watts per square meter. That's more than twice what we got at room temperature. That's a huge advantage. And of course, our required radiator is now 23 square meters. We only need half the satellite to cool it. And that, of course, also assumes that our emissivity is high, right? The emissivity is close to 1. Now, obviously, having higher temperature radiators really helps a lot. But we can't just keep raising the temperature because the first law of thermodynamics tells us that heat only flows from hot to cold. So you have to imagine the coolant is flowing through the system past the servers and cooling them down, and then it flows out to the radiator panels, right? And that means the fluid has to be colder than the operating temperatures of your chips. And similarly, if you look at the space station, the radiators that cool down the crew segment could be smaller if they were allowed to run hotter, but the crew have a limit on the cabin temperatures where they are comfortable, right? Granted, you can actually have a heat pump that raises the temperature of the radiators above what the area you're cooling, but then you're expending energy to do this. Regardless, my point is that the radiator areas need to cool 20 kilowatts of GPUs is smaller than the bus of a V3 Starlink satellite. But The problem isn't solved by any means. This is just a starting point to get everyone up to speed on the idea of thermal balance. The satellite does not exist in a vacuum. Well, actually, it doesn't exist in a vacuum, but it doesn't exist in space without outside influences. We have to talk about the sun and the Earth. There is a classic problem in astrophysics that we learn where you derive the temperature of an object based upon its distance from the sun. An object like, say, an asteroid or a planet or a spacecraft. What you do is you figure out how much heat it absorbs from the sun and then how hot it has to be to emit all that heat. So if we imagine our object as a flat panel facing square onto the sun, the distance of the Earth, it gets hit by 1356 watts of thermal power per square meter. Now, not all of that gets absorbed. Some of it will be reflected and scattered. And so there's a difference between a black rock and, say, a highly reflective mirror. The ability to absorb light is the thermal absorptivity, right? And so it's the counterpart to emissivity that I mentioned earlier. In fact, it's literally the twin. And for the same wavelength, it should actually take the same value. There's something called Kirchhoff's law of thermal radiation, which says that the emissivity and the absorptivity are the same at any wavelength, right? And this is a pretty cool and important result. It actually stops a lot of problems in thermodynamics. But I need to point out that very recently there's some people using some very clever tricks with metamaterials have demonstrated the ability to break this symmetry in very narrow wavelength ranges. And this is all very cool academic work, but it's not going to change the landscape overnight. So we are going to assume for now that the emission and absorption use exactly the same factor. So for a simple grey body with no variation in the emission or absorption with frequency, the absorptivity and the emissivity factors will actually cancel out for a body that is getting illuminated by the sun. And that means that our 1 square meter of surface exposed to 1356 watts of power needs to emit the same amount back out. And it needs to do that, and to do that it needs to be at a temperature of about 393 Kelvin, or 120 Celsius, which is above the boiling point of water. This is roughly the temperature of the surface of the moon at midday with the sun high in the sky. On the Earth, we don't see these temperatures being reached during the middle of the day because the surface transfers heat into the atmosphere, and that tends to keep the surface at a more reasonable temperature. How about a two-sided panel floating in space that has twice the surface area for emission? In that case, the equilibrium temperature drops to 330 Kelvin or 57 Celsius because you've got twice the emitting area. And if you've got, say, a two-sided panel that's exposed to the sun, you can have different surface materials on each side. For example, you can have low absorption on the sunny side and high emission on the back side, and that'll lower the temperature even further still. This is a kind of like trick that you will see spacecraft designers using to balance the thermals on their spacecraft. Solar panels are, of course, an excellent example of a flat surface in space that has to be pointed at the sun. And they have the added bonus of converting some of the power they absorb from the sun into electricity and sending that power elsewhere. So the operating temperature of solar panels on spacecraft drops a bit lower than an idealized flat plane. So what about the panels that aren't directly face onto the sun? Well, how does that change, right? What really matters is the cross-section that these panels offer to the incoming light. And for a point source, this varies with the angle. So as the angle turns edge on, the amount of the cross-section drops off. It's just like a sine wave that varies with the angle. So with the sun at 90 degrees, you get full power at 40.
Okay, basically this radiative cooling can cool enough, I guess, if you have all the like big enough fins. Do I need to watch the rest of this?
Well, even all that shit right there, that's only 20 kilowatts. Like, your house can do that. That whole-ass fucking huge satellite is, like, your house.
Based. Well, I just don't know what the point is of, why would you, I don't know why he said he would want to put servers out here. What was the point of that?
Well, I mean, it's free electricity, but it's just...
What's free electricity on Earth, too, no?
I mean, depending on where you build, sure. I mean, I guess the idea is...
Well, solar energy gets to the Earth as well, right?
It does. They're more efficient solar. I don't know how much more efficient is solar in space than on Earth? That's a good question.
Well, I don't know, but would it make up... Would it be enough to make up for the energy that it would cost to launch this shit out into the fucking... What is it? Would this be a high Earth orbit thing, or...?
I have no idea.
Okay. Quick.
Do this.
SpaceX
Yes. This is what I want to see. Go ahead.
is currently preparing for what's expected to be the largest IPO in history, with a target valuation as high as $1.75 trillion. To put that in perspective, that's larger than Meta or Tesla, and it would comfortably unseat Saudi Aramco for the title of the biggest stock market debut of all time. The offering is expected to see massive demand from retail investors who have, up until now, been unable to invest as the company is private. Now, in the aerospace world, there's a very important distinction between astronomy and astrology. Astronomy is the branch of science that uses math to calculate orbital mechanics, so your multi-billion-dollar rocket doesn't turn into a very expensive firework. Astrology, on the other hand, is the belief that you should stay home from work next week because Jupiter's feeling a bit spicy. Usually the people building rockets and the people casting horoscopes don't have very much in common. Elon Musk obviously cares about astronomy, the science. He has, after all, spent decades talking about the importance of going to Mars and building rockets. We know that he also loves a bit of numerology too. No one finds the numbers 420 and 69 funnier than Elon Musk does. With the IPO...
Apparently the new version of Grok, somebody in chat said the new version of Grok is version 4.20.
announcement, we've learned that he loves a bit of astrology too, as SpaceX has reportedly set its sights on IPOing this June because Jupiter, Venus and Mercury will be forming a rare conjunction in the sky. And I suppose that's auspicious. On top of that, June also happens to be the month of Musk's 55th birthday. And to top it all off, there are rumors that the date being targeted is June the 9th. Yep. That's right, June the 9th, or 6-9. If Musk was a bit younger, it would be on 6-7, but he's not. He's a 55-year-old man, so 69 it is. Well, the planetary alignment makes for a great headline. The timing is possibly driven by a much more terrestrial concern, the race for limited capital. As of early 2026, the private markets are starting to look tapped out. Venture capital funds that have spent the last few years aggressively funding the AI boom are now facing a liquidity plateau and are under pressure to finally return some cash to their own investors. At the same time, Musk is in a high-stakes race to reach the public markets before his rivals, OpenAI and Anthropic, soak up all of the available demand. Bankers are quietly warning that there might not be enough spare change in the public markets to support 3 massive capital-intensive AI listings at the same time, and the first mover might get the biggest slice of the pie. With XAI burning through $1 billion a month and massive data center projects requiring billions more in infrastructure, Musk may not be just watching the stars. He might be watching the exits too. The planetary alignment might be a nice bit of branding, but it's possibly the fear of being second in line at the ATM that's really fueling the countdown. This rush to the public markets represents a significant change of heart for Musk. For over a decade, he's insisted that SpaceX would not go public until his Mars transport system was fully in place. He argued that the short-term pressures of being a public company, where investors obsess over quarterly performance and short sellers hit you with large sticks, would be a distraction from the long-term goal of making life multiplanetary. But as we head towards the June 2026 listing, the Mars transport system is still very much a work in progress, and Musk has recently started sweeping those red planet ambitions under the rug, like an embarrassing teenage phase. The new mission and the core of the IPO pitch is focused on the moon, a destination that Musk once dismissed as a waste of time. He now describes the moon as a stepping stone and the overriding priority for securing the future of civilization. It turns out that this shift of focus is a lot easier when you've been foreshadowing it for years, even if accidentally. Elon Musk has been wearing his famous Occupy Mars t-shirts since 2019, which a number of people have pointed out actually features a red-tinted picture of the moon during a lunar eclipse. It's possible that he hasn't abandoned his Mars mission. Maybe he just took a close look at his own chest and realized that he's been accidentally advertising for the moon all along. But before we dig into the financial black hole of space-based data centers, let me tell you about this week's video sponsor, Saley, an eSIM provider who makes it incredibly easy to travel and stay connected without having to pay ridiculous foreign roaming charges, find a local SIM card, or ruin your trip searching around for public Wi-Fi networks that you can use. I tried Sail Out last summer and I found it really convenient. It's an app that you install on your phone which allows you to stay connected in over 200 places around the world. There's no need to buy and swap SIM cards like I used to do. Instead, you just download the app and use it whenever you're traveling. You just select the country and plan you want and activate an eSIM before you leave home. When you land, your phone automatically connects to a local network with no hidden charges. It's much cheaper than roaming and takes just seconds to get going. There's no fussing around at the airport. You can book an Uber, access GPS, or make a call. If you're traveling soon, get an exclusive 15% discount on Saily data plans. Download the Saily app and use the code Boyle at checkout. The transition from a high-flying rocketry and satellite firm into what we might now call the XXX conglomerate, SpaceX, XAI, and X, has been described by supporters as an act of genius and by critics as a massive bailout. This is because, just as the SpaceX IPO was being finalized, Musk decided to fold XAI into SpaceX at a $250 billion price tag. Merging a rocket company with an AI startup is strange enough, but XAI comes with some particularly heavy social media baggage. Last year, XAI, the AI company, used its shares to buy Elon Musk's Everything app, X, the platform formerly, and in truth still, known as Twitter. This means SpaceX investors are now, by extension, the proud owners of the number 17 ranked social media website, a business that's been struggling with proud owners of the number 17 ranked social
Wait, I don't understand the joke, or what that means.
Media web.
What are the 16 social media sites ahead of X?
Side. A business that's been struggling with a persistent exodus of both users and advertisers since Musk bought it for $44 billion in 2022. To justify the $250 billion price tag, you have to believe that XAI is a top-tier player in AI. Currently, ChatGPT and Google's Gemini dominate the field, holding over 85% of the market between them. Grok, by comparison, sits at a distant 3.4% market share. One problem is that Grok is effectively an island. While XAI recently launched a standalone Grok app, the vast majority of its usage remains trapped inside Twitter. Most of Grok's use is just fact-checking tweets or generating the kind of unfiltered memes that have landed the company in regulatory hot water in Spain, France, and the UK. While SpaceX is said to be profitable, generating about $8 billion in EBITDA last year, XAI is a money furnace, burning through $1 billion in cash every single month. In a world where AI could be a winner-take-all market, much like internet search was, being a lower-ranked player like XAI is possibly a dangerous place to be. That danger is exacerbated by a growing talent drain. Since the start of the year, a significant number of key staff have left XAI, including 6 of the original founders who were poached from Google and DeepMind. It's hard to justify a frontier AI premium when the very people who have built the model have left the building. Musk's explanation for the merger, delivered in a press release that reads like the script of a low-budget sci-fi epic, is that we need to build orbital data centers to extend the light of consciousness to the stars. He argues that space-based AI is the only way to scale because space is called space for a reason. It's a move that mirrors the Solar City merger from 2016, where Musk used Tesla's balance sheet to bail out a struggling solar company he also happened to own. As Bloomberg's Matt Levine pointed out, the innovation engine here isn't just about rockets, it's about a fundraising ability that allows Musk to negotiate with himself and set his own valuations without the nuisance of independent board oversight. Amusingly, right before I filmed this video, Elon Musk tweeted that XAI was not built right the first time around, so it's being rebuilt from the foundations up.
True.
Which might lead SpaceX investors to ask, if this was the case, why did they just pay $250 billion for it? For the banks and venture capital firms who were stuck in the underwater Twitter deal, the merger is fantastic news. It effectively swaps their struggling social media equity for shiny new SpaceX stock right before a massive IPO. And while SpaceX investors might be wondering why they're suddenly subsidizing an anime girlfriend chatbot, most are unlikely to complain. In the world of investing alongside Elon Musk, loyalty is the primary currency. If you complain too loudly about the corporate governance, you risk being cut out of the next auspicious planetary alignment. To justify merging a rocket company with a money furnace chatbot, the IPO narrative relies on a very specific vision of the future, based around the importance of moving the world's AI computing power off-planet. Musk's argument is that terrestrial data centers are hitting a wall because of land power and cooling constraints. His solution is to launch a constellation of 1 million satellites to act as orbital data centers, directly harnessing near-constant solar power in the vacuum of space. At first glance, the pitch might seem to have a certain logic. It's always sunny in space, and there are no neighbors to complain about the noise. But in practice, the engineering hurdles are huge. Take cooling, for example. On Earth, we keep servers from overheating by blowing cold air or water over them, a process called convection. In the vacuum of space, there's no air to move heat away. The only option is to use massive radiators that eject heat as infrared radiation. We've already seen a test of this concept. A startup launched an AI satellite a few months ago that was about the size of a small refrigerator, carrying an NVIDIA H100 chip. While the chip was able to successfully train a tiny AI model on the works of Shakespeare, it couldn't run around the clock because it had to shut down frequently when it got too hot to function. The company's next version is scheduled to launch later this year, and they say that it will carry the second largest cooling radiator array in space, the only larger one being the cooling array on the International Space Station. So to run just a handful of AI chips in orbit, you need hardware that rivals the most expensive structure ever built by humanity, the International Space Station, and then you have to scale that up to the 1 million satellites mentioned in the SpaceX press release. To reach the gigawatt scale capacity Musk is talking about, you would need solar arrays and radiators measuring roughly 4 kilometers in length. Getting something that size, roughly the size of 40 football fields, into orbit and maintaining it would be a logistical nightmare. It would be a giant fragile sail vulnerable to every piece of space debris in low Earth orbit. Then there's the issue of Starship. The entire sentient sun business model relies on SpaceX reaching an insane flight rate. We're talking about launches every hour carrying 200 tons per flight, according to SpaceX's own press release. Currently, Starship is still in the frequent explosion phase of development. While the engineering team has achieved the incredible feat of catching a 70-meter booster with giant robot arms, the rocket has yet to perform a full orbital mission or prove that it can reliably deploy payloads without what SpaceX calls a rapid unscheduled disassembly. To round out the sci-fi sales pitch, Musk has even proposed building factories on the moon. I'm not making this up. According to the press release, the plan is to manufacture satellites taking advantage of lunar resources and then fire them into deep space using an electromagnetic mass driver, basically a giant space railgun, a technology that the US Navy spent over $500 million on over a 16-year period with no success. Apparently, the railgun prototypes suffered from extreme heat and physical stresses, the types of problems which would be only more of an issue in space. It's not clear to me why a factory on the moon would be more efficient than a factory in even the most remote places on Earth, or what moon resources Musk is planning on taking advantage of. I would imagine some sort of supply chain still needs to be developed there. It is a bold vision, and it represents a massive U-turn for a man who spent decades calling lunar missions a distraction from going to Mars. If you remember, in 2017, he claimed that he would be sending at least 2 cargo missions to Mars in 2022 to find water sources and establish power, mining, and life support infrastructure so that the first crewed missions could follow in 2024. He later reaffirmed this target in 2018 and again in 2020 before the timeline was delayed. Ultimately, building a data center in a desert or a specialized warehouse on Earth will always be cheaper and easier than trying to build them in space or manufacture and launch them from the moon. Andrew McCallop, an engineer who works for a space startup, has built a web-based calculator that allows the cost of an orbital data center to be compared with the cost of an equivalent terrestrial one. It estimates that building a 1 gigawatt data center and running it for 5 years on Earth costs around $16 billion, excluding chips, and an orbital equivalent would cost over $50 billion, so more than 3 times as much. The thing is that building a few data centers in Texas won't justify a $1.75 trillion valuation. For that, you need a sentient sun and a moon catapult. Now, this is possibly a recurring theme for Elon Musk, the idea that the hardest way of doing something is actually the most efficient. This is, after all, the same man who once claimed that digging miles of tunnels underground would somehow be orders of magnitude cheaper and faster than just building a road on the surface. Apparently, if you can convince investors that the laws of physics and basic accounting are just optional suggestions, you can put almost any price tag on the results. If you can ignore the sentient suns and the lunar catapults for a moment, you're still left with the daunting task of justifying a $1.75 trillion sticker price for SpaceX. To be clear, that doesn't mean that Elon Musk won't get that price. It just means that it will be extremely difficult to explain. Based on what's being reported, this isn't just a regular IPO. It's a carefully managed liquidity event for a company that's simply outgrown its capacity to source new funding in the private markets. For more than 20 years, SpaceX has existed in a private market bubble, where valuations are set by small, isolated capital raises rather than the cold reality of daily public trading. But as former head of equity capital markets from Bank of America, Craig Cobbin, points out in the Financial Times, the laws of financial gravity are a lot harder to bend than space-time. The primary metric for any high-growth tech company is the enterprise.
One of the annoying things about private capital events is that it's really hard to get accurate valuations for companies. Like, I think people can guess externally on things, but if you're not a publicly traded company, it's hard to say. Like, when you talk about like market capitalization of Pepsi or whatever the fuck, we can just look at all the traded stock. But like, I could theoretically go to Dan and tell Dan, I want to sell you one share of my company for 0.00001 cents or something, and I have like 1,000 shares, and if Dan buys that share, like I could, this is an exaggeration, but I could argue that like my company's valuation based on my last fundraising event is like $100 trillion, right? But these are capital, private capital is just a very weird world to evaluate like what the actual value of anything is, you know?
Value to sales ratio. It's particularly favored for rapidly growing firms that are either not yet profitable or have inconsistent earnings. This is because sales figures are often more stable and less susceptible to accounting distortions than net income or EBITDA. The ratio tells you how much are you paying for every dollar of revenue the company brings in. Facebook, Cobbin points out, went public at 11 times forward sales. This was considered extremely expensive at the time, and it pushed the boundaries of what public markets were willing to tolerate. To add more context, most high-growth tech companies back then were trading at much lower multiples. Google, for instance, was trading around 5 to 6 times sales. SpaceX is looking to list at roughly 94 times its 2025 revenue. Even if we use the most optimistic projections for 2026, the ratio still sits at over 60 times sales. For context, that's significantly higher than Palantir, which currently has the highest multiple in the S&P 500. Not everyone thinks that that price is crazy, however. The analysts at PitchBook recently made the case that a $1.75 trillion valuation is expensive but justifiable if you assume that Starlink will reach 1.2 billion users by 2040. The deep flaw in that math is a concept called the total addressable market. Based on Hans Rosling's research in the book Factfulness, there are only about 1 billion people on the planet who earn more than $32 a day. Most of those people live in the United States and Western Europe, and most people in those parts of the world already have access to wired broadband, which is both faster and cheaper than Starlink. A total addressable market of 1.2 billion users being able to spend over $100 a month solely on internet connectivity is next to impossible. Starlink is a brilliant tool for people in remote areas, gold miners in Sudan, or the military in Ukraine. But it's ill-suited for cities where the dish needs a clear view of the sky, and because satellites suffer from network congestion when too many people connect to the same one all at once. Realistically, there are only about 32 million households in the world who can afford the service and don't already have wired internet access. Most of that group already have access to the internet using mobile phone networks, and less than half of them might feel that cellular speed and connectivity is not good enough and are willing to pay up for Starlink access. Expecting Starlink to jump from its current 10 million subscribers to 1.2 billion is like expecting everyone on the planet to start drinking Fiji bottled water, even when they already have access to clean drinking water. We're already seeing the limits of this growth in the financial data. Elizabeth Lopato at The Verge recently pointed out that a 2024 Morgan Stanley report projected that Starlink revenue would reach $19 billion the next year on the strength of 6 million subscribers. SpaceX then managed to reach 9.2 million subscribers that year, more than 50% better than expected, but its revenue was only $16 billion. This implies that as Starlink grows its customer base, its margins are falling. Let's talk about the company's questionable profitability next. SpaceX recently touted $8 billion in EBITDA, but as a number of analysts have noted, EBITDA, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, is a very generous lens through which to view a company like SpaceX, which has very high research and development costs and very high depreciation. EBITDA is often used to help investors compare very similar businesses that have made different investment and accounting
Am I using Starlink Stream on campus? No, but if I do more events in the future, I will, because I think it's probably the best thing to use.
Decisions over time,
Unfortunately.
but companies that essentially run the same business, and you're just stripping out leverage choices, the jurisdictions they're taxed in, and their accounting choices over the timelines they've chosen to spread out their costs. This can make sense. It's a great way to make a clean comparison of the cash flow generation power and business operations of two very similar widget manufacturing companies. In the case of high capex businesses with enormous cash burn on early stage research and development operations, EBITDA becomes very questionable. SpaceX satellites have a useful life of around 5 years. This means that when you capitalize the build costs of these satellites and send them up to space as investments on your balance sheet initially, you later incur depreciation expenses where you spread out the costs of those satellite builds over their 5-year useful lifespans. Excluding significant expenses like this that are core to the business's ongoing operations and capacity to generate future cash flow is particularly distortive for a business like SpaceX. They simply couldn't continue to run their proposed operations without continuing to replace these satellites. Excluding the cost of the satellites and the cost of getting them into low Earth orbit to claim profitability is somewhat ridiculous. If you then account for the billions in cash used to build Starship in terms of research and development, the thing Musk is alluding to as profit starts to look quite difficult to ever capture. Very large research and development spend to go to Mars or to go to the Moon can only be recouped with high volume future deployments or high payload usage of the tools that they design and build. In practice, the launch market of delivering cargo into space has exhibited very little growth outside of SpaceX delivering its own Starlink satellites into space, leading to the question of whether this is a growth business at all. When you move away from EBITDA and start analysing the actual profitability, the picture is not nearly as pretty. It's essentially the picture of Dorian Gray of financial statements. The IPO pitch looks young and flawless, but the balance sheet in the attic is looking increasingly gnarled. While SpaceX is a $16 billion revenue business, leaked documents show that xAI generated just $120 million in revenue during the first 9 months of 2025. To put that in perspective, xAI is currently burning through $1 billion a month to build its data centers. That means that xAI spends its entire annual revenue every 6 days. By merging the two businesses, Musk is using the moat of the rocket business to subsidize the astronomical costs of the AI business, all while asking the public to pay a massive premium for the privilege of owning shares. Ultimately, SpaceX might be an extraordinary engineering success, but as a public investment, the price you pay for the expected growth will matter. If the valuation is based on comic book heroic assumptions about capturing 1 billion customers that either already have better internet access or can't afford to pay for the service, the final frontier for investors might be a very long way down. This all leads us to the question of how Elon Musk actually expects to get that $1.75 trillion price tag. The answer isn't found in the physics of rockets, but instead in the physics of the stock market. The most important thing to understand about this IPO is that SpaceX isn't selling the whole company to the public. They're likely only releasing a tiny float. The financial press is suggesting that just 5 to 10% of the total shares might be issued. By keeping the supply of stock artificially low while marketing it to every retail investor on the planet, this could create a supply squeeze before the opening bell even rings. When everyone wants a piece of the future, but there are only a few shares to go around, the price has only one way to go, and that's up. Craig Cobbin wrote about this low float strategy a few years ago in the Financial Times, where he pointed out that a lot of recent tech IPOs had floated only a tiny number of shares, often between 7 and 10%, compared to the historical average of 20%. He used the example of Instacart, where only 8% of the shares were floated, and of those, 60% went to cornerstone investors and 5% to friends and family. This left a tiny supply of shares to be traded, presumably to cultivate a sense of scarcity. The real magic for SpaceX might happen with the index inclusion trap. This isn't just a lucky break for Elon Musk. It's reported to be driven by a specific demand from him. According to Reuters, SpaceX made early inclusion in the Nasdaq 100 index a necessary condition for agreeing to list on the exchange. In response, the exchange is consulting on a new rule that would allow SpaceX to join the Nasdaq 100 after just 15 trading days, bypassing the year of price discovery required for every other company. And it isn't just the NASDAQ either. Bloomberg reports that S&P Dow Jones Indices is also considering historic rule changes to fast-track SpaceX into the S&P 500. This is significant because there are roughly $24 trillion tied to that index. Maybe Elon can get on the phone to the people at Russell to see if he can get SpaceX classified as a value stock too. If SpaceX is added to the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100, every passive investor will find themselves buying the stock at whatever price the supply squeeze has manufactured. As veteran fund manager George Noble points out, the proposed 5 times float multiplier used to determine its NASDAQ index weighting is shameless structural manipulation. It effectively turns every pension fund into exit liquidity for SpaceX insiders, where your retirement account is being forced to buy into a bubble designed by the seller.
Have you researched Starlink being the best option for streaming events? I haven't heard anything that's even remotely competitive to it, unfortunately.
As Noble argues, the rules are being rewritten to benefit IPO issuers and early-stage insiders, and your capital is the tool being used to enrich them. We've seen this movie before. In December 2020, Tesla was added to the S&P 500 after a massive run-up in price. Since the day of inclusion, Tesla has underperformed the broader index by more than 20%. The passive investors who were forced to buy in at a huge valuation right before sales started drying up became the bag holders, while the early insiders took their victory laps. SpaceX may be an extraordinary engineering company, but it's been sold to the public as a financial miracle at a price that is, to me, very difficult to explain. That doesn't mean that the IPO will fail or the stock price will fall, but a lot of things will have to go right for SpaceX for it to be a good long-term investment. If you found this video interesting, you should watch my video on MicroStrategy's infinite money glitch failing next. Don't forget to check out our sponsor, Saley, using the link in the video description, and see you in the next video. Bye.
Wow.
Yep. Last week, Goldman Sachs held a client call to discuss the investment.
That's crazy, Dan. Did you see that Trump tweet today?
Yep. Pretty crazy.
Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. I like how it's just so normal, like nobody even talks about it. They're just like, yeah, I guess he's fucking insane. What do you want us to say?
Yep, missing those days of waking up with Joe Biden. Nothing going on.
True. Very, very true. Oh my God. Huge. Huge play. Hold on. Oh, fuck, I just went that out of range. Okay, wait. Okay. If I force unit in an area to attack... Force units in an area... Oh, fuck, I thought it was force them to attack every enemy they could... Oh, fuck, that would have been sick. Never mind. If I use this, it's not going to force this guy to shoot a needle forward and hit his ally in the back, right? There's no way that would be that fucking stupid, right? That would never do it. Somebody in chat, in Kick Chat, Dr. Pip says, this guy is wrong about Starlink. Both Providence St. Joseph and Kaiser Hospital System just invested in Starlink for their emergency internet services if our fiber goes down. It's extremely reliable, especially since they're sending more and more satellites to space almost every week now. I don't think you're contradicting him, no? He's saying that SpaceX makes most of their money by sending up Starlink satellites. See, Pussy Riot posting about Hasan. They reached out to me recently. Oh, I need to respond. Hasan doubles down on his opinion that annexation of Crimea was justified and claims it is an established fact. Wait, is this a recent video?
Yep.
What is this? The Ukraine takes galore? Buddy. No one fucking cares. the irony is like my Crimea position is like established as fact now. Okay, I don't know why.
What?
I don't know why there are still like Ukrainian influencers that are like, oh, it's our opportunity to fucking once again talk about Hasan and claim he's like super fucking pro Vladimir Putin or whatever. It's just this is a lost cause. In some ways, it's identical to
Zionists. Do Zionists. Oh God, hold on. I'm about to come. I gotta mute my camera or turn my camera. I'm about to come. He's about to say, please. No, he won't say. I'm just kidding.
Lost cause. In some ways, it's identical to the way people talk about Israel and like defending Israel in the Western world. I
cummed.
It's so ridiculous. Okay. American State Department.
Wait, what is this?
Girl 100% worked with, American. Pussy Riot Girl 100% worked with, American State Department when against Russia for sure.
The whole Pussy Riot and associated.
Well, that wasn't like an organic artistic expression.
Just look up USAID.
That wasn't just like an especially empowering form of feminism.
It was tactical. It was tactical feminism, and it always is with.
It always is. People. That's right.
Pussy Riot Girl 100% worked with, American State Department.
Wasn't Hasan excited to have this person on stream a long time ago, or am I don't remember what happened way back then. If they fought or not on this. Was it combative or 3 years ago? Are these, is this them? Or is it two of them? Yes, with Grimes, he wanted to get that clout. Hell yeah. Oh, they came on with Grimes. I don't know what the fuck Grimes looks like. She has black hair. Okay.
Burb.
Shut up. You mean black and blue hair? Again, the Revolving Door project is unique in the landscape and that its sole focus is on identifying groups and individuals to kick out of the Dem coalition. Whatever you make of the groups in general, RDP is by far the worst investment in politics. Let's say GOP op. What is the Revolving Door project? Do I know this? Revolving Door project. Well, it seems like they focus a lot on Trump shit, which is good, right? Build a bigger tent. Wait, no, not like that. Amanda Littman. I don't know. Okay. It's not good, bro. They need to talk about Israel. Well, I don't think that Iglesias guy is a crazy dude. Matt Iglesias. Littman is a Hasan style centrist. Gotcha. OSINT technical. Iran has refused to compromise on its demands and has rejected a proposed Hormuz opening for ceasefire deal. Wall Street Journal. The foreign ministers of Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan held phone calls with Iran's foreign minister and Witkoff on Sunday, but no breakthrough was reached. Uh-oh.
common views and beating the very people on the other side of the aisle who pose the
episode. So, as you've been debating this war in Iran, part of it has been the U.S. relationship with Israel. There has been a real turn against AIPAC. AIPAC in terms of what it does to fund Democrats, also the ways in which it runs sort of kind of ads in an underhanded way to attack candidates it doesn't like. More broadly, support for Israel has been dropping among Democrats given Israel's conduct of the war in Gaza. What do you say to people, especially young people, who believe Israel has committed a genocide in Gaza, that Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, and that if Democrats can't say that plainly, that tells them that Democrats don't share their moral values?
Well, my focus should be for everybody in that region is ending what has been this horrific decades of conflict in that region that has taken lives in both places. And pitting this group, us versus them, there's a simple reality I keep telling people over and over again. We will never be able to achieve justice and independence for Palestinians without Israeli security, and there'll never be Israeli security until there's justice and independence for Palestinians.
This is true.
And so
any other position than that is delusional, by the way.
The politics of this should not.
The problem is neither side will consider the realities of the other side. That's just how it's fucking annoying as fuck. But
drive us as much as a moral urgency, which is to bring this conflict to an end. And it's a conflict that, unfortunately, because of Netanyahu, who is in the same category as Trump but worse, and what's going on not just in Gaza right now, but what's going on in the West Bank, which is why I'm leading Democrats on trying to sanction people who are committing these atrocities in the West Bank, is we have to be clear that in that region we have a decades-long conflict, and we, in America, should be playing a positive role into bringing it to an end.
I've heard you give a version of this answer before, and you've been pressed on this, and say like you don't want to call Benjamin Netanyahu, say, a war criminal. What happens if you do? What changes?
I'm glad he's asking this question, I guess. The issue is that people are acting like this is what needs to happen, but that's just going to be the first step. Like, once you say he's a war criminal, and not even a war criminal, he has to be genocidal. Well, what do we do next, right? Are you going to now work with your genocidal partner to build peace in the Middle East? It's like, no, like the next step is regime change. It has to be. Like the minimum would be a complete and total separation from this power. But likely, I mean, based on Hasan's tweets, right? The next step would be like military regime change. We'd have to invade or bomb Israel until they change their government. Like
saying, I believe Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, and that signals what our sort of moral parameters are for the kind of leadership in Israel we view as acceptable.
This is not a political test for me. Benjamin Netanyahu is a horrible person who enabled October 7th and has failed to take accountability. Remember,
this is true. I think you would probably say, I don't know if Cory is aware of that, but like war crimes doesn't necessarily imply like genocide. Actually, I think war crimes is a separate. I think it might be a separate thing in the Rome Statute, separate from genocide. So you can say like he's a war criminal, and Netanyahu certainly, I think it's safe to say, based on the things he's ordered in the Gaza Strip, that starvation month that he was going for, which is pretty, I think, puts him past that line pretty easily.
He knew about the Qataris funding this horrific terrorist organization.
He's also a normal criminal, true. True.
He knew about that. He allowed that funding to continue.
This funding argument is a little bit more complicated, but whatever.
Has failed in that sense. He has within his own administration people that are committing atrocities right now in the West Bank, as we've seen over these last few weeks. I have no problem calling him out and saying that he should be held accountable for any crimes that he's committed. My focus, and has been consistently before October 7th, is trying to be a force as a member of the Foreign Relations Committee to do everything that I can to bring this enduring conflict to an end.
What do you mean he's a normal criminal? He had some scandal shit that was not good. I remember looking into the scandals related to, what was the name of the prime minister me and Lonerbox chatted with? Oh my God, I can't remember the guy's name. He almost had a peace deal with Mahmoud Abbas. He was the napkin guy. In 2008? Why do I want to say that year? Olmert. I don't think it was 2008. I don't know why that year's in my head. It might have been 2008. Olmert was, when I looked at the quote unquote crime stuff that he went to prison for, it seemed kind of bullshit. So I was kind of skeptical of like Netanyahu is a criminal too. It seemed kind of memey, but I don't remember the specifics, but I just remember when I looked into the Netanyahu stuff, it was like bad. And I was like, oh, this guy's probably legitimately Like when he's no longer prime minister, this dude's going to jail. The Netanyahu stuff seemed legitimately like not like murdering people or whatever, but I don't know if it was like government embezzlement of funds or favorable loans or some kind of scammy thing or whatever. It seemed like it was not good.
An election coming up this year, Netanyahu, and I hope that people of Israel not only vote him out, but then jail him because he's obviously has crimes right now that he's being investigated for. But there's still a problem in that region, and we still need to bring it to a conclusion. And I will continue to try to be, like I was there on October 7th, I will continue to try to be someone who finds a way, in every way possible, leveraging my position on the Foreign Relations Committee as U.S. Senator to end the suffering and the needless dying and really the injustice within that region.
I'm a Jewish person. I've struggled with how to talk about this, and I find that for me, the way I prefer to then talk about it is just to lay out that struggle in a longer form in a podcast or sort of in conversation. But we live in a social media age, and people are genuinely shocked and outraged by Israel's conduct of the war. And there's a lot of young people who didn't grow up with the kind of pro-Israel mindset with Israel as this democracy, as a beacon in a land of autocracies. They just have seen it as an aggressor. And it's led to a real kind of sentiment in which Zionism itself as a term has become a slur. And at the same time, I find that there are people that want to defend Israel and accuse people of anti-Semitism simply for being so outraged by Israel's conduct of the war. And I just wonder how, as someone, you talk about a lot of sort of these intersecting values in the book. Have we lost the ability to really kind of talk about this as a society in a way that's productive? Because I see a lot of people talk.
The straw that broke my back was when Bibi endorsed Orban. Broke your back for what? The straw that should have broken your back was when fucking Bibi endorsed fucking Trump. Remember, Israeli right leadership are huge Republican dick sucks, 100%.
Talking past each other.
Which should tell you something about the weirdo progressives in the United States that say that Trump and Kamala would have been the same for Israel.
But there is an Israel filled with millions of people there. There are Palestinians that deserve a right to self-determination. But we seem mired in, I think, sometimes language and sort of anger about it.
That's a really thoughtful analysis, and I think it's right spot on. And I think it's indicative of a larger problem where we see things in terms of absolutes that don't give us any space to have conversation or some kind of constructive pathway out of the hardened tribalism that exists not just in this region, but in our politics here in America, where we're just yelling at each other and not giving any space whatsoever to find that common ground. The reality is crises like that and others around the planet right now, and I'm as on the Foreign Relations Committee, I'm dealing with other hotspots on the globe. If you cannot have dialogue, if you cannot imagine that the person who feels fundamentally different on this issue, that they still have some shared humanity, where maybe if I write about this in my book around the abject outrage in the differences between Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln wasn't an avowed abolitionist. Frederick Douglass was. And here were two men that had very moral differences, deeply moral issues.
My Schizo as a pod-save host seems like he's trying to balance appealing to anti-Semitic retards versus holding actual informed opinions on Israel-Palestine. The John Favreau guy? No, I didn't get that from this statement, no. Although I do think that he is way too soft towards the Hasan coalition. But I don't think he said anything wrong here.
When Frederick Douglass would fight the president because the president wasn't fighting for what was happening to captured African Americans. There was a much different treatment if you were captured by the Confederates and you were black versus if you were a white soldier. And the hardened differences, and yet they found ways to sit down, not to yell at each other, but to cobble together the kind of coalition needed to end the nightmare that they were in. And so, yeah, I see when it comes to Israel and the Palestinian people and their cause for justice in that region, I hear people often more concerned with being right and labels that are being used or use the same words I'm using or you yourself are evil, as opposed to saying there is misery and suffering in that region and perhaps we can find ways to work to end it. During that crisis, my office and most senators have staffs that are better than them. we were using the way we were trying to position ourselves as people that could have conversations with Palestinian leaders, conversations with Israeli leaders, because I said our moral urgency is to stop people dying. And we found ways that perhaps we would not have been able to get sick Gazan children out, because we could have communications with people in both sides of the conflict, to get American doctors, many of them Muslim themselves, in to help people. And yet we would bump into walls of people who on both sides were infuriated and had certain litmus tests that on both sides of this issue that often would direct their ire towards me. And so this is a generationally long conflict in the Middle East. My biggest fears is the conflicts that are growing here at home. And what I mean by that is when I go into SCIFs, classified briefings, I see, and this is open information, but I see our adversaries who have warehouses full of people who just go onto our social media and try to whip up the conflicts that we have between us, including this one. One of my friends was just showing me bot analysis of where the origins of these people who come in and try to throw matches on anything they can to get more hate and division. Even in the Democratic Party, how can we make the Democratic Party members hate each other more?
And as if we need the help.
That's the point. The biggest threat to our nation, in my opinion, is not the threat matrices I see in the different nations that are trying to undermine us. The biggest threat to our democracy, which was shown in the time of the Civil War and the heroism of Douglas and Lincoln, who found a working relationship. The biggest threat is our inability to talk to each other, to find common ground, to work through our most difficult solutions. And sometimes, especially in in-group, forget the Republicans that attack, often the in-group sanctions are so bad, it debilitates even the Democratic Party from coming together around common views and beating the very people on the other side of the aisle who pose the greatest threats.
So I wasn't going to ask you about this, and I'm going to say I pre-regret being part of the discourse about this because I think it's talked about enough. But based on what you're saying, I do think it's a natural question, which is through your office, you said, and it's just one person, but it's part of a large group of, I think, people that have this point of view, that you wouldn't say go on like Hasan Piker's stream because he's said some heinous and stupid shit in the past. But to me, like, given, this is...
I hope he's not doing this intentionally, but like, I need to find a way to incorporate this. How do you spell heinous? No, it's like this, right? I don't know how to spell. If this is John Favreau, right? I don't know how to spell this guy's name. Oh wait, this is Lovett? I don't know what these guys look like. Fuck! My bad. Is it John? People keep saying this thing. This is like helping so much when people are like, oh, they just say heinous shit. Oh, they just say edgy shit. Oh, it's not. It's severe, substantial, like foundational, ideological disagreement. Like that's what it is. It's not just edgy stuff.
Heinous and stupid shit in the past. But to me, like, given, this is what I want to understand, like, to me, I would expect you'd be like chomping at the bit to say, you know what, of course I'm going to go there because I want to represent this point of view in a place that doesn't normally hear it. And I want to talk about the ways in which I think some of the things he said are offensive. The same way you might want to go confront somebody on Fox News, or you've met with, talked to Newt Gingrich and he said crazy shit in the past too. So like, maybe part of the way out of this is for someone like you to go to those spaces, even if there have been things that are offensive to people.
Yeah, so first of all, somehow we're having a much more deeper and personal conversation than I thought, so I'm going to be very candid with you.
Gotcha.
You got me, but in a very good way.
I always want to talk to you about deep things.
No, I appreciate that, and that's why I appreciate you, frankly. So here's the candor. I had no idea who this person was until a few days ago. I never heard their name.
That's going around, I think, yeah.
And I still haven't heard him speak even. I haven't heard anything he's done. The man sitting over there is my comms director.
It's almost as if there's a bunch of focus on one random streamer and it's not really the right way to have a big debate. Yeah.
That's my point. Like, so my comms director said to me, oh, you're getting asked this question, would you go on the show? And I'm like, well, who is this person? And all he did, the totality of this person he gave me.
Right there, that guy.
I don't want you, he's not on camera, so I don't feel like I'm implicating him. The totality of what he did to me was show me 4 or 5 of the most outrageous things.
And they're pretty outrageous.
They are. I said, okay, well, whoa.
Right.
Let's give.
Do you believe this? Yeah, in the big DC world, I don't think Hasan probably has as much pull. I'm sure there are going to be some staffers, especially the more left, the congressman is, some younger staffers will definitely have heard of him for sure. I know, because there's a decent chunk that know who I am and who Vosh is. So I'm sure there are a decent chunk that knows who Vosh is. Booker is relatively progressive, though, isn't he? That is kind of surprising. Or, well, Booker says he doesn't know. His comms person does know, though, right? Yeah.
4 or 5 of the most outrageous things.
Pretty outrageous.
They are. I said, okay, well, whoa.
Right.
Let's give whatever you saw officially coming out of my office. So here's a couple things. And I have this experience. I don't want to say daily. My wife experienced it last night in the airport as somebody was wanting to take a moment as I come off this very long flight and just scream at me. I always tell people, give me a Mother's Day card, please, because I get called you mother often. And it's from people on wings of both parties.
Really be a Father's Day card in that sense.
But calling me a mother...
Well, you're not the mother.
Oh, you're right. I never thought about that analysis here.
Any kind of card would do, I think.
I appreciate that.
All kinds of mothers have sex. You think about it.
I think that my wife wants to come back here often. She likes you. My point is the first rule of mental.
The Bulwark guy said one thing I agree with. Basically, it was when a Dem candidate is asked if they disavow Hasan Piker, the response should be, "Who is that? I don't really know such care." Yeah, I agree with that to some extent. The issue isn't them being forced to disavow. The issue is them being favorable to them or not drawing a distinction between their positions. I think that's kind of the issue. But yeah, I agree that this request, it's always kind of cringe. Like, do you disavow? Do you disavow? Do you disavow?
Actually, this is not my first rule of mental health. I have a number of them. I really want all your listeners to this is a very good rule for mental health, first and foremost. You do not have to attend every argument you're invited to.
Okay.
And pick and choose, because...
Unless you follow online politics, then no one knows who Hasan or Destiny, et cetera, is. Kind of. For younger people, especially the ones on college campuses, it's possible you've heard stuff if you're at all involved in, it's hard when you say online politics, what online politics means, because there's levels of online politics. Online politics can mean, do you know about WIC panels? And do you know who Irish Laddie is? And are you in the deep lore on, Milo Yiannopoulos tweets and shit like that? Or online politics can just be do you follow political influencers on Instagram and whatever the fuck else? And a lot of those people will tangentially have heard of people like me or Hasan, or I think Vosh maybe. I don't know about Vosh's reach right now, but...
Sincerely, I meet with thousands of people, from town halls to round tables and the like. And I want to be very thoughtful about how I apply my energy. And so whether it was this extraordinary woman who brought me together a few weeks ago with Palestinian leaders from my state to have a direct, very candid conversation, to meeting with Republicans in my state who are straight up think I have horns before we sit down. I choose often to try to sit down with people on the other side of the aisle or on the other side of ideological bridges to try to remind them that we have common humanity. One of my favorite experiences in the Senate, and you'll appreciate this, was with Jim Inhofe, if you remember, the man who brought a snowball, the senator who brought a snowball to the Senate floor.
Oh, God, I remember
But Bill Bradley gave me this advice. He gave me 3 things I should abide by if I'm going to be a really good senator. And one of them was...
You go towards... You just don't shoot till you're in the paint.
No. Sadly, he can't help my very average basketball abilities. But meet with every one of your Republican colleagues. Go out to dinner with them. Get to know them as human beings. And when I got down there, I went on this wild odyssey. But Inhofe I couldn't get a meeting with, so I go into his office for Bible study. And there's a brand of Christianity I'm sure he abides by that is very different than the deep Christian faith, very different than the faith I have. And so I go in his office, and immediately my implicit biases are surprised, because I did not expect to see this elder, white, right-wing conservative on his altar. Is one of his main shelves. He had a picture of him in an affectionate embrace with a black girl. And I didn't call my elder senators back then by their first names. I just said, Mr. Chairman, sir, who dat? And he tells me this story about them adopting a young child out of a very, very difficult circumstances. I was moved by it, didn't expect it. Months later, I'm on the Senate floor angry and pouting in the back because there's a big education bill going through that's being managed by a great Tennessee Republican who ran for president multiple times, Lamar Alexander. And there's a delicate balance, like often is in the Senate. No amendments. Let's just get this bill through. And I think my amendment's important because some of the worst educational outcomes in our country are for kids that are homeless or kids that are in foster systems. And I wanted to do something to create what I thought was better assurances that they would get the educational services that they deserve. long story short is I see Inhofe come in as I'm sitting in the balcony. I remember that story. And I walk down there and I say, sir, I know you have a particular concern for kids from disadvantaged circumstances. Can I tell you about my amendment? And would you co-sponsor it? I just swung for the fences. And he gave me the Senate version of no, which is, I'll think about it. Let me talk to my staff. And I said, okay. And I walked back to my back row where I was sitting back then and still am. And I look up and he's like, his GPS coordinates are off. He's walking right into the Dem section and walking right up to me and he goes, Cory, we're in. And I go, what do you mean you're in? And he said, I'll co-sponsor your amendment. And then he walks off quickly. And I was sat there stunned. And then I look up and I see Chuck Grassley on the floor. And I went over to him and I made my case. And as soon as he saw that Inhofe was on, he said to me, not that I'll talk to my staff. He goes, I'm on it too. Long story short is I went to Lamar after getting all of these people supporting it that you would not expect. And look at him, he laughs and he says, Cory, this will get on the bill. And it's the law of the land now.
And that was the one that banned the trans athletes from swimming?
No, it was not.
No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. It's not appropriate, Sean.
No, it's, look.
Why am I doing such low damage to this? I don't understand.
If there's anything, as a guy who's now written 2 books, one called United, one called Stand, so together, Stand United.
Oh, boy. All right.
I'm sorry. But when I was mayor of the city of Newark and I wanted to get shit done, the way I would tell my staff is that uncommon coalitions.
You have to beat him with his own hands. Oh. Oh, cute. I see.
Create uncommon results. And the best, if everybody in your coalition agrees with you on everything, then your coalition is not big enough. And we right now have this ability to want to eviscerate others if they don't use the language we want them to use, if they don't agree with us on everything. And there is no way the most complicated problems in this country and in this world will be solved if you can't find ways of bringing people together to do the hard work of finding common ground and finding common cause. Even if it's not everything, can we move this forward?
Pod Save America is brought to you by Stamps.com. It's staggering that to this very day, many small business owners are still making post office runs or are stuck with expensive postage meter leases. Wow. It's 2026. Enough. Mail and ship when you want, how you want with Stamps.com. With Stamps.com, you can send from your computer or phone 24/7. There's no long lines, no low supplies. It's open anytime. Print postage on demand and get up to 90% off carrier rates like FedEx, UPS, and USPS. Schedule carrier pickups right from your door and get carrier-compliant labels every time. No errors, no rejected mail, no wasted trips.
That's
it's perfect for your
freaking
business.
crazy.
Send certified mail, get document tracking and confirmed delivery and analytics to make sure you know exactly what you've sent and spent. For almost 30 years, millions of customers have relied on Stamps.com to make mailing and shipping faster and so simple. We've been using Stamps.com here at Crooked Media since the very beginning.
That's right.
It made our jobs much easier. I don't understand why anyone would go wait in line at the post office or to buy stamps. You can save time. You save money. You don't have to leave your home. You don't have to leave your office.
Pens aren't attached to the walls.
Why wouldn't you do it? Right now, you can try Stamps.com risk-free for 60 days. Go to Stamps.com and use code PSA to get 60 days risk-free. 60 days gives you plenty of time to see exactly how much time and money you're saving on every shipment. That's Stamps.com, code PSA. Stamps.com, code PSA.
Pod Save America is brought to you by Fast Growing Trees. Did you know Fast Growing Trees is America's largest and most trusted online nursery with thousands of trees and plants and over 2 million happy customers? They have all the plants your yard or home needs, including fruit trees, privacy trees, flowering trees, shrubs, and houseplants, all grown with care and guaranteed to arrive healthy. Whatever you're looking for, Fast Growing Trees helps you find options that actually work for your climate, space, and lifestyle. Fast Growing Trees makes it easy to get your dream yard. Just click, order, and grow. So a lot of our ads, you click, order, and grow. It's true. All kinds of things. But this is about plants, quality plants you can count on. Plus, get ongoing support from trained plant experts who can help you plan your landscape, choose the right plants, and learn how to care for them every step of the way. I saw a video of somebody that does gonzo tree grafting and goes to trees in parks that have fruit you can eat and puts on branches for fruit you can eat.
Oh, that's nice. That's cool.
But that's not what this is about. It's about trees for your yard. We love fast-growing trees. Our office is basically a rainforest cafe in here. We lost somebody the other day towards the back of the office in the brush. We had to go in there with a machete, get them out. It was crazy.
Filming Jumanji over
there. There was an uncontacted tribe.
Okay, is there anything else I need to listen to
Kennedy.
this? I don't think so. Okay. Okay, what is this MeatCanyon video? MeatCanyon. Is it Discord mods are the worst?
Oi, love, let's get
30 minutes.
in the back of the jam jar for a bit of in and out, eh? Yeah.
I'm showing you.
A girl to gain their hours.
Wait, what are you doing? Look at that. Good God, man. Your username is Miss Virgin Double.
Are you fool? I'm telling you to stay away!
Bro, how long does it take to make these videos? Holy shit. The Hasan bit. Thank you. Just the anti-fanning part that we want to watch. True.
Ah, I found you. What?
Osmongold brought you up in his stream again today. Dude is super annoying. Yeah, I know he is annoying because the whole thing is that he uses my name to clout chase and just clip farm. It's fucking bogus, man. Seriously.
Hasan's talking about you on his stream again? He's such a fucking parasite, guys. Seriously.
Yo, chat, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Can you guys excuse me for 1 second?
The clip farming's going great. We're gonna make so much money together.
Yes, my love, you're doing great.
Will you please kiss me to hold me over until stream is done?
Only if you kiss me back super hard.
Who's this guy?
Yeah, who's he?
这年了，放我走，他们非要我看。
What the fuck are you saying?
Kaya, please!
I'm gonna talk about that later.
Oh, yeah, you gonna talk about it? You wanna hit it again?
Let me do one. Let me zap her.
哎呀，别惦记那只 pupper。等一下，我在讲中文啊。
Can we DoorDash something from Panda Express?
Oh, that sounds really good, baby. Kaya, what do you want from Panda Express?
John PG! John PG! I can't hold it in any longer. You need to make love to me right now.
Oh, yeah.
Tap her again.
哎呀，我受够了这狗。
Wait, what are you doing now? The end. Jesus Christ, I'd kill myself.
These morons in the Democratic Party that think for the third time they can demean the far left part of our party and try to play patty cake with fascists and that they're going to win again.
Wait, who's playing patty cake with fascists? Or what is she referring to there? Please have a talking about besides Liz Cheney.
Is such a fool's errand. So I was really curious about this. So I researched. I remembered during Zoran Mamdani's mayoral campaign that Cuomo was sitting there talking about Hasan Piker all the time. And I was like, what is he doing talking about Hasan
I feel like you brought him up once or twice, but okay, maybe.
Piker? And let's just remember, Cuomo lost the mayoral race twice. He is a back-to-back loser on that race. And he used this whole thing that Zoran pals around with Hasan Piker. So I was just curious, is the person working on Mallory McMorrow's campaign the same person that worked on Andrew Cuomo's campaign? And it was just a gut instinct I had. And I'll be goddamned if it's not the same person. And the people who lose these Democratic campaigns, who operate on hubris and think they're 10 foot tall and bulletproof. And they think that they can say, on the one hand, we need a Joe Rogan of the left. And then you have this guy who always platforms universal human rights.
Oh my God. What happened? Whoa, this is the danger. Oh, universal human rights. Really now? Really? That's what Hasan's all about. Universal human rights. How can you even be who's going to be opposed to the platform of universal human rights? True. Jesus.
And then you have this guy who always platforms universal human rights. He is not an anti-Semite. He will not leave one group aside.
Not
and
one
why
group.
Hasan is so important, the reason I even know who Hasan is because my sons listen to him. And he has a massive network of engaging young men away from this horrific Andrew Tate, Joe Rogan, I want to go triple Trump.
I also love this talking point that was, bro, nobody from the fucking manosphere is watching Hasan. There might be some people from Trump that end up going over to Hasan because of our wonderful horseshoe of extremist politics. But like from the manosphere, bruh.
Quadruple Trump. I want women to be submissive. Hasan is the antidote to that.
Oh my God.
And for this centrist candidate to do what we know fails, what we know doesn't work, and it makes me want to bang my head up against the wall because that person who led Andrew Cuomo to back-to-back defeats, I'm sorry, I just think you're not that good at your job and maybe you need to do something different and you shouldn't be working on another political campaign with the exact same tactic.
New Hasan missing vote on Ukraine. Okay, guys, hold on. Actually, no, what? Fuck it. Today can be an anti-Hasan day. Let's go over and talk tomorrow. Fuck it.
Bro, I had a patient at work today. See the case. Bro, I had a patient at work today tell me Ukraine opened the strait. That's crazy because there were Ukrainian drone specialists that flew into the UAE and immediately, I think, got shot by Iranian drones.
Like the people on military civilian planes? What?
To the UAE and immediately, I think, got shot. There were Ukrainian drone specialists that flew into the UAE and immediately, I think, got shot by Iranian drones.
Okay.
So I don't think that's working out well for the poor Ukrainians that, again, have nothing to do with this and are just being sent there by Zelensky to be like, I'm playing a role here as well. And then they just get fucking, they just get destroyed.
Jesus Christ. That plugs in pretty neatly with the talking point, the Russian one of like all these poor people in Ukraine are being forced into the meat grinder, forced to die for Zelensky and his war.
Like, imagine successfully evading Russian drone strikes, sometimes literally the Shahed drones that Russia got from Iran, only to like land in the Middle East, land in the Gulf, and then get killed by Shahed drones. But this time in the Gulf, and you didn't even have to be there. You could have just been defending your fucking country from foreign invaders. But Zelensky was like, well, we got to do this for Israel, big dog.
We have to do it for Israel. I will say it is kind of weird that one of the reasons why Russia's been able to push so well into a lot of Ukrainian territory, especially in the early days of the war, was because the Ukrainian military had to recognize Shabbat or had to observe Shabbat. And so Russian forces would often push Friday night, Saturday morning while all of the Ukrainian forces were mandated to be praying and lighting the Hanukkah candles or whatever the fuck.
You know? We got to make ourselves more useful for American empire. It's insane.
Jesus Christ.
So,
I wonder if Hasan's ever mentioned about Zelensky being Jewish. I wonder if that's ever come up.
Yeah, the missing weapons systems officer on the crashed F-15E made a contact earlier via...
What is this?
The president also provided new details on what happened earlier this year as the...
Is it even real that Ukrainians died in the Iran conflict? I don't know. I haven't heard that. I've never heard that. Iranian news agency reports strike on drone warehouse while Ukrainian experts present. Foreign ministry denies it. Oh, it might just be Iranian propaganda. I mean, keep in mind, Hasan literally watched a video of what he thought was a legitimate video of Hamas people creating sniper rifles in tents because of how ingenious these people were. Like, he's fucking retarded. Or not retarded, I shouldn't say. He's a propaganda amplifier.
Iranian regime took to the streets and slaughtered what the president tells me is 45,000 civilians in their own country. After that took place, President Trump told me the United States sent guns to the Iranian protesters. He tells me we sent them a lot of guns. We sent them through the Kurds, and the president says he thinks the Kurds kept them. He went on to say we sent guns to the protesters, a lot of them. And so a number of headlines here from my conversation with President Trump. All of this taking place more than a month into Operation Epic Fury and in the aftermath of that successful U.S. operation overnight to rescue that stranded U.S. service member inside.
Is that even true? I don't. For Trump saying it, I wonder if they actually did do that, or I wonder if he's just talking shit. I wonder if he knows who any of these people are, or what.
Iranian territory, the president himself ordering that operation after the CIA came on Saturday morning and confirmed that they located.
In your talk with Tim, you'll need to differentiate how your edginess differs from Hasan because you 100% throw it at you. I've already said that, though. Like, you can say that I'm edgy. That's fine. I am edgy. Maybe, like, unpalatably so. but also I'm not running for office. But my edginess is like maybe making edgy jokes or whatever, but my ideology is unquestionable. You can argue that like, you know, my edginess might be problematic for certain politicians to be close to or whatever. That's fine. But my ideology is not what's being questioned. You can work with, or like you can have edgy people as part of you. There's room in any coalition for edgy people. I mean, depending on what the edginess is, of course. But for severe or substantial ideological disagreements, you don't have a movement if it's too many differing ideologies. Then it's not a movement anymore, you know?
Where this crew member of an F-15 that was shot down on Friday was located. Again, the president making that decision to send in hundreds of U.S. Special Forces deep into Iranian territory and successfully retrieving that U.S. service member. Guys?
I want to make sure I got this correctly. Are you saying that the president told you that he sent guns?
Wait, what? Why did he? Oh, you can attack him diagonally? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I wish I could move forward more. Look at him go. Oh my goodness. Do another one? King. Okay. PBD drama.
Memo, here you go, Dave. Remember this memo from Wesley Clark that you used to cite everything?
This is adorable.
That you used to cite, yeah.
Adam, I'm not quite sure. What is the point you're making?
The point is this: Dave has zero credibility at this point.
Well, you don't really get to decide
And he
that.
ran
You know, the
into
people, the
somebody-
audience.
Are lefties in question on your ideological position? No, lefties no, they know where I stand. They will misrepresent it though to try to position me further to the right than I actually am. But the reason they do this is because I understand that I am a liberal and they don't want to have they don't have ideological alignment with liberals, right?
That completely bullied. What audience?
Okay.
The four
Well,
people
can
that
I-
show up
can
to
I
your
respond?
comedy show at the You live in America, tough guy. You have the luxury of sitting
I
in
didn't
your
say
little
the country,
studio
I'm saying
with
the
your hooded
regime,
sweater,
the regime.
like you're 17 years old.
Adam, I'm
Who's your
17 years
who's
old.
your favorite president of the last 15
I have
years?
a wife and children. Who depends on you, Adam? Your mom?
Okay, I also
Yeah,
have
I mean, if you want to make it
significant
personal,
other. So you want to
if
go
you wanna
personal?
make it, you have a significant
Dave,
other.
we can
Okay.
go as
Anyway,
personal as you.
Oh my god. The I don't know how people wire into these shows, but there's like a 2-second delay for Adam's response here, and it makes it sound so much worse because it sounds like he just got fucking blown the fuck out, but he's waiting for it to catch up, and then he goes to answer. You could tell there's a delay. Rip. Snarkers constantly say that all DGGers are going to become gripers as their cope. Bro, you can probably find clips from 6 years ago of Mike from PA and other people saying like, "Oh, Destiny's just about to heel turn to become a conservative. Oh, here he's about to go on his Republican arc. Destiny's about to become a Republican." They say this all the fucking time. It's so cringe.
Favorite president of the last 15
I have
years?
a wife and children. Who depends on you, Adam? Your mom?
Okay, I also
Yeah,
have
I mean, if you want to make it
significant
personal,
other. So you want to
if
go
you wanna
personal?
make it, you have a significant
Dave,
other.
we can
Okay.
go as
Anyway,
personal as you.
What are you going?
Are there actually big name people who don't want to talk to you because of Nick Fuentes shit? Or is that BS? Wait, who said that? No, nobody's ever. No, it's just going to be general online unsavory drama in general, which is pretty equal for almost any online streamer.
Be professionals. That's not how I handle debates. I don't handle debates that way. That's not my MO. So if you're close to me and you're handling it that way, that is not my style. This next phase requires all of us to recreate ourselves, and that includes you. And you have to make a decision on what you want to do with this next phase. You got to recreate yourself.
All right, so Patrick Bet David's co-host, Adam, recently did a debate with Dave Smith on Piers Morgan's show, and Dave made an absolute fool out of him. Well, actually, Adam just made a fool out of himself. You know, Dave really didn't have to do much. But it was so bad, PBD had to talk with Adam about it publicly because he knows Adam is terrible for his brand. Even PBD's fans can't stand him. Every podcast for like the past year, there are always a ton of comments talking about how annoying he is.
Oh, the Israel thing is going to be a big thing.
And how PBD
yeah,
needs
we've
to
seen that
fire
because
him,
of that. Yeah.
Which after this debate, he might be considering if Adam doesn't change, because this was so humiliating for Adam and PBD. I think PBD is probably more embarrassed about it than Adam, because Adam has no shame. This guy went into the debate with the strategy of just bringing up someone else's debate with Dave. Like, he just kept saying Dave has no credibility left because he got destroyed in this debate with Coleman Hughes. So he basically just went on the show to tell Dave that he shouldn't be taken seriously and he has no credibility. But it just completely backfired. You know, Adam was already a total joke, but after this, I don't think anybody will take him seriously ever again. I mean, it almost felt like this guy was just trying to make himself look like an idiot. Piers had to ask him multiple times what the point is of bringing up that other debate, which most people watching probably haven't even seen. So Adam's like, oh, well, I can bring up other debates if you want. So that's like his only strategy, just referring to other people's debates. So when Piers mentions that, Adam remembers the Douglas Murray-Dave Smith debate, and of course Adam thought Douglas owned him by making a big deal about how Dave has never been to the Middle East. So Adam tries to use that tactic on him too, and it just ends so badly.
To pretend that it was an even match, an even debate, he put you in a body bag, and you're out here still doubling down on all your positions when he went methodically and surgically.
This is the saddest thing. I've never been in a debate where someone just fell back to someone else's debate. Boom, boom, boom. Name one of the booms. Make the point for yourself. Me and you are supposed to be debating
the
here,
memo
brother.
from
Say
Wesley
something.
Clark. The memo from Wesley Clark, your
So
whole
what's your point?
foundation. For your Israel, so listen up, little guy.
My point to you, Adam, is simply it's an unusual debating strategy to spend 10 minutes of this debate talking about another debate that most viewers may not have seen.
Yes, it's
I mean, there's other debates that we can bring up. The fact, Dave, when's the last time you were in the Middle East?
Oh, okay, so this is what you're falling back to now. I have not been to the Middle East. Go do your best Douglas Murray acting job. Adam, brother, I was prepared to come in here on friendly terms. So you are humiliating yourself right now. I don't care if you're going to be friends. I'm really not. You're humiliating yourself right now.
You've been humiliating yourself. Do you see what's going on where Piers Morgan lives in London? Do you see what's going on all over the world?
I've been an advocate of strict immigration controls for many years.
You said that Dave couldn't talk about the Middle East because he hasn't been there much. When was the last time you were in England?
I spent much time in England. My ex-wife was
Welsh.
When was
the last time?
She wasn't a sheepshagger.
When was the last time?
The last time I was in Europe, in England, in the Middle East, where would you like me to go?
No, England.
The last time I was in England was about 8 years ago.
Right. So this idea, let me tell you.
The last time I was in Israel.
Let me tell you.
The last time I was in Israel.
This idea.
was 3 years ago.
There is a weird.
Well, what does that have to do with anything? I guess I don't know the statements he's made recently on England or anything else, or what.
There is a weird idea.
Do we have to put this episode out? Like Adam,
there is a weird idea. There are many people.
Are you saying that it's not going to a country?
Adam, many people. Hang on.
So I don't know why Adam would agree to do this. Like, how do you think this was going to go well? Already everybody finds him completely insufferable, and he thought this would help. So PBD was not happy about this appearance because he already gets a ton of shit for having Adam on his show, which is the only reason anybody even knows him. But I don't think Adam has enough self-awareness to realize how bad he looks and how he'd be nothing without PBD. He says he never reads comments, which is probably a lie, but he seems to think this debate went fine. He acts like he doesn't even realize everybody thinks he's a joke, or maybe he just doesn't care, but he might need to start caring because PBD has had enough with his shenanigans and has been publicly calling him out on it. Like, also, if you remember last year, the whole crew seemed to be fed up with Adam because he acts like a diva, he parties too much, and he swears too much on the show. PBD had to call him out for that multiple times.
We're in Vegas. He went to, was it Dre's? Were you at Dre's?
Yes.
Dragging Adam out of the club. Adam still hasn't slept. He's hammered. He smells like tequila.
Disgusting.
And vodka and a few other smells. We don't want to get into it.
But I got coffee. I got coffee. I'm okay.
But he got his coffee. He got everybody here working for him, getting him coffee, tea, napkins, back
Diva.
rub.
Total diva.
The
He's
biggest
coffee.
diva that you got. Go to the back. All the people have been so nice to us, okay? Adam's put the entire crew to work. I'm so upset at Adam. They're so respectful to us. They're so nice to us.
You would associate with Andrew Tate. I can't believe that you would talk to Candace Owens. Oh, yeah? Shut the f*** up. This is what we do. We talk to people. We hear the truth.
That's a regular thing for us. The reason why I'm getting upset at Adam is I'm asking specifically, stop dropping F-bombs. I've asked him so many times. I don't like it.
My bad, sir.
So PBD isn't afraid to let his co-host hear it on air, which some people think is inappropriate. Like, it should be handled behind the scenes, but it's good entertainment. It's always pretty funny. Like, also recently, right at the start of one of the podcasts, PBD had to start lecturing his co-host for using his phone too much, and then he told somebody to take it away from him.
What, 1 million times? Adam told you 20 times. Turn up. Can you just grab the phone? Just grab the phone from him, Tom.
Done.
No,
Done.
I'm gonna ask you one time. Put your phone over there, please. Can somebody grab Tom's phone and put it over there, please? Every podcast I have to ask you, and Adam, just ask you right now. We're live. Please give the phone to Mikhail and put it over there.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, Mikhail. Okay, all right, let's get right into
Tom,
it.
we still love you, though.
Every time podcast.
So during the most recent episode, he brought up Adam's debate and was politely trying to tell him it made the brand and him look really bad. I think he's starting to be embarrassed that Adam's even associated with him because Adam's just so unlikable. And PBD is always talking about how people are reacting to things in the marketplace of ideas. You know, he's definitely been reading the comments about Adam, and he asked Adam how he thought he did during the debate, and I don't think his response made PBD feel any better about it.
Let's get right into it. Opening topic that I want to address with you guys is this. Adam, you were on the Dave Smith. You and Dave Smith did a debate together. Obviously, the market has responded. Dave has retweeted and said something about this is the end of Adam funeral. He made some comments that went viral. You've responded. You made some videos. I want you to share with us, because the audience is curious. They're asking me, what is your impression on how you did on the debate with Dave Smith?
Well, despite what you think, I haven't listened or watched any of the internet comments. Zero. Like I don't go onto Twitter. I don't check the comments. It's just not something that I do. And I'm listening to a song called "Ain't Nothing Gonna Break a My Stride, Ain't Nothing Gonna Slow Me Down," and that's how I feel about this. There's no doubt that Dave Smith is smart or wise or well-read.
Yeah.
But just because you're smart doesn't mean you're wise. Now, do I think Dave Smith is smart and capable? Sure. Do I think he's funny? No. Do I think he's right? Definitely not.
I'm asking you, how do you think you did?
I think I did fine. My intention wasn't to play nice. It's a big difference between the internet and comments in real life. I walk around in real life. I have zero issues.
You don't have issues there. That's not the conversation
So
I'm having.
the conversation that I was just basically establishing is that Dave Smith, as potent as he might be on a podcast, or even on Joe Rogan's for that matter, people don't support this guy.
I think Joe's had him on 20, 30 times.
Irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. So ask whether you agree with the guy or not. You know, Joe likes Dave, right? So the question you got to ask yourself is, from my perspective, there is issues, there is approach, there is what's next for you.
And PBD said he's already tried having this conversation with Adam off air a few times, but he never listens, so that's why he's forced to do it publicly now. But still, Adam isn't taking the feedback very seriously. Like, PBD keeps telling him something needs to change, he needs to evolve. But Adam's just like, I don't care what anybody thinks, I'm going to do what I want. So this is not the response PBD wanted to hear, and I think he's almost completely fed up with Adam at this point. Like, I'd imagine after the Dave Smith debate and how Adam handled the criticism from PBD here, he's definitely on the chopping block. Like, I don't think he'll ever understand how bad he looks and how bad that debate was. And PBD tries to explain it to him and how debates are supposed to go. And Adam's response is to bring up the Dave Smith-Coleman Hughes debate again. It's hilarious. And then you tell PBD is just like, all right, I'm never going to be able to get through to this guy.
And the reason why I'm doing this with you openly, and I'm talking to you openly with you, is there's an element of also representing where you're coming from. When you go and be professionals, that's not how I handle debates. That's not my MO. So if you're close to me and you're handling it that way, that is not my style. And by the way, the reason why I'm having this direct feedback with you publicly is for the following reason. This is how I roll at them. I will give you private feedback and have your back 100%. But if my private feedback that I'm giving doesn't land, and it feels like you have immunity to go run around and say whatever you want and keep saying, I don't give a shit what people say. I do, but it's recreating for the next phase of what is that next phase for you. And that's a very important thing for you to be thinking about. This next phase requires all of us to recreate ourselves, and that includes you in a big way. And I've said this privately 8 weeks ago, 9 weeks ago at that dinner place we went to, and I was very direct with you. But you're cornering me to have to say this publicly to you right now. And you have to make a decision on what you want to do with this next phase. You got to recreate yourself.
Sure. I'll just break this down real quick. We didn't have this discussion prior. You just kind of preemptively brought this up, and I'm totally okay with it. If I wanted to have an ideological debate with Dave, I would probably rephrase it that the world is a dangerous place, and he wants to pretend that he's an ostrich and not engage with anybody. Debate.
Forget Dave Smith. This isn't a Dave Smith conversation. That could have been John Doe. I'm not talking.
But the point is that I'm trying
what
to
is the purpose of a debate?
We're not aligned.
What is the purpose of a debate?
To find the truth.
The purpose. It's a clash of ideas. So somebody can watch and say, wow, good point. Never thought about it that way.
The reason I brought up the Coleman Hughes, and I encourage people to go watch it. This was the sort of like the swan song event. Imagine you hype up this event. Here's what's going on. The SLS is coming this weekend. Here's what's going on. And this debate takes place, and it was a 12-0 drubbing. So that's my point. Should I have conveyed it a little bit better? Sure. Should I have not brought up someone else's debate in my debate? Maybe I'll learn that for the next time. That's fine. But the reality is this: he got whooped, and I called him out on it. That's all it was.
Yeah, but it was your fight and his.
Sure. For the next time, I'll debate him just heads on.
So I don't know if Adam will be around much longer. You know, if PBD gets rid of him, it's over. Like, nobody will listen to him on his own. Like, right now, the only reason people listen to him is because they're forced to when they listen to the show. People just suffer through it, and they always say Adam's the worst part. Like, if Adam gets fired, I'm sure people will be celebrating in the comments. So he really needs to be careful. But let me know what you guys think. And check out the Patreon. I just posted a new video, actually, about Dave Smith on Rogan's podcast. They got into an argument about Tulsi Gabbard. And also, JD Vance responded to Rogan calling out MAGA and calling him a bunch of dorks. And there are over 180 other exclusive videos, so it's definitely worth checking out. If you enjoy the channel, want extra content, there'll be a link in the description.
That's crazy, guys.
How can I receive this and recreate?
Okay, wait. What is the... Fuck, now I want to watch this. Dave Smith, Piers Morgan, Adam Sosnick. Is it this? No, wait, 12 days ago.
This just looks like a catastrophe, and the best we can hope for at this point is that it only ends up killing
the way he is. It's unfortunate.
Some more. Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem, a libertarian who backed Trump in 2024, and Adam Sosnick, who's the Valuetainment host and PBD podcast regular, a former liberal who backed Trump in 2024. Well, welcome to both of you. Dave Smith, we'll come to the tsunami that greeted your last appearance on Uncensored, led by Ben Shapiro a little later. But first of all, this sort of quaint notion now being peddled by people in the mainstream media that the podcast world is irrelevant, no one's ever heard of any of the podcasters or we YouTubers or anything, and we should all just be ignored. I don't think that's true.
Oh, I mean, it's patently absurd on its face. I mean, again, I'm not trying to like overstate the influence that any one podcast or show has. But I mean, lots of people listen to shows. They don't necessarily agree completely with the host of that show. But again, you know, to say, look, I mean, Piers, if you look at the polls, what the polls tell us is that this is the most unpopular war in American history going into the war. And CNN is going to read you these North Korea numbers. Actually, in fact, I think it was better than Kim Jong-un did in his last election, 100% of MAGA. But what does that really mean? I mean, the truth is, Piers, you kind of nailed it here in your opening, right? Even when Joe Biden was clearly senile and was forced to pull out of his re-election campaign, the majority of Biden supporters still supported him, you know, and like there was still going to be like 40-something% of the electorate would have voted for Joe Biden. Now, that wasn't enough, though, and that's why they forced him out, because you need a coalition to carry you here. So this comes down to like how you're defining MAGA. If you want to say Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn and Andrew Schultz and all these guys, they're not MAGA. Well, okay, but they were relevant enough for Donald Trump to go on all of their...
What a horrible... There's so many wrong things he just said. Whether or not you still support a particular policy position is not really the same thing as if you support a particular candidate. So the comparison between supporting Biden and supporting Trump Trump versus does MAGA support the war? These are two completely different questions. The question wasn't about people who voted for Trump or just all Republicans. It was about people who, I don't remember what the polling question was phrased. I think it's people who identified as MAGA or something versus non-MAGA Republicans. Like, is a specific group they were polling on a specific policy. Just because those people might be even against a particular policy doesn't mean that you wouldn't vote for a person. Also, like in the general election, it's kind of a similar point or whatever. Like there were like, he just said like 7 stupid things like all together. And then him bringing up the podcasters or whatever, and then saying that these, I don't know, holy shit, that was so many fucking retarded things all rolled into one long sentence. Jesus Christ.
Shows in the campaign. And the point is that the coalition that got Donald Trump elected in 24, that got him for the first time ever to win the popular vote, that coalition has been destroyed. And the final thing I'll say is this, Piers, I made this prediction on my show the other day. But right now you kind of have these two, broadly speaking, camps, say Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, maybe people like me, who are saying the coalition has been destroyed. And then on the other side, you have people like you played Bacha, Ben Shapiro, who are saying, no, the coalition is fine. What we've learned is that Tucker Carlson doesn't matter. Give it a couple months, Piers, and I promise you, everyone on that side will say the coalition has been destroyed and it's Tucker's fault. This is going to tank Donald Trump's presidency. We're already past the point of that. The Democrats are going to win the House and the Senate. It's going to be impeachments and subpoenas and investigations for the next 2 years. And I don't think anyone from this administration can win the presidential in 28 at this pace.
Right. Well, Adam, you're part of a very successful podcast.
By the way, we'll see if the polls can tease this out. It's not because that Americans or even MAGA or whatever hate the Iran war. It's because they hate the high gas prices. Because we did not have this reaction to the first time we bombed Iran. But
Patrick Bet-David's been a regular on the show, as have other members of your great team. And, I would say just from a personal, you can only judge it personally, I guess, but I've been on some of the biggest TV shows, mainstream TV shows you could think of, right? America's Got Talent for 6 years. Britain's Got Talent. I replaced Larry King at CNN. They air my show 3 times a day in America and around the world, and so on and so on. And what's been fascinating to me in the last couple of years is I get more people come up to me in the street, wherever I am, whether it's New York, LA, London, Sydney, the Middle East, whatever, more people come up and they're a bit younger than came up when I did any of those shows. And they're all coming up about my YouTube show, and they're all watching it avidly, and they're watching other shows like yours, like Dave's, Tucker, because they talked to me about all this. I had 2 guys last week from Denmark, 19 I think they were, stopped me in the street in West London. Passionate viewers of Uncensored. Right? It was really fascinating to talk to them. So I just think this idea that people who operate away from mainstream media now, like you, like me, like Dave, like others, that we're kind of irrelevant and no one knows who we are, is completely contradicted by reality. I just see it in the streets. So I don't know whether it's self-preservation going on, that the mainstream media doesn't want to accept there's been a shift in power, but what do you think?
So we're talking about the mainstream media, so how much trust do you have in the mainstream media? But so let me answer that. So number one, Piers, great to be with you. Dave, good to see you. It's been a little while, and thank you for dressing up, Dave. The question that you're asking is, are young people watching social media and they're watching YouTube? Obviously, duh. My mom still watches the news at 8 p.m. and if she misses it, that's it. She doesn't see it. She hasn't figured out how to get on social media. She still tries to ask me how to find me on YouTube and on Instagram.
Is it a cheat code? Condemns move forward. Just always say to the American people to PSAs, ex-Republican policy will increase gas prices. Okay, this is why I want to impart this model on Tim Miller so much. Not the Hasan stuff necessarily, but this media model, okay? A comparison I use is sometimes successful people are really bad to tell other people how to be successful because they don't know what made them successful, right? So there might be a guy who is incredibly reflective in conversations, has a high amount of like emotional awareness, is really good at being considerate of people around him, is really good at maintaining eye contact, is a bit funny, it has good manners, is polite, sits up straight. He might have all these things that he's not thinking about. And then somebody's like, oh, like how do you get girls or whatever? And he's like, girls actually just really love that I'm into RuneScape because I always bring that up in dates and they love it. And he thinks that like the RuneScape thing is the thing that's selling it, but it's actually not at all. It's like all the other things that he's just like not accounting for. A lot of people from privileged backgrounds sometimes aren't aware of all of the benefits they have from their background that are boosting them. So sometimes successful people are some of the worst people to ask in terms of like, well, how do you become successful? Because they're just not accounting for all these other things going on. We're playing this game, and I've played this game as well, by the way, unfortunately, because I just don't think I was aware. We play this game all the time of like, how do Republicans win on their messaging? Is it because they pivot well? Is it because they choose culture war issues? Is it because of they fight on 80-20 things? And, how do they do this and that and this and that and this and that? Like, all of these things are not the point. The point, the reality is none of it actually matters as long as you have this pipeline of stuff reinforcing what's being said. You can sell so many different messages. If you have an ideological foundation, if you have a media environment that is completely vertically synchronized, and then if you can push all that out to the culture, especially because of social media stuff today, you can push basically any fucking message you want. And getting caught up in the like, how are they able to signal on this and how are they able to do that or whatever? I understand why people do it. I've done it for a lot of my career, but I think it's a fool's errand. I think you can push basically whatever the fuck you want, and we've seen it happen over and over again if you're utilizing this model well. And this is what we have to identify and destroy or emulate. I prefer to destroy this model, ideally by curbing social media, news stuff, and trying to sever the ties between journalism, entertainment, and political like lawmakers, like the actual politically elected people. But yeah, if you're doing this, you can sell whatever the fuck you want.
But yes, the 35 and under crowd is on social media, and I'll tell you an anecdote. I'm a registered independent. I never voted for Trump, and then I, had common sense and realized you vote for Trump, who might be a brutish and an a-hole, or you vote for a weak, feckless, I wouldn't even call it leader like Kamala, and obviously the choice is pretty easy. But I would debate with my liberal friends, one that was very, very, very tight with the Clinton people, part of the Hillary campaign, and he noticed as I was starting to become more, let's just say, less Trump hating. This is in 2023, 2024, run up to the election. And then he goes, dude, I don't even know what happened to you. You're like full on MAGA now. I go, no, I just have common sense. I see what's going on the radical left, and it's so un-American to me. And
you have a link to the Ukrainian Anna thing you watched on stream. Wait, what 10-minute reads?
He goes, yeah, you're just in your little YouTube world. I'm in the real world with the real politicians and the real polls. I got the real stuff going on. I go, hey, buddy, his name is John. I go, John, this is the real world now, guy. Yeah, well, we'll see. So obviously, we see what happens in the election. This is not the type of person that likes to apologize, right? Comes up to me and goes, Adam, I was dead wrong. You're right. This is a new YouTube world. Congratulations on all your success, Piers, and welcome to the YouTube world. It is what it is.
Okay, well, we're sort of in broad agreement there. Let's get to broad disagreement, I suspect, which is the way this war is playing out. I mean, Dave, I've really struggled to work out the upside for Donald Trump from the start of this. Doing this so close to the midterms, doing exactly what he said he wouldn't do, which is he was going to stop attacking Middle Eastern countries. It was all going to be America first, a premium on sorting out American problems in America. And then suddenly he launches a war on one of the biggest...
Okay. Now, Dave Smith's built his whole reputation of being anti-war. And I think at this point he's literally said, I think he finally admitted that Kamala would have been a better pick, which is amazing. I wonder if he's going to use passive language to describe our involvement in Iran now, or if he's actually going to blame Trump and talk about Trump.
Countries in the Middle East, certainly one of the best armed. And all hell has broken loose, not least to the global economy, which is inevitably going to have, and already is having, a very detrimental effect on living standards for average Americans. If I'm an American that voted for Trump, I'm like, I don't get this. I might in a poll say, I get it.
Sarah Longwell has that model. She talks about it, so Tim should know. I think she calls it the triangle of death or something. Oh, I'd be super interested if you could link me that.
But I don't think I really get it.
Yeah, and then you also have to consider there, Piers, right? Like there's a sizable percentage of people who support Donald Trump, who approve of the job broadly that he's been doing, who maybe, look, we're 3 weeks or whatever into this, go, all right, I'll kind of give him a chance, we'll see. But if this doesn't turn into any type of win, and if it turns into a clear disaster, which it already seems to be, that's only going to hurt him more and more and more. I think, look, Piers, it's despite the fact that it is not in my incentives in some way as like a political commentator, like I hope this whole thing just works out great. And then I know that all the people who don't like me will say, haha, you were warning that this would be a disaster. I hope that I would much rather take that deal and live in that. But Piers, the other element there is that, right, we had the 12-day war in the summer. And I've certainly heard, I heard at the time, some on debates that we did on your show and others, and I've heard nothing but since then on social media that, you guys were so stupid. You were warning about exactly what we're seeing right now, which is what all of us were warning about who were critics of the 12-day war. And Iran didn't do that. And they were like, look, we got away with it. One and done. No Americans dead. And that's it. We don't have to do anything else. They spent the following 6 months bragging about how the nuclear threat had been totally obliterated. Now we find ourselves, Piers, back in this same situation. And as I mentioned last time on your show, the big picture here is that clearly the calculation changed for Iran. They no longer feel that it's in their incentive for self-preservation to not strike back and kill.
Yeah, because it's a regime change war. How do people not realize this? Or maybe Trump doesn't speak about this. Everybody seems so surprised by this. If I show up to fight some dude, and actually I see this play out in a lot of street fight videos, so I don't know if there's like this unspoken rule. If two people show up to scrap, you scrap with each other until the other side is down. Like in almost every street fight video I've watched, now maybe these are just the ones that aren't recorded, or maybe this happens in some other area. Like when somebody's down and a dude starts like kicking the person in the head or attacking them when they're down, most of the people like pull them up, like bro, whoa, stop, like he's done. Like everybody, even when these people are like pretty vitriolic in the beginning, like people generally when a person's down, they're like, okay, yo, stop. But like if somebody comes at you with like a knife or a gun, well, we're playing by different rules now. One of us has to die. Like, you're trying to fucking kill me. Like, the limited strikes on Iran were for a targeted purpose that allowed the regime to continue to exist. A regime change war doesn't. So there's going to be different rules that they're going to play by at that point. They're not going to, there's no, limited retributive strike because they feel like they're fighting for their existence. It's a totally different type of back and forth. Look up Sarah Longwell's Republican Triangle of Doom. Okay.
Americans or not do maximal damage. And now, clearly, with a younger, more radical Ayatollah who has not promised to not build nuclear weapons, they've made the calculation that actually they can't not give us a bloody nose, that they have to really make this cost us. Otherwise, we'll be back in another few months doing it again. And of course, at the beginning of this war, Donald Trump said this was a full regime change war and called for the people to rise up and overthrow the government. And the people did rise up, Piers, in support of their martyr Ayatollah and in support of this regime. I know you saw some of those aerial shots. There must have been hundreds of thousands of people out in the streets in Tehran, in the most liberal part of the country, supporting the regime. So I'm sorry, at this point, this just looks like a catastrophe. And the best we can hope for at this point is that it only ends up killing like 10,000 people, and it only ends up costing tens of billions of dollars rather than the 200 that Secretary Hegseth has asked for. And this all relies on two major factors. Think about this, Piers. It's not just that Donald Trump has to call it quit and declare victory or whatever, but then we got two other entities that are majorly involved in this war, Iran and Israel. Now, we know at this point, Iran is saying they're vowing not to stop. They talk a lot of bluster. Who knows? Maybe they will. But Israel, Piers, we all know they want the regime change here. In the 12-day war and in this war already, they've hit targets after Trump has clearly asked them not to. Who's to say they don't continue doing that? And it begs a real question of how we get out of this quagmire. Yeah, 3 weeks in, we're already there.
Right. So, Adam, you've had a little spat with Dave on social media. When he called it an illegal war of aggression on X, you said, come on, guy, read the room. Dave responded, let's not pretend you read, Adam. To which you replied, I'm able to read scoreboards. You are losing big time. Do you still feel that? I mean, do you still feel that? Because I would argue that the scoreboards militarily absolutely would show that the United States and Israeli combined forces have inflicted enormous damage on Iran's military capability. I think that's inarguable. However, what I don't think has been properly factored in.
I don't know if that's true. They must have, right? But like, this is one of those things where I say truth. You have to be truthful because at some point you come into contact with reality, and you can only lie. You can lie more depending on how far you're removed from reality, but eventually it'll catch up with you. But there are some things that you technically like never encounter, like the number of illegal immigrants crossing the border is an example I give. I imagine we've done a great deal of damage to Iran because we've killed a lot of their leadership, and that just seems to be the case. That seems logical to me. But it really, 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 really hurts that Donald Trump has told us multiple times that we've destroyed like all of their capabilities, but they still seem to be blowing shit up. So what does that mean? My president is completely and totally fucking lying to me. It's a bold-faced fucking lie every time he says we've accomplished all this stuff. So now I don't know. Now I have no fucking idea. I don't know who I'm left in the dark. I don't know who to trust on that. I'd probably, honestly, as sad as it is, I'd have to look to probably Israeli state media to figure out what the Iranian capabilities are because they would know more than anything else.
The Americans and Israelis is the ability of Iran to wage an economic war in parallel to a military war. And that by controlling the Straits of Hormuz and by attacking, as they have done, their neighboring Gulf states, both oil refineries and tourist hotspots and so on, they've managed to freak everybody out and they freak the global markets. And this is incredibly damaging to Donald Trump because every day that Straits of Hormuz is shut.
Great similar example. Bush had mission accomplished on the aircraft carrier. But no, that was true though, right? Saddam and his regime were gone. Now, there was the whole issue behind that of like nation building. But the Saddam Hussein army and the regime was gone. That was fucked, right? So that was way more legitimate than whatever the fuck Trump is saying.
Then you will see the impact for the next few weeks and months coming through the US economy and the global economy, but the US economy. You know, when fertilizer, when the impact of that being stopped comes through in a couple of months' time, it takes a while to cut through to the actual people of America. But it will, and when it does, it's going to be very damaging. Do you not think that the longer this goes on, the more of a miscalculation has been made here?
Look, I'm not the Trump is the all-B MAGA guy. I'm the guy that was like, yeah, I'm not so sure about this Trump guy. You know what? Oh, I got the fake news. Oh, Russia. Oh, it turns out, yeah, you know, he's way better than the other side. So I had to use logic and a measured approach to get me to the point where I'm like, he's the...
At the time, my impression was we had troops in Iraq, Destiny, so saying mission accomplished was BS. Wait, I could be misremembering. I thought the mission accomplished thing came after we got rid of Saddam, like after we toppled the regime and they had him like in custody or whatever. Am I wrong on that?
Guy. So I'll ask you another question. Let's say Trump wasn't here. What's Kamala doing?
Oh, no,
so
don't get me wrong.
is binary.
I think Kamala Harris would have been a terrible president. I thought Joe Biden was a terrible president. And I've always said with Trump, I think I find myself agreeing with some of the things he does and disagreeing with others, which I think is the right way to deal with Trump. I think if you just judge him on what comes out of his mouth...
Well, that's just like with anything, Piers. You're not going to agree with everybody and disagree with that.
Right.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
and look, when I came on
this weird, childish thing, and it's annoying. I can't tell who's like a bad faith actor here versus who just doesn't have the experience. Adam should know better. Piers should know better. Dave Smith is a fucking loser man-child, so I don't know. But even he should probably know better. The idea that your words just don't matter and you can just say whatever is just so unbelievably stupid to me and childlike that you know that CEOs can't get away with this. You know that like you know that leaders, like team leaders, supervisors, like presidents, obviously, like you can't just, your words don't matter. That's just it's the most childlike, stupid, like indefensible position anybody can have. I hate that Trump just gets away with that.
The PBD podcast, I loved it because we disagree about stuff, and you guys come on, we disagree, we agree, but we never fall out over it, nor should anybody, right? But on this specific call about Iran, I did say on day one, I think this is a massive gamble, and I don't understand the timing, and I think the capacity for this to go badly wrong is very high. The longer it has gone on, because Trump originally was like, this is over in days, then it's over in a couple of weeks, then everything started changing, then the regime change he said was going to happen with people rising up. None of that has happened. There are lots of reasons for it. I think the reason we saw so many pro-regime people hit the streets was they were not going to get killed doing it. We saw in January when people protested against the regime, a lot got killed, and obviously there are bombs flying around all over the cities of Iran, which will also put people off, I guess. So there are lots of reasons, I guess, why people are protesting or not protesting in certain ways. But to me, the justification for this war has changed so many times. It's made me think, I don't think Donald Trump has any clear idea of what victory looks like. I mean, if the regime remains intact and they keep their enriched uranium, for example, and they maintain control of the Straits of Hormuz, is that victory?
Well, look, this was not an easy decision. You think, these guys have been in power 47 years. Everybody in our microwave hustle society wants this done in the next 4 to 7 weeks. It's going to take some time. And we've already, I was talking to a good Navy SEAL buddy of mine, Navy SEAL. He said, dude, we've taken out 80% of their military capacity. Not bad in less than a month. So let the guy cook a little bit. So you also talk about, Dave, that, oh yeah, they had people out there pro-regime. Yeah, nobody's denying that 10 to maybe 20% max of the country is pro-regime. But what about the 80% of the country? That's like a debate at a comedy show. And there was 100 people that magically showed up to Dave's comedy show. Oh my God, he has so many fans. Dude, there's 100,000 people outside that didn't go to the show. I'm not being like brutish or sarcastic, but just you're taking a small sample size and extrapolating that for the entire country. We all know
just to be clear,
who this regime is.
Hang on, Adam,
we all know that this is a terrorist regime.
Just to be technically correct on that argument you're making, if 100 people turned up to watch Dave's show, then technically over 8 billion chose not to.
Wow. I think we'd overthrown the Iraqi regime, but Saddam hadn't been captured yet. You're right about the timeline. Saddam was dead. U.S. said major ops were open. The criticism was war wasn't over. Oh, fuck you then. Saddam was dead. Okay. Wait, does it matter if cats are inbred? Oh, Jesus. What the fuck? Why is it saving this shit? Oh, my God. Bro, oh, my God. What, this is like IVs and fucking Pokemon. Inbred cats give you bad mutations? Oh, they say that every time an inbred cat is born, the gods flip a coin. I'm just kidding. Can you get them like less inbred? Like if this guy mates with a cat that's completely outside of its family tree or whatever, do they become, is that child less inbred or? Destiny, I don't want to talk about this. I was wrong. Saddam regime was over, but he was alive. I don't care. Okay, based. When you concentrate the pool, you can just add more water. Okay. 1 sec.
Correct.
Actually, wait. I need to listen to this closely. Let me use the restroom. Hold on. Ooh.
And that's pretty uniform at this point.
This is really making me feel bad about my numbers on the road.
It doesn't necessarily mean that 8 billion people.
Yeah,
It doesn't mean there are 8 billion people who don't like Dave Smith.
I used to own a couple. No, it's fine. I mean, I actually do like Dave Smith. Let me tell you a Dave Smith story. I actually have respect for Dave Smith. But I realized who Dave Smith is. And I would say this to his face or on camera. Dave Smith is a radical libertarian. Don't take my word for it. You've said this multiple times.
Not.
Have you not, Dave Smith?
Said what? That I'm a radical libertarian? Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Yes. Okay, perfect. So when you're something, when you're radical, what's another word for?
What I believe in is true Americanism.
Radical? Extremist. Okay, this is why you call
relative
America.
Terms.
This is why you call. Sure. This is why you call the U.S. military the greatest terrorist organization on earth, right? Because you're a true American? Because you're a true patriot? Is that why, Dave? Because something tells me you have what is known as clickbait of the mouth. And you're using these instances, these wars, to garner attention for you. You have the American flag behind you, yet you have the hypocrisy of saying the United States.
I know we don't like Dave Smith, but Adam is a special level of retard. No, not even. Adam is like a decently smart guy. Like, he has information in his head. He's on the Ben Shapiro path, which is you are a relentless Trump dick suck until Israel or the Jews are brought up. Then you become anti-Trump. He's on that Ben Shapiro line.
Military. United States is the greatest terror organization the world has ever seen. I mean, I don't understand what's going on here. This is why you're radical.
I didn't say
by the
the
way,
word.
I tell you what, hang on, just to be fair today,
hang on.
let's replay what he actually said on this show, which caused all the furore led by Ben Shapiro. We'll play what he said, and I'll play what Shapiro said about it, and then we'll come back today for a response.
The IDF is the worst terrorist organization in the region. Let's get real. The United States of America is arguably the worst terrorist organization in the world. If you want to look over the last 25 years, how many innocent civilians we've slaughtered.
It doesn't matter, it turns out, how many times you appear on Joe Rogan's show, or how many times you hide behind your title of comedian who holds the Guinness Book of World Records for fewest jokes told, or how many times you spew puerile analogies that demonstrate nothing but unbelievable, willful ignorance of the nature of war. I'm sorry, but you hate the country if you say America is the worst terrorist organization in the world. You just do. Now, I know that Dave Smith is super duper excited that his name was mentioned here, and he's sitting there shouting at his TV screen in his basement, "Debate me, bro!" To which I answer, nah. I don't debate with trolls who claim that America is the biggest terrorist state in the world.
Wait, okay. So using this model, okay? When people do this, I won't debate you. If you want to know why I moved from debating a bunch of conservatives to not, it's because the only types of conversations these guys want are conversation style 1 and maybe conversation style 2. But once you've moved into 3 or 4, they will not debate you. They do not want to have that conversation. So Ben Shapiro doesn't want to talk to Dave Smith now because it's either going to be adversarial or it's going to be fully hostile. That's why he is refusing this year. Yeah, every time.
Because that is idiotic.
So Dave, as you know, that all blew up. A lot of debate raged about it.
Hello.
Just let me clarify what you meant. Do you regret phrasing it the way you did? Just give us a bit more meat on the bone.
Never mind.
No, I don't regret phrasing it the way I did, and I'll be very clear about what I'm saying. I will point out that it's quite something for Ben Shapiro. Just since you played him, I got to respond to him first. That he goes, "Oh, I just won't debate with this guy because this is so beyond the pale." Ben Shapiro made his name debating 19-year-old communist Maoists who were confused about their gender. So somehow, Piers, we're going to have to believe here that I'm so much less serious than the children who Ben Shapiro made a career debating.
True, but has Dave Smith ever given that criticism of people like Ben Shapiro or Steven Crowder in the past, or is it now only brought up because they're adversaries? Maybe he has. I don't know.
I loved your response to him where you pointed out some of the goofy segments that he does on his show. I mean, personally, I really stay away from that stuff. And, for Adam, I think to say it's clickbait or that I just want to get out in front of the camera, I think we're all equally in front of a camera right now. And it's kind of weird to accuse someone else. I very much believe the things I'm saying.
Dave,
now, to Adam's point,
Dave, don't run from the comment. Don't run from your comment.
I'm trying to
address the comment, not Ben Shapiro, would you? Good, you're Dave. Let's go. Wrap it up.
No, I'm going to make the points I want to make.
You called the United States military.
You're just slowing. Okay, so
you called the United States military the greatest terror organization in the world.
Adam,
defense.
Just let me answer. No problem. I'm going to go back to the order I was going. To Adam's point, when Adam says I'm a radical libertarian and I say that this is true Americanism, I mean, look, my favorite founding father is Thomas Paine. Not everyone considers him a founding father, and maybe I love him so much because he never held a government position and didn't own slaves, which I thought was pretty cool. But Benjamin Franklin said he was the most consequentialist and the one person most responsible for the United States of America existing. His famous pamphlet that he wrote was called Common Sense, and I think on the first or second line of it, he says, government is at best a necessary evil. So at best, he's
so freaking epic, dude. That's so freaking epic.
Like, this is clearly on the anarchist to night watchman state spectrum was what true Americanism was when it started. Now, for me to say what I made the point, I've made this point a million times on your show, Piers. I'm saying when people come on and say Iran is the biggest state sponsor of terrorism, well, just like give me an objective definition of what terrorism means, and then let's apply that standard universally. And if you're going to sit here and say, look, America has given billions, tens of billions of dollars to the IDF in the last few years. We've also, by the way, given a lot of weapons and money. Your first guest on this show there, the head of the Obama.
The problem with I don't like to, we'll go over that Israel thread in a bit because I want to talk about why I ban the 50 fucking people I did. I don't know if you can use terrorism against Arab states, or at least the ones in the region that are fighting with Israel. He says give any definition of terrorism you want. Generally, I think like in layman's terms, or there's not like a formal definition of terrorism. People generally say that terrorism is when you are attacking civilian populations with the goal of effecting some sort of political end. I think in the broadest of senses, like what people will say terrorism is. The problem, though, is that it's pretty rare that America will just start bombing civilians or attacking civilians. It's just, I don't know if it would be very effective for us to do that. I think just not even because we're good or bad, but just because we're such a huge power that it would just look bad doing it. I don't think that would help at all. Secondly, for Israel, like it's hard to argue that you can engage in terrorist attacks to change the opinions of populations next to you when, you know, some of the people fighting you are literally suicide bombers. Like clearly some of these people are willing to die for the fights that they're in. Secondly, I would argue Israel has flirted with and tried to engage in terrorisms in the past, but like it doesn't work. I think it was in the second Lebanese civil war. I think they tried things where their idea was like, we're going to fucking bomb deep Lebanon. We're going to Beirut and we're bombing, and we're going to drop, I think they even dropped pamphlets saying, we're going to tell you guys, listen, we got to bomb you because Hezbollah is here. So if you guys can't deal with Hezbollah or get rid of them, you know, this is what's going to happen. And everybody in Lebanon fucking hated Israel for that. Nobody was like, fuck, Israel's got a good point, man. They're fucking our civilians up if we don't get rid of Hezbollah. Let's do it. Nobody was on Israel's side for that. It was a total fucking failure.
Nobody is in Lebanon or nobody in like world politics?
In Lebanon, it turned the population radically opposite to, especially, but also Nasrallah and Hezbollah they were trying to do nice things with the civilian populations, like the mafia, like they would try to like do services or build homes or whatever the fuck else.
They're like trying to pay people off kind of in a way.
Well, yeah, and provide some like kind of service to the people. I don't know to the extent of that, yeah. I just don't think it's a very effective strategy for, at least for Western nations. You just generally can't get away with like doing a terrorisms because the populations just aren't compatible with it. The other side doesn't care if you do it, and your side is not going to be on your side more if you do it. Yeah.
Well, no one is saying, like, in the recent bombing of the school, nobody's saying the United States did that on purpose, right?
Of course. What do you mean? Yeah, every slopulist fuck is saying that. That's why.
Why would the United States want to do that?
Because they're evil.
Okay, it's retarded.
That's it.
Okay,
Yeah,
whatever.
Kalinsky. Every time you hear somebody call it a double tap, for instance, they're saying it was intentional. That's every.
Well, I heard that
Kyle
they
Kalinsky
might
says
have done
it.
a double tap on
But no.
bridge.
I don't like the double. Well, on the bridge attack, I think was deliberate. But
Yeah,
the
it
double
seems
tap
really bad.
implies you're definitely like when we say we quote unquote double tapped Venezuelan people in the ocean. The big bad about that was that we attacked a boat,
Oh, there
saw
were
people
survivors,
floating
yeah.
there, and then attacked it again to kill them. Not
Yep.
we hit it twice, right? Yeah.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Deep state was using Al-Qaeda bin Ladenite head choppers on the ground in Libya and in Syria. And yes, Adam, I would also consider it when our politicians lie us into wars that slaughter millions of innocent people and in many cases target those innocent people. I consider that terrorism as well. There's the answer, Adam. And if you want to keep doing this, buddy, you can tell me to check the scoreboard. I'll run circles around you on this, dude. Check the scoreboard. Most unpopular war in American history going in. Check the scoreboard. 13 dead Americans and 150 plus other wounded. Thousands of innocents, including little schoolgirls in Iran, killed. Dead innocent Israelis. Hundreds of dead innocent people in Lebanon. Millions of innocent people being displaced. All at the cost of tens of billions of dollars and destroying Trump's coalition. Check your scoreboard, Adam. How's it looking for you?
Okay, Dave. Okay, it's not working well for you, Dave, because
Substantively
you're
respond to
still
any
saying
of that,
that
Adam.
United States. You're saying the United States is a terrorist organization. You've already lost the debate. You live in America, tough guy. You have the luxury of sitting
I
in your
didn't
little
say the
studio
country. I'm saying
with
the
your hooded
regime.
sweater,
The regime.
like you're 17 years old. The regime. You mean all American president?
I'm 17
Who's your
years
favorite
old.
president in the last 50 years?
Adam, I'm
Who's your
17 years
who's your
old.
favorite president in the last 50
I have a
years?
wife and children. Who depends on you, Adam? Your
Who's-
mom?
Okay, I also
Yeah,
have
if you want to make it
significant
personal,
other. So you want to
if
go
wanna
personal?
make it- you have a significant
Dave,
other.
we can go as
Anyway,
personal as we can go.
No, I'm
you
trying not to.
We can go as personal as you want.
Respond to one thing.
I don't
Adam.
care, Dave.
Adam, some substance.
I don't care.
I know because you don't know
Dave,
anything.
you're a
So
radical.
move on. So
Okay.
stop picking a fight with me, dude. You don't
Dave.
know anything about anything. You're Pat's guy.
I know.
And I like you,
Here's
dude.
what here's
I like you. I
here's
like
what I'm
your
gonna tell
show.
you.
I respect Pat.
Dave. Okay, Zay, here we go. I'll talk now for a second. I'm defending the military right now. You're basically saying that all our boys that go to the military are all terrorists. That's what you're saying.
No.
You're equating that the United States of America, the IDF, are the equivalent of ISIS and Al Qaeda. By the way, I also used to respect you until you went on a little podcast called Coleman Hughes. What happened on that podcast, Dave? This is the problem. I'll tell you a
Why
quick
don't you do
story.
it right
When I
now,
moved-
Adam?
when
Why
I-
don't you do it?
I'll do it right now, Dave. I'll do it right
Go
now.
for
Because
it.
here's what Dave is. Here's Dave Smith. By the way, 1% of Americans vote for libertarians every year. So you're trying to basically say that you know more than the average American. 1% of Americans vote for your people, Dave. Why don't you run for something? Why don't you stand for something? You stand for nothing.
Okay, can I respond? Again, Piers, this is the level of substance.
No. Here we go. I'm going to tell you a story, Dave, and then you can respond. Because this is where I lost respect for you as a debater. Because I was like, oh, this guy Dave, he actually knows some stuff. He's doing his thing. And then you showed up on Coleman Hughes' podcast. Piers, do you know who Coleman Hughes is?
I do. He's been on the show.
I've been on the show with him.
Perfect. That's this guy right here, just in case if the camera doesn't see.
But what is the point you're making?
I watched this podcast. The point is this: Dave gets out there and he tries to bully people and say that he's so smart. He reads a lot. A lot of books. Good for you, Dave. But what happens when you read it to somebody, run into somebody who's way smarter and bullies the bully? I remember growing up in the town of Miami, so there was this kid that used to pick on all the kids that we went to school with. And one day, some new kid showed up, and he goes, oh, yeah, let's go, buddy. Let's do this. And the bully goes, oh, what do you mean? What do you want to do? And he goes, no, yeah, you want to fight everybody? You want to take everybody's lunch? Let's go. And the new kid beat the crap out of the bully. And here's what happened with Dave. He's out there just doing his little podcast thing, debating, like you said, Ben Shapiro, 19-year-olds. And then all of a sudden, this whole conversation about Wesley Clark, and I saw him on your podcast about a week ago, Piers, and this memo, here you go, Dave. Remember this memo from Wesley Clark that you used to cite everything?
This is
that
adorable.
you used to cite? Yeah, that is adorable because your whole foundation is based on some memo.
Well, I'm not quite sure Adam, I'm not quite sure. What is the point you're making?
The point is this: Dave has zero credibility at this point. Dave has zero credibility.
Well, you don't really get to decide
and he
that.
ran into somebody that completely bullied. What audience? The four people that show up to your comedy show at the
Yeah. Okay, Dave, you respond.
Okay. Can I respond now because I listened well?
I mean, the question I'd ask you, Dave, is the way that you're.
Let me respond to some of that.
I will, yeah, but I just want to ask you just on a general level.
How are you going to respond to what Coleman Hills did to you? There was like a body bag after that debate.
Let him respond.
Well, you ain't doing nothing, bro. You're sitting here talking about what another man did.
You've already been in a body bag, Dave. I'm here to clean up the scraps.
This is like retard on retard combat. Adam should have specific points from Coleman Hughes if he feels like Dave didn't respond to them, but this is just, all of this is retarded.
Okay, let me just ask Dave this, which is, as you know, the comment you made about America being a terrorist state and so on, that went pretty viral. Do you understand why a lot of people got very angry about the perceived equivalence between America and terror organizations like ISIS, like Al-Qaeda, and so on?
Yeah, no, well, listen, I mean, there's no question that the head
I don't think he does, but go ahead.
Hey, Adam, I mean, just let me talk now. I understand all you can do here is interrupt and hold up props or something, but let me make a few good points.
I'm just, you said that America is a terrorist organization. You've already lost the debate. Go ahead.
No, I haven't actually, and that's not, you don't really get to decide in the middle of the debate whether I have. It's who moves people more than the other one is really, I guess, the metric. But
you're 1% libertarian, you're really moving people. You're really moving people.
I mean, Adam, I understand this will just be your tactic for the rest of it because you're out of, and you're just out of your depth. But here, okay, yes, actually, I didn't vote for the Libertarian nominee.
Go ahead,
Donald Trump came to the Libertarian Party convention and tried to convince a lot of us to support him, and I'm one of the people who did, and now I'm one of the people who's criticizing this policy. Now, in terms of, obviously, Piers, it's a provocative statement. I know that when I make it, and I'm not claiming that the American military men are the equivalent of ISIS or Al-Qaeda. Obviously, they're much more barbaric. These head choppers, the one who Leon Panetta and Barack Obama all sold weapons to and partnered with, and the one who Donald Trump recognized as the president of Syria, I'm not saying that one isn't more barbaric than the other. I'm simply making the point, Piers, that if you define terrorism as targeting civilians in order to affect a political change, then by that objective definition, the U.S. military and the IDF are more guilty of it than anyone else over the last 25 years.
Their argument is always that the U.S. military and the IDF do not deliberately target civilians.
Yes, Piers, but again, Piers, we've been through this.
I'm just saying, for the benefit of fairness,
that's not true.
This is their argument, whereas the difference being that genuine terror groups like ISIS, like Al-Qaeda, they deliberately and brazenly target civilians for political purposes.
Piers, when you have roaming blackouts for 9 days in Cuba because we've embargoed the energy that can go there, I'm sorry, that is targeting the civilian population. When Hamas slow rolls the remains of dead Israeli prisoners, whatever, I don't know, I get in trouble for using the wrong word, the dead Israelis that they were holding captive, even after all the live ones are out, and the response from the Israeli government is we're going to cut the aid to the civilian population in half, that is targeting civilians. And when you drop bombs all over cities and you know that innocent civilians are going to be killed, that's targeting civilians. Now, as far as some of the other stuff here, look, in terms of the debate with Coleman, I encourage people to go watch that. It's only people who already disagreed with me going in who say I got body bagged there. The rest of the people tend to say, it was a kind of a good, respectful back and forth, and both people had some moments. But for Adam to say I only debated children up until Coleman, I debated Dennis Prager, I debated Douglas Murray, I debated Josh Hammer at an Oxford-style debate at Princeton University, and absolutely smoked him on the Oxford-style voting. I debated him again at Charlie Kirk's event. I've been coming on this show. How many debates have me and you done, Piers? I've been willing to debate whoever wants to debate this subject for over 2 years now. And so to say that I'm just being Ben Shapiro and going around to college campuses and debating 19-year-old dudes in wigs claiming to be women, it's just not true, man. I debated Chris Cuomo right in front of you, Adam, the biggest host at CNN. So I just think this is ridiculous. Coleman made some, listen, I'm not gonna say a negative thing about Coleman. He didn't attack me. He went at the issues, and I really appreciate and respect that. I've actually been trying to host him on my podcast. I hope he'll do it.
Okay, Adam, your response.
Yeah, and listen, I do respect the fact that Dave does show up. He does. I mean, that's like, okay, cool, you showed up. Respect to that. I will give Dave credit. But Dave, and this is why I'm going to keep going back to this, to pretend that it was an even match, an even debate, he put you in a body bag, and you're out here still doubling down on all your positions when he went methodically and surgically.
This is the saddest thing. I've never been in a debate where someone just fell back to someone else's debate. Boom, boom, boom.
What?
I think Piers is loving this.
Yeah. He needs to, this guy, Adam just needs to bring up some examples of things he feels like Dave didn't address, at least one thing.
Name one of the booms. Make the point for yourself. Yeah. Me and you are supposed to be debating
the
here,
memo from Wesley Clark. The memo from Wesley Clark, your whole foundation. For your Israel, so listen up, little guy. So your whole foundation for Israel dragging America into war was that this memo from Wesley Clark showed up, and that's the reason that America got suckered into the Iraq War, because Israel convinced him to do it. And he went and surgically and methodically and very calmly was like, Dave, you don't know what you're talking about. Your entire foundation crumbled. And you're dipping, you're doing your little thing where you're drinking your nicotine. So, but the point is this, your Holland's Opus, this 3-hour debate with Coleman Hughes, it wasn't close, Dave. And that's fine. You want to sort of be revisionist.
That's your opinion.
And say, you know what? We went point for point. No, Dave, that was any person with logic. Because you didn't have a response. Your only response was,
go read the book.
Adam, it is an unusual position to spend.
It's not ridiculous.
Adam, it's an unusual position that I've had you guys
because
on.
That was the aha moment for me. So far, where I said, this guy is actually a lightweight. He's actually a lightweight.
Adam,
well, this is that moment for you for a lot of people, Adam, so congratulations.
My point to you, Adam, would simply be it's an unusual debating strategy to spend 10 minutes of this debate talking about another debate that most viewers may not see.
Yes, it's
there's other debates that we can bring up. The fact, Dave, when's the last time you were in the Middle East?
Okay, so this is what we're falling back to now. Yeah.
Wait, fuck, I can't tell real quick. So can you make?
I didn't hear what he said.
Can you make cats less inbred? If a slightly inbred cat here, if he has a kid with a new stray, is that cat going to be less? Okay, thank you. Okay, gotcha.
This debate, talking about another debate that most viewers may not see.
Yes, it's
there's other debates that we can bring up. The fact, Dave, when's the last time you were in the Middle East?
Okay, so this is what we're falling back to now.
When was the last time you were in the what?
No, you know the answer. You're not asking.
You were in the Middle East.
Oh, the Middle East. That's the travel question.
I have not been to the Middle East. Go do your best Douglas Murray acting job. Adam, brother, I was prepared to come in here on friendly terms. So you are humiliating yourself right now.
Friends. I'm really not.
You're humiliating yourself right now.
You've been humiliating yourself for the past 2 years. Basically saying that America is a terrorist organization, that the IDF is a terrorist organization, and you're whitewashing actual terrorism. What are your thoughts on Islamic terrorism coming into the West? What are your thoughts on the war in the West? What do you think of ISIS? What do you think of the Muslim Brotherhood?
Asking me questions?
Go ahead.
It's a huge
I'm asking you a
risk.
question.
And it's a huge risk, especially right now after we just murdered an Ayatollah and his whole family.
What's a huge risk?
Blowback terrorism is a huge problem, and having not secure borders is a nightmare of policy.
I'm not talking about.
I'm very concerned about
blowback terrorism. Do you see what's going on in the West? Do you see what's going on where Piers Morgan lives in London? Do you see what's going on all over the world?
I've been an advocate of strict immigration controls for many years.
By the way,
you're just making stuff up because you have nothing, dude.
By the way,
you have nothing here, man.
You just said that America is a terrorist organization.
Adam, if you brought my country
into it. He's anti-American, and here I am as a proud American saying that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
You said that Dave couldn't talk about the Middle East because he hasn't been there much. When was the last time you were in England?
Oh, this is why this came out now. I got it.
I spent much time in England. My ex-wife was
Welsh.
When
was the last
time? She wasn't a sheep shagger.
When was the last time?
The last time I was in Europe, in England, in the Middle East, where would you like me to go?
No, England.
The last time I was in England was about 8 years ago.
Right. So this idea, let me tell you.
The last time I was in Israel.
Let me tell you.
The last time I was in Israel.
This idea.
3 years ago.
There is a weird idea.
We have to put this episode out. There
is a weird idea. There are many people.
Are you saying that not going to a country?
Adam, many people. Hang on. Many people on the conservative right in America seem under the illusion that my country has been taken over by radical Muslims. Let me tell you, I have lived here on and off for the last 8 years, unlike you, and respectfully, we have not been taken over by radical Muslims. It just hasn't happened the way it's been sold by people like Tommy Robinson to Americans. And you're all lapping it up.
How would you define it then, Piers?
I think we have a Muslim population which is predominantly peaceful and inclusive and settled well. And we have some radical members of radical Muslims, as we have radical members of other religions in this country. And we have to be very wary about it.
What other members of radical religions?
Hang on. And we have had severe immigration control issues run by successive Conservative and Labour governments.
Duke, I'll drag up in 3 minutes, 4 minutes after this is done.
Who frankly lost control of our border, both to illegal immigration, but also allowed way too many people in legally. And these are proper, legitimate things to be discussed. We're framing it, as some people like to do, as my country's been overrun and overtaken by radical Muslims. It's just a lie. It's just not true. So yes, there are things to be concerned about. And yes, I want to see everyone who comes here assimilate, and everyone who lives here assimilate into our culture. Of course I do. But this idea that we've been overrun and overtaken is nonsense.
Yeah, Piers, can I just make
one? So you think it's all blown out of proportion? Everything that everybody is saying about Sharia law being imposed in London and Birmingham,
it hasn't been imposed here. It hasn't been imposed here.
Okay, anyway.
There are a number of
Piers,
unofficial Sharia courts operating. They have no legal basis or standing in the UK whatsoever. There is no Sharia law being operated legally in this country. End. It doesn't
thank you, Piers. Thank you for enlightening me. So you're saying it's all overblown, that
Islamification
come over
with the whole PBD team and let me take you on a guy tour of the UK, and trust me, you'll be fine.
I'm sure you're going to all the nicest places, and definitely none of the most dangerous places, Piers. I'm sure you're not going to Birmingham or Brick Lane or anything like that.
I love Brick Lane, best curries in England. I love Birmingham, fantastic place.
Incredible Bangladesh.
Also, I'm sure there are dangerous parts of London that I haven't been to, but I still think Americans have no concept of any of these things. And even in America, people don't really have a concept. Like, for dangerous places, you're usually talking hyper-specific places at, like, some certain times of night, and oftentimes, like, what you're doing. Like, it's pretty rare that they're, like, death zones where you walk to and you get fucking murdered, even in the U.S. It's like... Well, whatever.
I'll take you there.
Back to my central thesis here is that Dave thinks that the United States military and the IDF are the equivalent of the Ayatollah and the Hezbollah.
All right, you made that point. Dave, final point to you. Final point to
Dave. I think we all kind of agree that like open borders and lack of immigration restrictions are not very sound policy and that those ought to not be in place. But I do just want to say to the, I guess, almost brushed up against.
Isn't that what libertarians believe in, though? Don't libertarians believe in open borders, Dave?
Let him finish.
Anyway, let me just finish one point, Adam, since you have nothing to say. Just let me finish the point. Anyway, no, like libertarians
I've already said what I have to say. You've been in a body bag for about a year now.
Let me finish. Yeah, great. Okay, I've been in a body bag anyway. Let's see what the reaction to this one is. Let's see what the reaction.
Why do these shows have delays? What software do they use? I have meetings with my EU workers, and there's no delay on Zoom or Teams. So why do these shows have delays? I don't know. I think they're just connecting through like a whole bunch of like legacy tech that nobody really understands, but they're just systems or stacks of tech they've used for a long time, and then it's just fucked. Yeah.
To this debate is okay. We'll take a look at that when it comes out.
Sure.
Anyway, but the idea that
we can gladly do that.
Great.
You're defending terrorism, and you think the United States is a terrorist organization.
Yeah,
Let's see what rational MAGA people think. Go ahead, Dave.
Let's see. Okay. Anyway, the idea that you make the point that the General Wesley Clark thing has been torn apart, and that was my entire case for Israel trying to push America into these wars is absolutely ridiculous. There's much more to it than that, and that point hasn't been torn apart. Piers, is anyone going to seriously argue that Israel trying to push us into this war with Iran isn't a factor? As Benjamin Netanyahu, the longest-serving prime minister in Israeli history, brags about how this is the culmination of his entire life's work. He's been advocating this for my entire life.
Well, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, said it very clearly that America preemptively got involved in the strikes because Israel were going to attack Iran, and so America thought there would be revenge attacks against American interests and got in first.
And Netanyahu's been coming here every other week to try to lobby Trump into this war.
Guys,
you guys are saying that Trump is that
I have to bring this to an end.
buffoon that he just gets dragged into wars.
Please come back again another time. I'd love having you on. Dave, always good to see you. I've sadly got to leave you there, but I appreciate it both very much. Thank you.
Enjoy that body bag. Enjoy that body bag. Look out for the comment section.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Allah Akbar, buddy.
Well, thanks to David. I'm joined now by Bill O'Reilly, host of No Spin News and author of Confronting Evil. Bill.
Whose blood is this guy draining to never age? How old is Bill O'Reilly? Shouldn't this guy be like fucking 80 by now? 76 years old. What the fuck? Why does he look like he's like 52?
I was thinking 6'7".
Okay, what do you want?
Look. Yeah, so just some standard Israel ball flattening stuff.
You're European, Jesus Christ, the worst.
Yeah.
Okay, what's up?
So like I think you said like yesterday and today, like Israel is still like an American strategic ally, and you used the phrase Western nation. I just think I'm not sure it really applies to Israel anymore, given what we've seen lately.
What changes your mind on that? Do they still have elections?
Yes.
Is Netanyahu conducting himself in any kind of like authoritarian, crazy manner?
Yes.
How?
I think you would say like wars of aggression. I think they fairly clearly fall under that.
I don't think so. I feel like it's when you're engaged in like military conflict and you're using like crazy loopholes or like unilateral control of the military in order to do it. Like the Trump stuff with Iran and Venezuela is bad because he's like explicitly like bypassing our Congress and not trying to get any kind of authorization or approval. I'm not aware of Netanyahu utilizing the IDF in that manner in a way that is incongruent.
I'm not saying like internally they're not doing anything like that, but externally, I think.
Well, I'm asking if it's like an authoritarian-ish regime. I'm just trying to figure out because you're saying it's not a Western style.
I wouldn't
nation.
say authoritarian, but I wouldn't say they're a liberal regime anymore.
Why
like
not?
Small L liberal.
They still have like freedom of speech. I don't think they've like sort of.
Yeah, but I think the way they're conducting themselves is much like how the US is conducting themselves at the moment, which is like not necessarily as a liberal country would conduct itself.
Why do you think the United States is not a liberal country anymore? Because when I view that, I view Trump's attacks on all of our institutions, on all of our liberal institutions, not just because we go to war.
Well, yeah, there are. But there's undermining of institutions, and then there's going like it's all part of the same. It comes from the same place, is what I would say. If you want to, like, if you're going to say internal stuff with Israel, I do think like that death penalty thing is quite strange.
Well, one, I'm not even sure if I don't know if that death penalty thing will survive the courts, but like it's really, as much as people like to make a big deal, it's really not that strange. Like there is a huge, unfortunate double standard when it comes to law in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and the Palestinians that live there don't get to play by, or don't have to play by the same rules. They don't get to play in the same courts. I shouldn't use play. Let me rephrase this. they are all tried in military courts as opposed to like the domestic or civil, I don't know if you should say domestic courts in Israel. So this is like another step in that direction, but like that dual legal system is the really, really bad thing. I don't know if this is like massively removed from that in terms of being a horrible thing. Like it's bad, but it's not. But the dual legal system is the really, really bad thing.
I agree with that.
But again, I'm not sure how this is like an illiberal thing. Like if this is a thing that they're passing, I don't know the super ins and outs of their legal system, but if this is a thing that their parliament can pass in a relatively, if they're able to pass it, I don't know what's illiberal about this. It seems like you're saying like illiberal things I don't like.
I don't think, but this is like how Trump, like it's the spirit of the law versus like how it's actually like just because they're passing laws democratically doesn't mean they're liberals.
I just don't understand. It sounds like liberal in your mind is like things that you don't like, basically.
No, I'm saying like Western kind of Enlightenment values, like generally speaking.
What does that mean? Western Enlightenment values? Like what are we talking about?
Like freedom of speech, freedom of assembly.
But then I don't think any of these things
are respecting sovereignty, respecting human rights.
Kind of, yeah. But I think that this has always been an issue with Israel when it comes to the occupied territory since '67. But I don't think it's gotten. I'm not sure if you would say it's worse now than it was in '67.
I think it's worse in the last 20 years. I'd say, like since the second Intifada, and definitely since like Trump 1 and Trump 2. I think there's been I would have agreed with you, like in 2023. But I think the more this has gone on, I think their actions are less and less explainable, and like they're just reacting to everyone around them. I think they're
always reacting. They're still explainable, but I mean, at some point, like they're going to fall. Like you can explain why Nazi Germany existed. I think you mean like, would you support the actions? Yeah, I mean, I think that the support for the current Israeli military actions, that's definitely decreased over time, for sure. Yeah. But I don't know if you'd say, they're not a Western style nation anymore.
I mean, in terms of like ideology, not necessarily, I don't know, like their system of government is, lots of countries have like parliaments and stuff. I just think ideologically, I just don't think they're necessarily aligned with what I would say is like the liberal project.
Okay. I just completely disagree, but I guess you can have that opinion. Sure.
But like another, maybe even if like we put that aside, like morally or legally, like you disagree with me, but I think strategically, I don't think the US being aligned with Israel also is benefiting the US at all anymore.
How not?
I just think, this latest war, I don't see what benefit the US has gotten from being an ally to Israel.
Do you think we have a benefit with being an ally with like Saudi Arabia and like the Gulf states?
Not necessarily, but they haven't done anything to harm you either.
So we have
I think Israel has.
Can you conceive of like really bad outcomes if Russia or China had greater control over the GCC, over all of those Gulf states and OPEC and everything?
Sure.
Okay, so then wouldn't our alliance with like Saudi Arabia, and then by extension of Saudi Arabia, Israel, isn't that like beneficial for us?
Yeah. I would say, but Saudi Arabia hasn't done anything to like outright harm you, which I think this latest war and like how they've conducted themselves, like they undermined Biden, they undermined the JCPOA since its inception.
Yeah, I mean, but so it's kind of Saudi Arabia, right? I mean, like Saudi Arabia and Israel are at least the leadership are fairly aligned on things. Like Saudi Arabia fucking hates Iran. I mean, like we were part of their little fight squad against Yemen for 5 years or whatever. Like they generally don't like any of the Iranian players in the region.
True, but I just don't. That's true, but like Saudi Arabia hasn't incited this. Like they've kind of kept things under wraps. I think Israel has been extremely reckless, and like they've exploited the U.S. relationship for their own ends. But I don't think it's been mutually beneficial.
Yeah, I would say for this Iranian thing, I think it's more beneficial to them than to us, for sure. I would agree with that 1,000,000%. Maybe even detrimental to us, depending on how all of this plays out.
Yeah, which is why I think this is kind of what I think maybe like you've seen some dissonance in like DGG with your stance, like.
No, I think this is a largely brain dead position. It's this, and I'll go over this in this thread later. This idea that like, have they done the thing that makes you hate them now as a country? Should we completely ban them? It's like that's like the idea that you would have an ally And then like when they do a bad, now it's just done. We have to leave completely. Like these are said by people who either always wanted us to leave this country and never be a part of their alliance network or whatever. Because like they would have to do quite a bit of stuff to move to an area where like, oh shit, okay, yeah, we got to sever ties completely. Because the idea of having no alignment with Israel, but still trying to be very close to Saudi Arabia, like this plays out poorly for every single person in that region and for our influence there in the future, theoretically. We have no control of Israel whatsoever. Like that's like a really weird...
Obviously, like I'm European, and I kind of see this. I kind of look at Israel the same way I would look at the US right now. It just seems like they're both acting in a very unhinged, very similar ways, and you can't really consider them allies, at least not right now. And I don't know how it changes. Because if you've elected Trump twice, if Netanyahu is your longest serving prime minister,
yeah, but the difference is that for the United States, it seems to be the case that we're making these unbelievably unhinged and crazy decisions for no reason. We're like schizophrenic. For as fucked as Israel's, modern, military apparatus and everything they're doing is, like they are still responsive to threats in the region. Like you can argue that the response is over the top. I would argue that, or that they're a little bit too fixated on their own short-term outcomes and not necessarily the long-term health of the region or other people that are impacted by the region. But like at the very least, it's responsive to stuff. Whereas in the U.S., it's like fucking random. I don't know.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. Obviously, I would agree they're they're not irrational, but I just don't think it aligns with what quote unquote the West should be standing for. I just don't think. I'm not saying we should be pro-Palestine. I'm just saying I just don't think like being associated with them is detrimental, and it strikes as hypocritical when like the problem is Hasan. It's so easy for Hasan to dunk on liberals because it just looks so bad, and I don't think it's just because it's an optics thing. I think it's actually
but Hasan is aligned with Hezbollah and Iran and the Houthis.
I know that, yeah.
So it's not.
But I don't think
he's not even in a position where he can call that out as hypocritical. Like this guy literally sides with terrorists.
Yeah, okay, but I think the moral distinction between Hezbollah and the Houthis and Israel is becoming smaller and smaller by the day, because especially like in the since I'd say 2024, when it became kind of obvious that they don't really have any goals in Gaza, and now they've invaded southern Lebanon, they're like blowing up villages as they go, and then like unilaterally striking Iran, dragging the US into a wider war, disrupting the global economy. I don't see why you should stick by this country necessarily. Like, maybe it would be strategic. Maybe there are some like unforeseen strategic consequences down the road, obviously. But I think morally and legally, I just don't see why it.
I mean, I think we should restrain them more, but like flipping and just abandoning the region seems like a pretty strong reaction to that doesn't benefit us in the long run at all.
Yeah, I could agree to that. Like, if you were to say, like, if we were to see the future, I'd agree. What would you say if I would say, like, if the policy prescriptions for a future Democratic presidential candidate, would you say, like, how much more of a hardline position should a future Democrat take?
How much more? I mean, I'm okay with like sanctioning people that are involved in like settler violence or anything like that. I mean, Biden was able to restrain Israel when it came to military actions. Like, I'm good with that. I mean, you can condition aid or weapons on Israel. Like, I'm okay with that. I mean, like, you should do everything you can to bring them into like alignment with your own interests.
Do you think?
Do you think if the United States just completely like kind of went isolationist around the Middle East / Israel, do you think that Israel would just be more like more hands-on and like unchained at that point? Do you think the United States kind of like stops them in a lot of the stupid shit, Steve?
I think depending on who the leader of the U.S. is, I would say yes. But
got it.
There's also the interesting question, just to throw this one out there, but hypothetically, let's just say Israel tomorrow disappeared. How do you think that region would be working at that point moving forward? Do you think it would be better, or do you think it would be worse than what we have today?
You asking me or Destiny?
I'm asking you. This is not a hard question.
It's hard to know because
really, it's hard to know
when
people would like a flag like "Death to America," like when they're okay. Gotcha.
Do you want to answer the question, or do you want to like jump down?
No, I go ahead.
I think most of the instability, like, is especially since the first Trump administration, has come from Israel, and Iran is the other side of that coin. But the problem is they're both contributing to it. I don't think I'm not pro Iran or any of these like tanky terrorist axis of resistance dumb fucks. But
there would be a lot of craziness, like if we dropped Norway into the middle of Central Africa, for instance, right? Do you think the reason that there's so much chaos and insanity going on in that area, is it just because Israel is fucking evil and they want to kill everyone, or is it because there's a lot of things coming at that direction as well?
I don't think it's that simple. I think Israel has. There's no you can't explain like the settlement expansion other than
that's one thing that you have.
It's a big thing
in that area.
But wait, what were you going to say? Wait, you can't explain the settlement expansion with what? What point were you going to say?
With kind of like normal, like reacting kind of in like a proportionate, or just reacting to like other bad actors. Like it's a bad act in itself for no other reason.
Well, the reason is because they at some point they know they're going to have to absorb the West Bank. Like it's going to come up at some point, so they're just trying to get.
That's like. Well, then that's kind of conceding the argument, isn't it? That they are trying to ethnically cleanse or whatever, or annex the West Bank.
Their goal, of course, would be to ethnically cleanse.
That's bad.
I guess. I mean, the Palestinians want to ethnically cleanse the Israelis from both of these areas as well, right?
So why are we picking one side over the other in this?
Well, one of them is a.
Well, right now we're picking them.
Yeah,
I mean, like because they tend to be they're more Western style, so they're our current allies, and we're kind of more aligned with them. But I mean, another reason why we the default is picking Israel is because, as I said before, the status quo supports Israel, and nobody is like pushing for any like real change that would help any of the Palestinians. So the status quo.
But why shouldn't we change our status quo? Like I understand up to this point why Israel has been an ally.
What do you mean change our status quo to who? Supporting Hamas? Supporting Hezbollah? Supporting the Houthis?
Neither.
Who are we supporting? Or you just want to abandon the region completely?
I would just take a much more neutral stance.
Abandon the region?
No, I think you could do...
Provide aid to both.
I think
we already did.
No.
Give them both nukes and let them fuck each other up.
If the Democrats take back, say, the presidency, obviously I'm not Americans, it's also nothing really to do with me, but I think the US could maybe have one last go of forcing Israel back to the table, and if they refuse, I think it's kind of like on them.
Well, why do you think it's on just Israel to come back to the table? Like what? Like
well, I think you can like lay out the where we're going to do this one last good faith effort, see if the Palestinians reciprocate, and then.
It's funny you bring this up because
most of the Gulf states, I think, are acting much more responsibly.
Bill Clinton tried to do exactly this with the Clinton parameters. It was like a last-ditch effort to try to figure out some negotiation, and Arafat walked, and nothing came from it.
He did, yeah.
So okay, I mean, like, I don't know what the.
So are we never going to try again, or?
No, I think we should. Like, I'm not really necessarily. Actually, I think I've even given explicitly what you're saying before as an example. Like, I think we should like push Israel to solve it. Yeah, I agree with that.
Do you think the US should like unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state?
What kind of state would we even recognize? The states that
in principle.
Wow, I don't know. What does that even do?
Like European countries have done so.
I guess if it
that
makes people feel
would put
better,
pressure on Israel to move back.
Would it?
I think you should also move the embassy back to Tel Aviv.
Sure, it definitely should have never moved. I don't know if moving it back now would be possible or whatever. But like, I do agree it shouldn't have moved. But like, what would if we recognize the Palestinian state? Like, how many more symbolic victories do the Palestinians need as they lose more and more territory and more of their people get blown up?
I think it's more about the U.S. legitimacy, like that you are maybe committed to.
I don't think Israel needs the U.S. for their legitimacy. Like,
I want to ask a question here because I'm curious if both of you guys would answer this. Who do you think benefits more from being an ally of Israel in the United States? Like, do you think the $4 billion, which is like what, a third of a GameStop, do you think that's making Israel? Like, why is it? I mean, I'll just pose that question to you. Who's coming out better in this? And why?
Are we?
Yeah, to you.
Are we saying just the 4 billion? Or are we allowed to talk about all the other stuff as well?
Sure, all the other stuff.
Like intelligence and F-35s. And...
Yes, intelligence and F-35s. Who's coming out ahead in this relationship?
Right now, probably Israel, because they get to do whatever they want and dominate the region because they know they can't be fucked with.
Why can't they be fucked with?
Because the US is defending them.
Why is the US defending them?
I don't know.
You're like, there's one more part of this puzzle and you can answer it.
I don't know. You have to tell me the answer. Maybe it's obvious.
Because the United States gets meaningful benefit from Israel that surpasses the losses that they're doing here?
Wait, you just begged the question. What is the benefit?
Intelligence, which we also get that way. Israel acts almost as a firewall for a lot of terrorism that would be directed at the United States, like with countries that have a motto of death to America, death to Israel, death to the Jews. Israel's a lot closer to America.
Okay. But that isn't this right now when you say America's kind of appearance of being really close to Israel is probably more likely to cause more terrorism than less. Because at the moment, it looks like Israel's a lapdog, or America's a lapdog of Israel. I'm not saying that's necessarily true. It's like an anti-Semitic trope. But the problem is, you've got the reality of how things have played out. It just looks exactly the same. You can watch a Hasan stream and a Nick Fuentes stream, and they start making sense, and it's fucking insane.
Okay. I need like more meaningful reasoning as to why the United States is there, and just saying Israel's making them be there seems silly, right? There's obviously a benefit the United States is getting. Do I know every specific benefit that the United States could be getting from this? I don't. But I'm assuming that they're not just doing this out of the goodness of the heart, because this is costing Trump dearly. Is it not? Right? It's killing him in the polls. It's wildly unpopular.
It's killing Democrats too, though. It's killing all the U.S.
I think it's hurting Trump a little bit more than it's
the big
hurting
schism in the
Democrats.
Democratic Party is over this fucking Pally issue, and it doesn't seem to make any sense why you would stick by them, considering how they've behaved.
Okay.
Like maybe obviously I think it would fucking suck if, I don't know, I guess they fucked around and found out, and like maybe they got invaded again. I don't know. Actually, I have no idea how. No one can predict how it would actually play out if America stopped supporting them, because they do have nukes and stuff. But being like their infinite, unless you can completely reel them in, being like their infinite kind of backup is just they've just exploited that, and I think it's made the situation worse.
Of the countries in the Middle East right now,
Mm-hmm.
if you had to put them on like a good boy, bad boy list from the bottom to the top, where all the way at the bottom, you're killing gay people and not having fair elections, and you have a fucking dictator in chief and suppressing political uprising and all that. Where do you rank the Middle East countries?
You mean among themselves, or internet? You said
among themselves.
Yeah, among themselves.
So who's the worst?
Probably Iran. Maybe there's one I'm thinking of who's worse. I'm forgetting.
Okay.
The best. Problem is the best. It might be Israel, but it might not. But the problem is it shouldn't be close. Like that's kind of the problem.
Okay. What about the other countries?
Like I think most of the Gulf countries right now are like, especially in the last 15 years, they're still monarchies and stuff, but
like
everything else,
killing protesters and.
Has Saudi and UAE haven't killed protesters?
Careful.
Okay. So
have they recently? They killed out a journalist guy.
Yeah.
MBS. Yeah. But the thing with like MBS, he's kind of like this. I read this Zizek article recently. Yeah.
How's the UAE building their skyscrapers right now? Are those guys out there in the white dresses?
Immigrant labor.
What's another word for the people building that?
Immigrant labor. I don't know what they're not slaves. If you
really? Oh, they're like pogging out.
No, they're paid.
Oh. Can I pay you like $1 a day to come do whatever I want? And I'll just take your passport?
I've worked in the Middle East. I know what the
Oh, so you've been
is. They're not they are exploited labor. Yes, they're really shitty, but they're not slaves.
Oh. Well, all those investigative journalists were fucking lying to me. All right, well.
Are the Palestinians who come work in Israel, are they paid really well, are they?
I imagine they're paid, yes, better than the people in Dubai who have their passports taken and can't leave until they serve out a contract, and then even then.
Yeah, okay, fine, but I'm not defending the Gulf countries.
You kind of are, because you're focusing entirely on like Israel's the worst actor here. They're by far the worst, and you're just like
they're not the worst, but they're right where they should be. They're like among the peers. That's the problem.
That's why I was asking you to rank where you think the countries are.
Yeah, I said I don't know. Israel might be towards the top, but the problem is I don't.
You might. Well, I mean, you feel strong about this. I'm just asking you to rank them. Like
He's saying
There's
that
only-
Israel might not be the worst, but that all of them would be bad. So we shouldn't associate with any of them.
Okay, well then, if we have to put them on a scale, okay, where one of them is the best and one of them is the worst, where are we? Do we really think that Israel is just the same as the Houthis, pretty much?
No. What?
Why are you
No,
sighing?
but I think Israel is probably worse than Saudi at the moment. Maybe not like internally. Obviously, they've got way better civil rights and stuff, but externally, they're not like Saudi isn't invading other countries.
They definitely
committing more
were. There was
crimes.
the huge civil war in Yemen.
I said right now.
Okay.
Or the UAE. Like the war in Lebanon is like 100% like annexing part of Syria. I think they even refused to normalize relations with Syria recently for no particular reason. So like that whole kind of past trend of them giving up territory for peace, that seems to have stopped. I think Al-Sharaa wanted to normalize and they refused.
I don't know enough about the current Syrian government to say, so I can't say.
Yeah,
But,
okay. Fair.
Well.
Yeah. If you had, if you want to talk, one of the points like Hasan is bad at, like when he went to Cuba, he didn't mention anything about like their political prisoners and how they. I don't think he brought it up at all. So that's another thing you could say how he's illiberal.
Sure.
I know he talked about what he said about Russia and Iran and stuff.
Mhm.
And I think the hotel he was staying in was probably a state hotel because the Cuban government like bought most of the hotel rooms as like a revenue stream for tourists. But the problem is, and I think they also want to corner the market when they might transition to a market economy. So like,
I like that you came in here at the end with a Hasan bad to try and win some favor.
to sweeten the deal. Yeah. Yeah, I just I think that's probably why like if like the DGG has been quite up in arms recently. I think that's where it's coming from. I just think that people are seeing the disconnect of how Israel is, and they kind of see. I think they see Israel like manga, like just very illiberal
Israel is a liberal.
in terms of the kind of ideology that's taken hold there. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I don't think America is necessarily like it's not like a binary you are you aren't, but I think
To be
it's
clear,
like
when I
less
say this
liberal.
type of stuff, I'm only
Yeah.
comparing it to the people around them, right? Just like if we were, I don't know, looking at like Central African countries, I might be like, oh, really? Kenya is bad. Are you serious? Like, you know, it's in comparison to the people in the countries around them. And I know that for a lot of issues at the hand, you know, if you're a gay person, if you go 1,000 miles in any direction, you're getting killed, right?
Probably not in the Gulf states, but yeah. Maybe like at the UAE, you're probably fine, but definitely that's the thing. Like since like I think 2015, Saudi and the like they've liberalized a lot. They're not nearly far. Like they're not like a Western country, obviously, but I just don't think that's why we don't necessarily align ourselves with those. Everybody kind of understands where our position is. Like I'm saying, ours in the West with regards to those countries. But the problem is Israel seems to kind of try to lump itself in with like European states and America, and I just don't know if they deserve to be at that table at the moment.
Okay. Because you think that they, I don't know. Like
I think they're like a malign
criticize
influence, kind of like a.
You can criticize Israel because they've done fucked up shit for sure, but I think it has to be in perspective of also what fucked up shit has been done by other people around them. And when
Yeah,
you
but should we align ourselves with Israel? Is the question? That's like my main question.
Well, you know what you're doing? It's like almost like not lesser evil voting, which is something that's bad, right? You should do lesser evil voting when you have the chance. So the question is, what's the lesser evil in this region? And where do you want the United States to be aligned? Do you want the United States to be aligned with the Houthis?
Nope.
Okay. Do you want the United States to be aligned with Jordan?
I don't know much about Jordan, to be honest. Maybe. I don't know. Do you have a base there, the US?
Well, I'm just asking where, if we're not going to align there and you want to step back, I feel like that will be worse for everyone in that region.
Yeah, but
Israel will go full unhinged.
Yeah, but like the general kind of, if we're talking like liberal or democratic critique at the moment, is that we are too aligned with Israel and they want to stop funding, like maybe sanction them and stuff. And I think that's a reasonable position considering Israel's actions, because they don't really align with us in terms of our morals and what we stand for.
I completely, of all the countries out there, the ones that are most similar to, where are you? Ireland?
Yes.
Okay. The place that you can like land in tomorrow and start walking around and be most similar to Ireland is going to be Israel.
I know that, but I'm just.
Then why are you saying it's the least similar to your morals and your values?
Their
Any other places not like
their
that.
foreign policy and the way they conduct themselves, I just don't think. It's like saying like I could probably walk around Russia and be fine, but like that's not. I fucking hate Russia.
He's saying that Israel might be the best of all of them, but all of these countries would be below his threshold for a country we should support.
Basically, yeah. Not sure if I've been. Maybe I'm not. Maybe my argument isn't entirely consistent, but. Yeah, I watched all those research streams, and like Israel has an inspiring story, and like the foundational principles and everything were quite cool. I just don't think it's that country anymore. I think even Netanyahu is like almost as like he's not even the furthest right that parliament goes. He's like fairly in the center, and I just don't see. Even the opposition is entirely in favor of the foreign policy, just maybe a little bit slower. But I don't see why, unless you can, when a Democrat comes in, you can very, very quickly rein them in and change things.
Shouldn't we be reining in like the Houthis?
They're not your ally.
Okay.
Everybody, yeah, like you're
so
like,
you want to stay allied with Israel?
Conditionally, it would have to change.
Okay.
Especially
what about
especially
they say,
why
all
would
right,
you
we
want
don't have to be allies anymore?
Why would you want to be allies with Israel if Netanyahu, this guy?
Okay, so fine, you're not allies with Israel anymore. Then what?
No, but you hate Trump, and you
What
must
the
hate
fuck?
Netanyahu.
What are you talking about?
No, you hate Trump, so you must hate Netanyahu for the same, because he's like Trump's best buddy. So why would you, if Netanyahu's still there, why wouldn't you distance yourself from them?
Netanyahu. Okay, you're saying this is like connected to Epstein because of this. So you think that
I
Trump
never fucking mentioned Epstein. What the fuck?
I'm making a joke. So you're saying that Trump and Netanyahu are best friends, and that is why. What? Like I'm trying to keep up here. So
I'd say Israel has basically gone full MAGA.
Okay, great. So should we stop being allies with them? Stop supporting them completely? Yes.
I don't know about. I would say a drastic scale back. I don't know.
Okay, how about nothing? Nothing at all. Just nothing. Complete, like, no intelligence sharing, no nothing. Do you think Israel is just fucked and they're cooked and they're not going to be able to do anything moving forward?
That wouldn't be the worst. It's probably a better position than what the US currently has. Especially under Trump,
for the US or for the people in the region?
US. It'd be bad for Israel, but it'd be good for the US.
No, it'd probably be pretty good for Israel, and I think that they would go full molestation of everyone in the fucking region.
You just stop. Well, like if they don't have any more weapons or spare F-35 parts, I don't know if they could they? Or
okay,
they'd run out of stuff eventually, and I think
and they can't buy from anyone else either, right?
Well, they have US systems, it wouldn't be compatible.
Okay, they wouldn't have U.S. systems. It wouldn't be.
No,
compatible.
they have U.S. systems, and stuff they buy wouldn't be compatible with.
If the United States stopped being an ally, stopped supporting in every way whatsoever, even if they say, you know what, we're gonna we're not gonna even do business with you anymore at that point. Do you think it would be better or worse for everyone around Israel at that point? Do you think they're gonna be like, oh shit, time to fucking move in? These guys are fucked now. Is that what would happen?
It would be worse for Israel. I don't know what they would do. Maybe they would.
I didn't ask if it was worse for Israel. I asked if it was worse for the neighbors of Israel.
I'm not sure, because Israel might have to start acting more carefully. I don't know. It could be worse, but then Israel could get hit back quite hard, and then they might have to realize they need to start behaving more conservatively. I don't know.
Okay.
I do think Israel has has taken advantage of the amount of latitude the US has given it, especially recently. And I think it's bad for the US, and I think it's bad for the region. Definitely bad for Israel's standing in the world. I don't know if it'll be bad for Israel in the end, but yeah.
Okay. I don't agree. I think the United States probably does a certain amount of reining in Israel. I think the amount of aid that we give them, $5 billion for 2025, I think is a drop in the bucket of their own funding and the money that they have. I think that if we were to completely abandon Israel and be like, you know what, fuck it, YOLO, fuck this whole region, peace out, which is probably what we would do in the circumstance of what you're saying, that the people around Israel would not have a good time. That would be worse for them, that Israel would go actual full mental at that point. And I think that it would be worse for the people that you're supposed to be caring about. And we're supposed to be...
If that did happen, wouldn't it be justified if Israel did go full mental after the US pulled out support, and let's say all the Arab countries united and wiped Israel out, that would be kind of justified, wouldn't it, at that point?
Yeah, but they would never do that, right?
I know, but like we're kind of saying, it seems like the moral calculus is kind of weird here. We're kind of like, we're stopping Israel from going completely unhinged, so we have to stay their friend. Like, it doesn't seem to be a very principled stance.
Do you believe in lesser evil voting?
I don't think this is analogous to voting.
Well, I didn't ask you. I was just asked if you believed in that.
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I guess.
Well, thanks for the perspective. We love you very much.
Yeah. Oh, one last thing. I don't know if Ukrainian Anna listens to stream, but she's kind of been brain broken by some Irish lefties on social media. So just maybe she could not take that so seriously, because like Irish lefties on Twitter are very visible because they're also nationalists. So whereas like you lefties from other countries they won't identify with flags in their bios and stuff. So she thinks like Ireland is very anti-Ukraine, which is kind of the opposite of the reality. So I hope she
I'll give that a
doesn't continue that. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
I'll tell her to fuck off.
All right. Bye, Dan.
Bye.
Wow, you Dan that guy up hardcore.
Well, there's a lot of people in your chat that, for whatever reason, are really. Let's just say, I think you've started to attract some of the. Dare do I say it? Anti-Semites a little bit.
What? Well, no, I have. Like my audience has always been a bit to the left of me, and they're just probably to the left of me on this issue.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey, what's up? How you guys doing?
Hi, what's up, buddy?
Hi, how are you?
Doing okay. Just hanging out.
Just hanging out? Is now a good time?
Sure. What do you want to chat about?
Yeah, okay, great. I was gonna ask you about the conversation you had on the Wix panel in regard to the soy pill, and you're saying Hasan was worse than Nick Fuentes.
I don't like these comparisons because it's hard, because you're trying to value like reach versus like we're talking about different styles of harm that these people are getting into, so it's very hard to figure out like who's worse. Like who's worse, a person who, like a Supreme Court justice who is the tipping vote on Roe v. Wade and then outlaws abortion, or like a person who rapes and murders two people. Like it's so hard to compare the difference to. Like who's worse between Fuentes and Hasan? Like Fuentes is a much more politically power-aimed person, which is bad. Well, I would say bad because his political ideology opposes mine. I don't think Hasan is like a positively aligned person and that he's supporting candidates that can win elections. But he is more detrimental to my movement. Hasan hurts my movement way more than Fuentes hurts my movement. So there are different ways to compare these two people, yeah. But so it just depends on how you're asking the question, yeah.
I wouldn't disagree with you with that framing. It's just that when I watched this conversation, I kind of disagreed with some of the points specifically you're making. I'm not trying to like pinpoint you and like nitpick you, but at the same time, I just want to point out, maybe we use these terms differently in Canada versus the United States, but this is what I wrote down. White supremacist movements tone down the genocidal rhetoric because it is so toxic to promote and usually is a crime in a lot of places. Even if it isn't a crime, it could put their group under investigation, despite them not vocally saying that they wouldn't deport Jews if they had the power, they would exterminate them. So, like, what I'm trying to say here is that white supremacist organizations like Nick Fuentes, their true goal is for the extermination of Jewish people or ethnic minorities. While Hasan's goal, I would, in my mind, even the most extreme version in my mind of Hasan, he would probably go through like for some sort of deportation, like the meme, like go back to Europe. And I feel like that was like kind of like the opposite of what you're saying. Is kind of what I disagree with about, you know?
I mean, given perfect power, I'm sure neo-Nazi types would try to kill as many people as possible, sure. But like realistically, this is like such an esoteric issue. Of the current rhetoric that both sides push, Hasan seems to push a pro-destroy Israel rhetoric. I'm not aware of neo-Nazis that push that rhetoric. They might say it, I just don't hear it. I don't see it clipped or whatever. My understanding is generally their goal is like Israel needs to stop controlling the U.S. government and they need to get the fuck out of our politics. So if they thought the only way to do that would be to destroy Israel, they would do it 100% for sure. But I just don't hear that rhetoric pushed as much. Not because they're more tolerant of minorities or anything else, but they're just like hyper nationalist, hyper isolationist. That just seems to be the thing that they push. Whereas Hasan is more anti-Western and pro not America, so he would take proactive steps to support the enemies of the United States, which would mean destroying Israel. Like, and he's made multiple tweets about this.
Be more like So like that would be like more like actual conclusive harm. But I guess this comes again to like the difference between maybe the United States, which you are more familiar, and maybe Canada and Europe. At least, like I can name a white supremacist figure here in Canada. His name is Jeremy McKenzie. He has openly and viciously called for the kind of like the extermination of Jewish people, which led to his investigation. So also, I think something important to point out is like when you talk about white nationalist, white supremacist, white identitarian movements, it kind of like the ideology behind these movements kind of it's integral for the ideology. Some sort of hatred of ethnic minorities and Jewish people. Would you agree or disagree with that?
They would call it separation now, but like I would probably generally agree with that. Yeah, it's hard to be like some kind of hardcore identitarian without mandating that you have to hate some fucking group of people. So I would broadly agree with that. Although I would also argue that Hasan's movement and communism is similar. Their thing is just it runs on like ideological lines, so they have to kind of hate liberals and be opposed to people that identify as liberals.
Okay, well, yeah, but like I truly do understand where you're coming from. Like, if Hasan is probably doing much more harm to Jewish people or like the state of Israel, probably just by virtue of him being a large political commentator on the left, than like right wing groups or like even white nationalist groups, just because these groups don't have that much broad appeal to the broader American public. And I guess that's kind of like the issue in this specific conversation, is that since Hasan is kind of like whitewash himself as like a safe, edgy, like we don't hate Jews, we hate Israelis, it kind of like it's easier to like get across that messaging more. If do you kind of understand what I'm saying?
Kind of, I guess, or what's your broader point?
My broader point is that like yes, Hasan and the white nationalist groups in the current political environment, Hasan obviously has much more damage to Jewish people. But if you look at it in the sense that like what do these movements look in like in the future, or what do these movements hope to manifest, I would still say white supremacists are more harmful.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm just not sure 100% if that's true. Like, I feel like communists have also like identified a lot of enemies of communism and act in ways to secure their ideology. Like, fascists just tend to center theirs around like nationality ideas or around racial ideas, but communists will center theirs around ideological ideas and move to exterminate like non-ideologically aligned people.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that at all. I think even like when you
if you wouldn't disagree with that, how's that? Isn't that directly contradictory to the claim that you're making that white nationalists are identitarians?
Can you...
I'm saying that both movements would more or less kind of aim at something.
Well, I guess it's the manner in which these people kind of like engage in their violence against like the Jewish people, like a lot of like communist groups, from my knowledge, would kind of engage in suppression of Jewish people. They would like kind of ban the Jewish religion. Like I was gonna bring up Lev Gumilev, who influenced a lot of like socialist policy in the USSR. Like he identifies Jews as like a landless people, and therefore leftist anti-Semitism manifested through legal discrimination, while Nazi anti-Semitism manifested itself through a lot of like actual like crimes against humanity, like genocide and stuff like that.
Okay. Are we talking about like just with regards to like the like Jewish people, I guess, in terms of who we think would be?
Yes.
And then in the very beginning,
Yes.
I guess I could maybe agree with that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, okay. Well, I feel like it's okay. Yeah. No. Thank you so much for the short conversation.
Okay.
Much love.
Yeah.
All right.
Have fun.
Thanks, Dan. Love you, Dan. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Fuck Dan. Got him. Okay, hold on. What is this? Explaining the Republican Triangle of Doom. Wait, how old is this? This motherfucker.
Why me? Why
Let's
am I
see a
right
date.
for the job? I've had this fight in me since the very start.
Wow.
I had people in my corner.
Oh. 4 years
Believing
old. What
me.
the fuck?
Mentoring me. Reminding me of the future I dreamed of.
Not every kid on my block was as lucky. And now I'm here, giving back to the community that gave me everything.
At Capella University, we give you the support you need to go on to support others. What can't you do?
Welcome back to this program, Sarah Longwell. You've just heard me talk to the presidential advisor in a real matter of life and death, not just for Ukraine, but for the Western world. How do you explain that a third of the House Republicans voted against a resolution supporting NATO?
Oh, it's quite simple. It's about Donald Trump and his capture on the Republican Party, the way that he has changed and shaped the Republican Party since he won the election in 2016. You know, abandoning NATO has always been central to who Donald Trump is. He called it fat and obsolete and sloppy. He was always against it. And I think that, you know, there's a lot of us, and I'll put myself in this category, who thought that Trump was a cancer on the Republican Party and that if you sort of cut him out, there would be this institutional muscle memory that would bounce back and there would be enough of the old Republican Party there to sort of, you know, just come back to normal. And instead what you've seen is he's metastasized as a cancer and the party has gotten Trumpier in its...
This is in, so in 2022, if this was early 2022, this is from April 19th, 2022. There was an early part of 2022, remember, for like a year or two, where it seemed like Trump was kind of sort of receding into the background and people were wondering, like everybody's like looking at DeSantis and like, are we going to kind of get away from this or not? And they flirted with it a ton and it just didn't really turn out that way. And everybody was still kind of just waiting for Trump to come back. Like some Republicans are hedging more, but I think probably mid 2022 is when you're in this area of like, it's fuck, I don't remember exactly when, but it seemed obvious like, oh fuck, Trump's going to run again and he is here to stay for the next election. Yeah.
entire posture. And so seeing 63 Republicans vote against just affirming NATO is that's all it is. It's all about the party getting Trumpier and being created more in Donald Trump's image.
Does that mean, though, I hear everything you're saying, does that mean then the Republican Party, or at least a big chunk of it, is abandoning what used to be its North Star, one of them anyway, on international affairs, to be strong on defense, strong on security?
Hi, what's up?
Not much. Chillin'. Talk about Trump.
Always my best friend.
2022. Why do you, I have a reason I came in, but I'm actually curious, why do you think that like 2022 flirtation with like maybe coming back to sanity like imploded? Like why didn't it ever go anywhere? Because there's a lot of energy behind it, at least like institutionally. A lot of people like the traditional Republicans like Kissinger and others.
Well, because nobody knew if Trump was there to stay or not. And the voter base still held on to their love for Trump. So, and then Trump did come back. So they were waiting for that. Yeah.
How much of it do you think is just like the cult of like personality stuff compared to like the actual ideology? Because everyone always talks about
the lawmakers.
knock on wood.
It was just to win re-elections. Like the lawmakers at that point were not very MAGA aligned or Trump aligned. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always so curious to me. It seems like it seems like that whole base is so shameless that they'll agree or go along with anything, that it kind of makes me wonder, when you lose the one agreed upon conductor of Trump, you know, if the only thing that determines what you believe is what he says, well, what do you do when he's not there? If like the actual ideology will live on, or
Probably
just
not.
mutate into some,
But he was still had an ability to come back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, why are people putting dink dunk in chat? What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy.
Because you said conductor.
Oh, good one.
Oh, true.
Okay.
Yeah, just jumping in. Don't know if folks know, I'm doing the shameless plug for the canvassing program. It is getting up and going this coming Friday. We're going to have the big kickoff stream. We're going to have the fundraising. If you want to get involved, if you want to donate, if you want to do anything related to that stuff, I'm going to post, there's a link to the pinned Reddit post that has the donation link, or the Google form if you're interested in going to one of the events or doing something. It is Digital Ground Game. That is formerly known as DGG Poll. I know we have a real big branding problem, but please, 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 if you want to get involved, you want to do something about this horrible man, Donald Trump, and what he and his followers are doing to the country, check out the link.
Cool. Well, thanks a lot. I love you. Be careful.
Yeah, love you too. Bye.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real division in the Republican Party. And I'll tell you, the Republican Party that I joined was one that believed as a central, fundamental tenet in American leadership in the world. And, you know, there was always a little bit of a recessive, isolationist gene within the party, but that is now the dominant gene. And it's to the point where, and you see the Tucker Carlsons of the world out there actively posturing against Ukraine. You know, the Senate endorsed candidate in Ohio by Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, you know, he talked about, why do we care about Ukraine? You know, there's this isolationist movement, and there's still a chunk of the party, that establishment, the old guard, who, you know, just still has that muscle memory. But the people taking over and the candidates that are running in 2022 reflect much more this Donald Trump isolationist vision that is anti-NATO. And if it's not anti-Ukraine or pro-Russian, it's kind of anti-Russia, where those of us who would be reflexively,
They don't attack Russia, but they attack you when you bring up like Russiagate. Yeah.
and deeply anti-Russia's invasion of Ukraine, you know, they're kind of there to say, well, now let's not say that the Ukrainians are all good. And that has been sort of a devastating turn of events for the Republican Party.
You mentioned, I mean, it really is quite, I mean, it's just so strange to see American Republicans saying nice things about Russia in this situation in terms of its invasion into Ukraine. It's just strange. It's just weird, frankly, given the history of the United States, given the history of the Republican Party. But what I want to know from you is, because you've got a bit of a finger on the pulse, obviously, is this leaders, including in the media, or is it the voters as well? Do the Republican Party voters think like that as well?
Yeah, so when people ask me this question, I tend to hold up my fingers and talk about the Republican triangle of doom, which is the toxic and symbiotic relationship between the voters, the elected officials, and the right-wing infotainment media. They all sort of work together to push further rightward. You know, take something like January 6th. Or the election being stolen. After those events, there's, you know, a portion of the Republican Party that condemns them, that says, no, the election wasn't stolen, it was free and fair. No, you know, January 6th was a terrible event. And then over time, that triangle kind of works on itself, where the media, the right-wing media says, no, that was patriots storming the U.S. Capitol, or I don't know, the election did look like it was stolen. And then that moves more voters, who then put pressure on elected officials. And once the elected officials come out and say, yeah, that was really just, you know, a protest, that wasn't an insurrection, then that confirms it for another group of voters. And before you know it, you've got 70% of Republicans that believe the 2020 election was stolen. You've got an entire political apparatus that wants to just forget that January 6th happened and is like casting, you know, Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger out for being on the January 6th committee. And so they're all working symbiotically and
Well, Money Dog Chicken, thank you for the $20
donation. It's not
donation.
just one thing.
Okay, she's kind of there on this.
You mentioned Trump, and I think you used the word kingmaker, or I'm using that word anyway, and you said supporting various candidates, which go against the grain of the majority of the GOP leadership. So they're all racing down to Mar-a-Lago, including the mainstreamers, and kissing the ring. Do you think, you mentioned J.D. Vance, there's also David Perdue in Georgia, Dr. Oz in Pennsylvania. Do you think these are candidates that will reflect Trump's success in the upcoming elections, or the opposite?
I think Trump has already succeeded. Look, there are friends of mine in the sort of anti-Trump Republican part of the party that have their magnifying glasses out, and they're looking at that Kemp-Perdue race, and they're saying, well, if Kemp holds on against Perdue, who's running as a Stop the Steal Trump-endorsed candidate, that's a reflection of Donald Trump's waning power. And I think that's sort of silly. I mean, first of all, Kemp is a relatively popular he's been elected 3 times. He's an incumbent governor. He should win. Like that. But if you look at the field, the entirety of the field, and you see how in Ohio, J.D. Vance, Josh Mandel, Gibbons, Jane Timken, they're all running to be the most MAGA candidate. Missouri, Arizona, across the country, there are no hey, let's move on from Trump candidates, almost none. And so when I say Trump's already won, I mean, he's moved the Overton window. He's moved the definition of what Republicans are. I mean, I saw Kay Ivey, she cut an ad talking about the election being stolen. This is like one of the most conventional establishment Republicans out there, and they've all bought in to this lie. And so when people sort of say race to race, how much does that reflect Donald Trump's power? I would look at the entirety of the field and say this entire field has moved 10 steps Trumpward, and that is a reflection of his power over the party.
So do you think that's also reflected in the RNC decision to pull out of the, of the presidential debate system as we know it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is sort of an extension of Republicans trying to balkanize. When they sort of decide that they're being treated unfairly, they go off and they start their own media ecosystem. And I think that Donald Trump did something where he taught the party that it no longer had to commit to the political conventions that had always kind of, undergirded our process, right? He didn't release his tax returns. And nobody really held him accountable for it. There was no voter backlash. He was elected. And so I think the entire party has kind of taken an unfortunate lesson from that, which is, why don't we just withdraw from all of these institutions that, and create our own environment, create our own world, our own universe, where people don't challenge us on our facts. I mean, there really is something that I see as very dangerous and anti-democratic is the extent to which the Republican Party creates its own reality. And so I think this is another piece of that where, we don't want, the CNN anchors asking us tough questions. We'll have our own people. We'll have Alex Jones ask us questions from, InfoWars, and it'll be a much more comfortable environment.
Oh, yeah. We'll have Alex Jones ask us questions. It'll be a more comfortable environment. She's referring to these two styles of like conversations, the same team platforming or the friendly conversation platforming. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Well, you just mentioned anti-democratic, and clearly doing this stuff systematically degrades America's democracy, just withdrawing from the actual process. And that is what Trump has spearheaded in the United States. We're talking now in the midst of an existential struggle for the world order that the U.S. helped lead. Democracy, freedom, and all the rest of it is playing out on the Ukrainian battlefield. CPAC, the conservative arm of republicanism, it's holding its latest convention soon in Hungary, the seat of an avowedly illiberal democracy, and the prime minister, re-elected for the fourth time, will be a keynote speaker. Describe that in the context of the world we're living in right now and the struggle for democracy to survive.
Well, it's so dangerous to have one of the two major political parties essentially abandon its commitment to democratic leadership in the world. I got to say, though, also on a personal level, it is like looking through a funhouse mirror I mean, when I came of age in sort of interest in politics and was looking at the Republican Party, there was a Reagan legacy of American leadership in the world, of us having a sense of responsibility, of us leading the democratic world. I mean, the Cold War is sort of what I was born into. I was born in 1980, a Reagan baby. And so to look at this version of the Republican Party, not just abandon the field of democracy, but actively have parts of the party that align with the anti-democratic forces, not the least of which the current leader of the Republican Party and the former president, Donald Trump, who I don't know how you could describe him as anything other than pro-Putin. And the fact that there is no active backlash, either from the elected officials or the voters.
Wait. He's not going to like run away with my cat, right?
Against Donald Trump when he goes out and
He might. What are the chances of him doing that? No, he used it as a weapon. Okay.
calls Putin smart. That is gobsmacking and so dangerous.
Right. Sarah Longwell, thank you so much indeed.
Indeed.
Ready to start your Discovery journey? If you and your healthcare provider have determined
What? Hold on. More Fetterman slop.
Back 20, 30 years, that's kind of the way things used to work. Remember Senator Lieberman not that long ago, Scoop Jackson, Moynihan, people like that. And there were areas of overlap, and then areas of ideological differences. That's the way it goes.
I've described, someone asked me, who's the leader of the Democratic Party? I said, no, that's TDS. That's Trump derangement syndrome.
What?
Our party is increasingly defined by the exact opposite of what Trump says. I said that Trump could come out with, for ice cream and lazy Sundays, we as Democrats, we would decide we have to vote that down, and that's a bad thing.
What's he doing with my cat?
I always agreed I'm going to follow what I think is right. Now, for me, every single Democrat should be fully supportive of Israel. That's the one nation in the region that has the kinds of values and then the kinds of communities within that. Whether, like, for example, the whole Queers for Palestine people, the quiet parts of it, it's crazy. Israel, they have a democratic leader there. That's the democracy in the region. They have the kind of values that we all live in, the way we want, in our country. And now more and more of them are becoming, openly hostile to Israel. And now they are making choices to vote against defensive things like Iron Dome, because
not the Iron Dome,
or these other nations are going to fire missiles at civilians.
This fucking guy. Wait, really? What a guy. This is the set that he is on. He has this in his background. His little brick wall makes it look like he's living in some cheapo apartment. But he lives here. He's just deciding to to shoot right here. Oh my!
That's a sick fucking spot.
Oh, bro, kill me. Kill me.
You should start setting up a studio in like a fucking janitor closet.
Yeah. Hasan felt the need to post his Twitter engagement stats. Couldn't find myself on this list, but here are my numbers. Wow. Damn. I wonder what mine are.
Yeah, I'm going to check too.
Everybody go check.
Is
it in Creator Studio?
Probably.
Nope, it's not, idiot. Settings and privacy? Hold on.
It's going to be under premium. Premium plus.
Fuck. Premium Plus.
Analytics. Yep. There it is.
Yeah, that's what I said at the beginning.
Mm-hmm. All right.
March 1st to the 5th.
Let's see. From when? March when to who?
March 1st to April 5th. Damn. My impressions are 26 million. He has 487 million. He's got them wild impressions.
Wait, is he... He did January 1st to...
No.
Okay,
He's... Oh. Is that March? Oh, is that January 1st? Oh.
January 1st, 2026 to now.
Gotcha. Oh, mine are 74 million. Okay. And then a slightly higher engagement rate. 6.9%. Oh, get it? My likes are 1.5 million. His are 1.7 million. I wonder why there's so much lower. Or why his are not as high as I would expect. My reposts are 64,000. His reposts are 1.1 million. He's way more reposts than likes, or at least the ratio is a lot different. Huh. Wait, when did Charlie Kirk die? His likes are 17 million, not 1.7. Yeah, that's what I said. Or I don't know what I said. Oh, wait. Oh, no, I did say 1.7. Oh, never mind. That makes more sense. Okay.
He does tweet a lot, though, also.
Yeah, he's a big Twitter boy. I wonder how these were measured. These are the Twitter/X accounts with the most engagement so far in 2026. 251 million for Elon Musk. Are these likes or... It must be likes. Wait, are like... Yeah, because likes are public, right?
What do you mean by likes are public? Not...
Like you can see how many people like a tweet, not who liked it, but
yes,
you can see
yeah.
Okay. She talks about her media thing more on Sam Harris. How long ago was this?
Ooh, my bookmarks are only
it's not
a quarter of Hasan's.
1 month ago.
That's my take. I don't know, Sarah, what you could add on that.
I mean, I'll throw in the Republican Triangle of Doom, which is a thing that I talk about a lot, which is the toxic and symbiotic relationship between the voters, the right-wing infotainment media, and Republican elected officials. And they work together as sort of a reinforcement mechanism, right? So, and look, democracy is still about the voters. And the fact was Donald Trump caught the entire country off guard by people thinking nobody's going to vote for this guy because he's an idiot. And instead,
what did he do to my cat?
What I realized when I started listening to voters was Trump had been in people's living rooms and on Page 6 and part of their cultural firmament for such a long time that, and they were so tired. If you just remember even the 2016 election, Clinton's, Bush's, like they were done with all of that. And so the voters were like, yeah, give me this different guy. And that power, when conservative media realized that there was this appetite from the voters, like created an entirely new incentive structure, right? What happened to Lindsey Graham? Well, Lindsey Graham realized there was a ton of juice in flattering a bunch of people that actually he dislikes and doesn't respect. And the entire party slowly came to realize that if they just like fed this machine, that you could, that there was a lot of people who desperately wanted somebody to be harder on the Democrats, to fight harder, to burn the Democrats to the ground. And so they loved Trump. And Republicans realized, again, what I did, which...
No! Why do I get die? Stop! No! Stop! Why did he explode? Why did my cat explode? There was no reason for him to explode!
Is actually there wasn't a huge appetite for the thing that they were selling anymore. Like the limited government, free markets, American leadership in the world. Essentially, when George Bush left office, and then there was 8 years of Obama, when he left, he was at 32% approval. And that created
the fight's
a
already
world
gonna be
in which
over.
the Republican Party developed an enormous appetite through the Obama years to completely change. And I think as the sort of smart set realized it, because they were all with us, like the Against Trump issue that National Review did, like we were all friends. There were a lot more Never Trumpers in the early days. But
I mean, even J.D. Vance, I don't know if he was in the,
J.D.
mix,
Vance?
but, you know, if you're calling Trump either, you know, somewhere on the spectrum between an asshole like Nixon or America's Hitler, seems like you should have had a seat at the table with the Never Trumpers.
Not a compliment.
No.
I would add just one more sentence of pop psychology. People don't want Stephen Miller. There's a handful of people, maybe J.D. Vance, I don't know, that like revel in being bad. Revel in.
If I infect this guy with spider stuff, does the cat's going to be infected too? Does this mean that anybody he picks up is guaranteed to explode? Or what if I kill this guy but my cat's not knocked out?
In other people's pain. And a lot of these other folks that you're asking about, Sam, who know better, who went along with this, are not like that. People want to feel like they're on the side of good. And so that's how they convince them. That goes back to that guy I told you anonymously. Like, people really do. When you ask, like, when I have a few beers with some ex-friends, I'm like, what is it really? Like, they will say, like, I think that closing the border was good, or they'll support for Israel if it's you know, for some folks, or
but even I can say that, right? So
yeah, exactly. Or the woke stuff. You've been on this beat for 10 years. Was pernicious, right? And so they will grab onto those things and take them and be like, I'm on the side of the good guys, and focus on those.
Just throw him away.
And
throw him the other way.
Almost tune out or compartmentalize the stuff that challenges that narrative in their brain.
But what do these people think of a Liz Cheney or a Adam Kinzinger? I mean, like how do they explain that?
Yeah. They hate them and they hate us, but that's because we are an in-their-face alternate version of what they could have done. And to be confronted with people who say, no, you see what I see. We are all looking at the same thing. And frankly, all of the things that you learned and I learned as young conservatives about personal responsibility, about character mattering, you're the one who's foregone all of that. Yeah. You're the one who's betrayed their principles, because the most insane version of the person that you're talking about, Sam, aren't the people who even went for Trump the first term and got on board. Yeah. It's the people who, after January 6th, still there's a whole bunch of new people that came to Trump post that who decided Joe Biden, and this is, they have to hyperbolize. This is why sort of the Epstein stuff and the child predator narrative was so important, because like, what's worse than trying to steal a free and fair election? Pedophilia is maybe one of the only ones. And so they became obsessed with this idea that there was a left-wing cabal of elites who were harming children, and they could tell themselves that to feel morally okay with Trump. We need somebody like this. But of course, as we see now, that was all a fiction.
Yeah. They think that Liz and Adam have compromised, right?
Yes.
It is a totally warped worldview, because then once you've convinced yourself that like the woke is the big threat or whatever, like on any of the list of things that are some legitimate, that are threats coming from the left, right? Then or in Adam's case, you see this from his family. If you've convinced yourselves that the left is godless and it's heathens, you say to them, well, you're on your moral high horse wagging your finger at me for going along with this, but you're going along with the this anti-Christian, movement. And so I think that in a lot of ways you see, again, Liz Cheney and Adam and being seen as like almost a greater evil than the actual left.
But which is why also the trans stuff really matters. This is why, like, with the protecting kids, like, if you listen to the responses when you challenge them about Trump and his morality, they'll be like, well, you believe in chemically castrating kids.
Yep.
Right? Like, that's sort of where they go to try to say that they have a moral leg to stand on.
Right. Well, but if you're going to trade like for like, I mean, so you take all the people who cared or pretended to care about the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop, right? Because it signaled all of the corruption and self-dealing that the Biden family would be capable of. I mean, there's some millions of dollars.
The Biden crime family. The Biden crime family.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I mean, this is really something worth worrying about. We care about corruption, right? We care about we don't want a in this case, a vice president and former vice president.
Oh, easy.
Much less his family, grifting based on their access to power and besmirching the reputation of our fine country, right? We care about those things. Now Trump comes in and does it 1,000-fold worse, and they don't care at all, right? So this is just one species of hypocrisy. But the crazy thing is that right of center, it's almost like hypocrisy isn't even a thing, right? It's like the physics of
Okay, we got it. Name the most unnecessary sex scene in a movie or series. I'll start. And he lists Arya banging the boat guy. True. Absolutely true. Press R3. 8-year-old me. Okay. Nick Shirley hard mode. The Big Balls interview. Nick Shirley interviewing Big Balls? Are these two 20-year-olds talking about the future of... Jesus, that's not good. What is this? Okay. Apparently this guy attacks Gary's economics. So based, let's hear it.
For the first time in American history, the top 1% has more wealth than the middle.
Wait, Money and Macro. Have I watched this channel before and it's like slop or? I don't remember.
60%.
CEOs of large corporations making 350 times more than the average worker in that company.
And it's acting like a black hole in society. It's sucking the wealth away from the middle class.
Seems like a recipe for social instability and ultimately for revolution.
That's right, from politicians to YouTubers, from the Pope to Nobel Prize-winning economists, voices across...
The numbers on Facebook are not that bad. I am super shocked by I didn't even know until like a couple weeks ago. I'm trying to get fucking monetized on Facebook, but the back end navigating the monetization menus is so fucking obnoxious. And I think my account, there's just a lot of weird glitchy... Dude, the meta for business back end is actual fucking AIDS cancer. Holy shit. But I will figure it out eventually.
The spectrum agree on one thing. Inequality is rising and it's very, very dangerous. But what if the evidence to back up those statements is actually far weaker than we previously thought? Now, that would be strange, right? World-famous economists like Piketty, Stiglitz, and Ha-Yoon Chang have given us at least 4 extremely convincing reasons why inequality is not just unjust, it's bad for the economy as well. The first reason is because the rich don't spend as much as the poor. Stiglitz and Ha-Yoon Chang previously thought us at least as well. The first reason is because the rich don't spend as much as the poor, reducing demand in the economy, killing local businesses, and therefore economic growth. Second, inequality causes crime, misery, drug overdoses, and even suicides as people naturally get miserable seeing their neighbors do well as they struggle. Third, inequality makes it less easy for young, motivated kids to move up in the world as only rich parents still have the money to give their kids private tutoring, extracurriculars, and ever-increasing college fees. And ultimately, fourth, increased inequality undermines our very democracies as the rich use their increasing wealth to capture the government to rig the game further in their favor. To me, honestly, a lot of these stories have always just made sense. When I lived in South Africa, often considered the most unequal country in the world, I was genuinely shocked about how unsafe it was and how living in an unequal society, seeing poverty every day, just feels way worse than in an equal one like the Europe.
Yep, Facebook business panels suck. And the fact that you have to link a company account to a personal account is weird as fuck. Yes, like if you want to invite people to manage like Facebook assets or whatever, you have to invite an email. When you try to invite the email, sometimes it just won't work. You don't know why, but then I don't think it even gives you an error message. It'll say, but you have to invite an email that's linked to a personal Facebook account. So somebody just like make a Facebook page and shit in order to even be invited onto the like back-end business manager. It's, oh my God, it's so annoying. Ugh.
Countries that I was used to. And yes, I too am very worried about increased political polarization, especially in the UK and US, the Western countries that saw inequality increase the fastest. Yet, the goal of this channel is not to spread stories because they feel right. Our goal is to look for evidence. So if inequality is really bad for the economy, crime, social mobility, and democracy, there should, after years of writing inequality in the US and UK, now be a lot of evidence. But after going through mountains of evidence, our conclusion is actually quite optimistic. Inequality is not as bad as we thought, for two reasons. The first is that maybe with the exception of the US, where the richest 0.1% of the rich are still getting richer, inequality in general stopped going up. That is, if we look at the most comprehensive data we have from anti-inequality researchers like Gabriel Zucman, after rising a lot, for sure, between 1980 and 2010, income controlled by the top 1%, the very, very rich, and especially wealth controlled by the top 1%, and also wealth controlled by the top 10%, have all stopped rising. That is great news. On top of that, these four negative effects that we expected would happen to economies where inequality went up by a lot, like the US and to a lesser extent the UK, we can't really find them in the data. For example, we expected that nations like the US or the UK, where the top 1% of people got way richer in the last 40 years, had far lower economic growth than countries like Austria or the Netherlands, where inequality barely moved. However, as you can see, countries that got more equal, that is Austria, or where inequality did not change that much, like Belgium, the economy grew roughly as fast as countries that got way more unequal, like the UK and US. And as research by the author of this book, Professor Len Kenworthy, has shown, the same effect holds for crime. For example, if we compare murders, which are the gold standard for comparing crime across countries, because they are almost always reported, we can see that actually countries that got more unequal, like the UK, saw a reduction in murders similar to Austria. Meanwhile, the US, which got the most unequal by far, paradoxically also saw the biggest reduction in murders. Okay, but then what about other forms of misery, like so-called deaths of despair caused by suicides, plus drug overdoses and alcohol-induced liver diseases? Yes, here we can see that Austria and Belgium did do a lot better than the UK and US. However, the countries in this graph, they're all over the place, meaning that while we can draw a line through them, which shows a clear trend, statistically, this relationship is very weak indeed. Similarly, for life expectancy, it is now quite well known that the US is being left behind. But the effect seems to be pretty weak. This line is not going down very steeply. And if we take out the US, the line would be flat. So again, the evidence for a relationship between inequality and life expectancy is just very weak. Even if we look at happiness, which really surprised me since I personally really found living in extreme inequality very uncomfortable, sure, the line is trending down, but countries are again all over the place. People in relatively equal Switzerland are quite a bit less happy than they were in the 1980s, just like in the US. Okay, so no strong evidence for 2 out of the 4 negative effects. Surely increased inequality reduces social mobility as the rich spend more on elite private schools and costly extracurricular activities, and their children will then gain an advantage that is increasing. Ideally, we would also test this across countries, but sadly, the data is just not there. Luckily, the best data comes from the United States, the country where inequality has increased the most. It allows us to ask 2 simple questions. 1, are rich children pulling further ahead of poor children in the US? And 2, are poor children today less likely to move up than in the past? On the first question, this graph shows a worrying trend. Since the 2000s, rich kids are increasingly outperforming poor children on tests. However, poor children still perform significantly better than they did in the 1960s and 1970s, when inequality was at its lowest. Moreover, most of the rise in inequality occurred during the 1980s and 1990s, a period when test scores for poorer students were still improving. So again, the evidence that for this theory is not super strong. On top of that, research produced by left-wing economists such as Raj Chetty and Emmanuel Saez suggests that intergenerational mobility in the United States has remained remarkably stable over time, even during decades when income inequality rose sharply. In other words, rich kids have it easier and poor kids have it tougher, but this was also true in the 1960s, and things don't seem to have changed that much after the rapid rise of inequality. Finally, even when it comes to democracy, we all know the story that the rich rigged the game in their favor in the US, where super PACs dominate the political system and politically very active bro-oligarchs like Elon Musk and Larry Ellison have taken over major social media platforms.
Get him out of here.
But if the ultra-rich are doing this to rig the game further in their favor, they're not doing such a great job at it. That is, the 2 most mentioned ways that the rich are rigging the game is by 1, lowering taxes, and 2, by busting unions. But while it may look like they did a great job at this in the US, if we look at the official tax rate, we can see that the effective tax rate for the top 1% has actually remained remarkably stable. That is, while official tax rates were extremely high in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, the ultra-rich were probably dodging those on an epic scale. This could explain why countries that did not get much more unequal, like Japan and Norway, also reduced their top tax rates by a lot. It could also explain why countries with even more stable or modest levels of inequality, such as the Netherlands and Austria, went as far as abolishing their wealth taxes. Similarly, when it comes to the US, states that have become the most unequal by far,
surprisingly, are the most lefty of the American states. States like California and New York and Connecticut and Illinois, where state tax policy tends to be relatively flat or proportional rather than regressive. Most states have regressive tax policy here in the US.
California is perhaps the most striking example. Over the past decades, the share of income going to the 1% has skyrocketed there. However, since 1999, California has enacted a wide range of policies that many wealthy interests should have opposed, you think? These include paid sick leave, paid parental leave, a major expenditure of Medicaid, a $15 minimum wage, universal free school breakfast and lunch, and significant increases in funding for K-12 education, financed in part by 2 tax increases on high-income households. Again, these are just not the type of policies that you would expect if the rich were rigging the game in their favor further. So then what about the destruction of US unions? Surely the rich have used their increased power to destroy unions, right? Well, union power did decrease in the US, that is true. But again, this seems to have been part of a global trend that also happened in more equal countries like New Zealand, Australia, and surprisingly, Austria. If we draw a line, we can see that, yeah, there's a weak trend, but given the countries are, again, all over the place, this is statistically not significant at all. Crucially, though, all of this does not show us that money does not influence politics at all in the US. Of course it does. Billionaires spend millions of political donations, and they're buying media platforms. Clearly, they have a big influence. In fact, as Professor Kenworthy explains in his book over here, there is plenty of evidence showing that when the rich want something that the poor or middle classes do not want, they are more likely to get it. So yes, money buys the rich influence. But as California and billionaire paradises like Switzerland show us, not all rich people want ultra-low taxes or hardcore inequality. Or if they do want them, then potentially having more money to spend on politics just does not buy them more influence after some point. Which means that we have now gone through each of our 4 channels that on paper all make sense, but the evidence to back them up is weak at best. Combine this with the fact that inequality is no longer growing in much of the world, except when it comes to the top 0.1%, not the top 1%. This is it.
Okay, we get it. We get it, Chief. Billionaire shill, this guy is.
U.S. Special Forces launched a historic combat search and rescue mission 200 kilometers deep inside of Iran. It involves hundreds of commandos on the ground, and we'll see how these troops even built a temporary forward operating base inside of Iranian soil. So today, we're going to analyze the tactics behind how they rescued them, why more U.S. aircraft are suddenly being shot down over Iran, despite U.S. officials saying that they have unchecked air dominance, and we'll examine why the war is now entering a new, more dangerous phase. I'm your average infantryman and war correspondent, Chris Cappy. Let's find out. It all started on April 3rd when an F-15 Eagle aircraft was shot down on a bombing run over southern Iran by a surface-to-air missile. After a month of fighting, it was the first aircraft lost to enemy fire while flying a combat mission. Both of the U.S. aircrew ejected out of the cockpit over hostile territory. This sent out a beacon of their last known location to CENTCOM. The pilot and the weapons system officer parachuted down and landed in the mountainous terrain of southern Iran in the Boyer Ahmed province, but they were separated during the landing. The race to find them was on instantly. The Iranian IRGC launched a massive search effort to capture them. At the same time, the U.S. launched a combat search and rescue mission deep behind enemy lines to rescue them. In the U.S. military, they will move heaven and earth. They will risk multiple other aircraft just to come and find you. You will not be abandoned. The downed F-15 pilot landed and was quickly able to signal to the rescue crew with his location. Commanders sent in an HC-130J, a special fixed-wing aircraft that flew extremely low over the town. Its job is to act as the command and control for the rescue mission. By flying low, it avoids radar and long-range air defense missiles. This video taken from the ground shows the C-130 taking enemy fire. They deployed decoy flares that saved them at the last second. The C-130 also acts as a floating gas station. We see here it's refueling the 2 HH-60W Jolly Green combat rescue helicopters, all while in dangerous contested airspace. These special helicopters are equipped with special electronics that zero in on the pilot's location of the downed pilot's beacon. Overhead, the A-10 Warthogs provide close air support gun runs. Early reports indicate that inside these 2 helicopters were a platoon of heavily armed Air Force Special Forces pararescuemen. Once they landed, these ground forces jumped out and provided covering fire. They shot any enemy in sight. Then, the special operators loaded up the downed pilot and they took off. As the combat search and rescue team was exfiltrating, though, both helicopters took small arms fire, according to U.S. officials. The equipment was damaged, some of the aircrew were injured, but they made it out of Iran and back to base alive. But here is where the story gets absolutely insane. The second F-15 crew member, a colonel, a weapons system officer, or WSO, was still missing deep inside of Iran. And the airspace was now too dangerous to do the same kind of recovery mission. You couldn't fly slow, vulnerable aircraft overhead during the day anymore.
Oh shit, what are they going to do?
Many of the U.S. government have been saying for weeks that the war is already won. They've made statements that the war is as good as over, and that the airspace is totally in control and dominated. These statements, I think, have confused the public and created unrealistic expectations of how wars are really fought. The IRGC had set up air defense ambush points. According to a senior U.S. official who spoke to the New York Times about the mission, when the second downed airman landed, at first he hid in a mountain crevice. His location was unknown to both the Americans and the Iranians trying to capture him. The airman was wounded from the violent ejection where he pulled 15 Gs, but he could still walk. Jesus. He had a personal weapon system and a recovery beacon that he'd recovered from the ejection seat. If you look at the 3D map of where the rescue took place, you can see it's in this deep valley between mountain ranges. There are several nearby villages here, and there's a city with a population of...
What is the max, like, G you can survive for, like, a second or half a second or whatever? What'll kill you?
Over 100,000
like,
people.
on your full body.
Many of them searching for this pilot. At this point, the Central Intelligence Agency ran a deception campaign, according to U.S. officials. They put out misinformation inside of Iran to try to fool them into thinking the airman had already been rescued and was moving out of the country inside of a ground convoy. It was the CIA that also ran what's known as Unconventional Assisted Recovery, UAR. This is a broader term for their efforts to engage with the local civilians, either by infiltrating on the ground or through signals. As you can see here in this diagram from a study on how UAR works, this is essentially the same strategy used. They landed outside the high-threat air defense bubble around the downed pilot, and they brought the pilot outside that bubble to exfiltrate. The agency contacts civilians who shelter the downed airmen. This team helps facilitate the rescue. This protocol has been used since the 1950s, and it came out of lessons that were learned from World War II and the Korean War when it came to unconventional means for rescuing forces. The way UAR works is they send in teams on the ground before search and rescue even starts. These UAR teams stay behind enemy lines, and they meet up with the pilot. Often they are friendly forces like Kurdish units that are positioned on the ground in advance. Through these unique means, the CIA officer found the airman's hiding position, and they passed that information along to the Pentagon. You can see here on the live conflict map, it's already been geolocated where the rescue mission took place. The Pentagon then stood up one of the Special Forces' largest and most complicated rescue operations in history. This episode's sponsor is Ground News, and I'll use their platform to analyze this related story about how the Pentagon is weighing diverting Ukraine military aid to the Middle East. I love that Ground News gives me the fast, objective facts right up front. So
Good job,
the
Ground
Pentagon
News.
notified Congress that they might be diverting $750 million to restock U.S. inventories instead, which is raising European concerns. And balancing competing global security demands creates this kind of significant trade-off. With my Vantage plan, Ground News tells me that the majority of the 80 sources on this story are all left-leaning, which means that the right might have totally missed this story. It tells me which sources are high in factuality, so I avoid fake news, and it tells me that 9% of these sources are owned by private equity, which is known for having less investment in journalism. This is what you want your homepage to look like, not like CNN or Fox News, where it only tells you one side of the story. Ground News gives you both sides. They're offering you guys 40% off the same Vantage plan that I use. Just click the link in the description or go to groundnews.com/Cappy or scan the QR code up here. It brings the price down to just $5 a month. If you want a better understanding of the world, give Ground News a shot. As night fell in Iran, the airman was hiding for more than 24 hours at this point. America's combat search and rescue capability is unlike anything that their adversaries have. The U.S. will historically go scorched earth and find missing troops behind enemy lines. The pararescueman motto is, these things we do that others may live. It's a promise to the U.S., to its troops, that no man will be left behind. Meanwhile, the airman used this SEER training known as survival, evasion, resistance, and escape. He hiked up 7,000-foot-high elevated ridgeline and activated his beacon, according to U.S. officials. At this point, CENTCOM had a lock on his position, and according to officials briefed on the mission, the airman had a beacon and secure communications device to talk to them. He had to restrict the use of these, though, because they could also be picked up by the Iranian forces. This allowed the airman to coordinate with the U.S. Special Forces. Meanwhile, Iranian state TV announced a bounty on the aircrew equivalent to $64,000 for any intelligence leading to the capture of the pilots alive. That's like many years of salary to people living here. We know that the IRGC was closing in on the position because they posted photos of the wreckage of the F-15, and they found one of the officers' ejection seats. A mixed signal was sent on the screen, instructing people to shoot the aircrew if they saw them. The American aircrew would be used as leverage in negotiations, or paraded as propaganda on TV, or worse. Early reports indicate that local tribesmen helped keep the airmen safe. This is because, luckily for the WSO, the airmen, this part of southern Iran is not friendly to the IRGC. Videos started going viral online of what appeared to be Iranian people crowding the streets, blocking Iranian forces from making their way to the downed pilot. These tactics of the downed airmen working with locals to survive are all learned in SEER training. It's a mysterious, highly classified school shrouded in mystery in the U.S. military. SEER teaches troops how to live off the land and evade capture. Battalions from the IRGC at this point are now converging on where they had seen the search and rescue crews circling overhead in the area, and they had descended upon it. Because of this, it increased the risk of the mission and complicated the rescue efforts. That's why the U.S. deployed hundreds of American commandos from every branch. Reportedly, Delta Force, Green Berets, SEAL Team 6 all were sent in, and they were prepared for a contested rescue. The way they sent in hundreds of troops, they needed to have a large transport aircraft. So they constructed what's called a FARP, 200 kilometers deep inside of Iran. This is a forward armed refueling point. It's done by clearing a stretch of land or commandeering an airstrip and then flying in transport aircraft. This OSINT account that broke some of the information reported that they landed on this geolocated agricultural runway here near Shariza. This is where they can refuel the aircraft in remote locations when air-to-air refueling is too dangerous. It's also where ground forces could move in on foot or in smaller Little Bird helicopters flown by elements of the 160th SOAR, as we'll see. Setting up a FARP is a highly specialized job. Of the entire U.S. Air Force, there's only 63 qualified FARP team members. They do this with minimal equipment and personnel to keep that low footprint. If they'd stayed there another 48 hours, they probably would have had a green bean coffee shop there. A lot of people are asking, how is it that an F-15 gets downed, but slow-flying C-130s and helicopters could survive during the day? The U.S. military opened up a small window of opportunity inside of Iran here. The way they accomplished this was by massing all their efforts from cyber warfare to space-based systems to airstrikes to electronic warfare, all on this one single province. This overwhelming force made it so that the U.S. presence could not be contested during this limited window of time. It was localized air superiority, and it was set up near the Isfahan nuclear site just south of there. The U.S. setting up a base deep inside of Iran near here represents a major security failure for the IRGC. What they did was they actually commandeered this runway for C-130s to fly in hundreds of these special forces. If they were spotted or their cover blown, Iran would have fired attack drones and ballistic missiles at their location. Since it was night, the American commandos moved out to rescue the remaining airmen. Early reports indicate they flew at least 2 Little Bird helicopters to the mountaintop area to rescue the airmen. Our understanding of how it worked is they flew 200 kilometers from where the airfield was south of Isfahan to these coordinates here where the downed airman was, and these are based on geolocated coordinates. It's also consisted with the tactics we mentioned earlier of unconventional assisted recovery, where you exfiltrate from outside the alerted area, pretty much exactly like how any Metal Gear Solid 5 mission works.
Whoa!
Most of Iran's forces do not have night vision goggles, so these operators would have the advantage now. U.S. military officials speaking to the New York Times and other sources state that the commando team opened fire with their weapons to keep Iranian forces away from the rescue site. They unleashed a heavy hail of suppressing fire on the Iranian forces. Roads leading to the point of contact were just absolutely taken out and demolished, causing massive traffic jams as Iranian forces tried to respond. Footage taken by Iranians on the ground that night and uploaded online showed an intense gun battle. Flares were in the sky dropping down, explosions left and right. There's more cell phone footage showing dead Basiji militiamen that I can't show here, but it's on Pepperbox. Reaper drones overhead fired missiles at any armed military-age man within 3 kilometers of where the pilot was hiding. They successfully reached the downed airman. The airman was injured but alive. From here, we know from the early reports that they were taken back by the Little Bird helicopter to the FARP, that makeshift runway, and and the C-130s were waiting to fly all of them out. 2 of the C-130's wheels were either stuck in the loose sand or they were damaged by enemy fire with no time to repair them. What we know is the IRGC was descending on their location, so US commanders at CENTCOM made the decision to fly in 3 more transport aircraft to evacuate everyone. Delta Force reportedly blew up 2 of the C-130s in place so that the sensitive equipment in them wouldn't be recovered by Iran. And the pair of MH-6M Little Bird helicopters were also blown in place. They could have been too damaged to take back as well. The War Zone pointed out that they could have been flown inside of those C-130s to begin with, which would take a long time to break them down and then retransport them and recover them, so they may have been blown in place to save time. Or they could have been shot down by enemy fire. This part is unclear. But what we know is they then flew out of there on their new transports, and both aircrew have been safely recovered after one of the most intense 48 hours of combat search and rescue ever. Throughout history, the US has sacrificed many lives in the name of saving one person like this behind enemy lines. Why go through all that trouble? Part of this is psychological. You can fight deep inside of enemy lines, and you can fight outnumbered and surrounded on small remote patrol bases in the middle of nowhere if you're confident. You know that your country will never leave you behind. But the story doesn't end there. It continues to get crazier. Just a few hours later, the IRGC uploaded footage. They were standing at the location where the forward operating base was blown in place. More photos were released of the FARP showing that it was still smoldering when the IRGC were there. These IRGC members later showed up at the scene, and Iran claimed that the aircraft had been downed by air defenses. It was still unclear what the truth was. During the combat search and rescue operation, they deployed A-10 Warthogs for close air support. These A-10s were sent deep into Iranian airspace that had not been cleared. These are called Sandy. They're specialized, qualified, and dedicated A-10 pilots that are trained in search and rescue procedures. Because of this increased risk of where they were flying and how low and slow they were flying, searching for these F-15 crew members, these aircraft were more exposed. During the rescue operation, an A-10 Warthog took enemy fire from Iranian military from what is believed to have been a surface-to-air missile that we'll get into more later, and the A-10 was able to make it back to friendly airspace after getting hit, and they ditched the equipment in the Persian Gulf, and they were quickly rescued out of water and brought to Kuwait to be treated. But why are more US combat aircraft seemingly suddenly being shot down at higher rates like this? Almost 10 aircraft were destroyed in the past 72 hours of high-intensity combat. First, we need to put this into perspective. After a month of flying more than 15,000 sorties, hitting 13,000 different targets, flying deep all over Iranian airspace from east to west, this was the second US aircraft that was downed by enemy fire. All of Iran's air force has been destroyed or cannot take off at this point. In the Gulf War, remember, a total of 42 manned coalition aircraft were shot down by enemy fire in the first month. In the first weeks of the Iraq invasion in 2003, about 11 manned aircraft were shot down. Over 100 more were shot down during the insurgency phase, even with total air supremacy. Russia and Ukraine each lost roughly 70 manned aircraft to enemy fire just in the opening months of the war, and hundreds more since then. The US has roughly 2,800 combat aircraft across the Air Force, Navy, and Marines. In a war, losing 2 aircraft is considered negligible losses. Adding in the total US aircraft damage destroyed on the ground so far, and add up losses of equipment, and it represents 10 manned aircraft it represents an expensive but insignificant loss. It is a shock that more have not been shot down. However, just because the US is winning tactically so far does not mean that they're winning strategically. The Iranian regime is still in power, and by all accounts, they're even more hardline now than before, which makes things worse, and the IRGC maintain the ability to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, which is a strategic operational objective for the US. This is asymmetric warfare. Iran does not need to win militarily to win the political objectives of the war. To get into why the skies are becoming more dangerous, though, there are several reasons that I've observed. The initial wave of airstrikes killed the majority of Iran's top political leadership and military leadership. This made coordinating an initial effective air defense for Iran very difficult. None of the air defense batteries were getting orders. After the first few weeks of the bombing campaign, an estimated 80% of Iran's air defense was believed to be destroyed. Those initial estimates, including air defense systems of all types, radars, and additional detection means, but 20% still remained. Much of it is hidden underground bunkers. By late March, something started to change in the air campaign over Iran. We saw footage of anti-air missiles getting closer to hitting a US F-18 aircraft. More than a dozen unmanned Reaper drones were destroyed, each costing $30 million each. And an F-35 was hit in a glancing blow. Iran was starting to put up more of a well-coordinated resistance. They had figured out ways to operate their air defense without their top leadership. In war, you use what's called tactics, techniques, and procedures, or TTPs. TTPs are your method of attacking. It's your whole strategy. These TTPs, though, they evolve based on what your adversary does. They're never locked in place. When one way of fighting is ineffective, you switch to a different way and test that. Iran is now switching to an unconventional method. If Iran observed, for instance, that the US aircraft's TTP, when being radar locked by a longer range S-300, is to drop down low to an altitude below 20,000 feet, that would create an opening to fire their new Majid truck mounted system that hits up to 26,000 feet. This is believed to be responsible for damaging the F-15 and the F-35. This uses a passive IR or heat-seeking missile. This missile gives no radar lock, no warning to pilots. They are often unable to evade or deploy countermeasures, usually. The IRGC in Iran is adapting their tactics based on more than a month of observing thousands of US flight patterns and tactics. They've studied the most common ingress and egress routes, and they have positioned ambush teams there. The F-15E and most aircraft do have what's called a missile warning system that detects plumes from these type of systems once they're launched, though. But some of the aircraft don't have that system, and they rely on radar only for missile warnings. A month is a long enough time span also for China and Russia to funnel in more advanced types of anti-air systems into Iran. There are unconfirmed reports of Russian S-500 air defense arriving in Iran this past month. and complacency can also creep into even the best soldier or airman. High mission tempo rates can also put strain on pilots and equipment, reducing effectiveness. Controlling the skies without ground forces will become even more difficult in the next few weeks. The way to understand how air superiority and air control really works is understanding the 4 official degrees of air control in U.S. military doctrine. A lot of politicians and lawmakers and journalists do not understand these, but they're important. The lowest level of air control in a war is called air parity. In this, neither side controls the air. Both sides can operate in the sky. Both sides can interfere with each other with comparable or almost equal effectiveness. There is high risk for everyone. An example of this is the war in Ukraine between Russia and with comparable or almost equal effectiveness.
Hit the thing!
There is high risk for everyone. An example of this is the war in Ukraine between Russia and Ukraine. The second type is called favorable air situation. This means you're likely careful about the type of targets that you choose, and you might cancel flight missions altogether because the risk is too high. Then there is air superiority. This is when you're basically able to fly anywhere in the airspace. This is what they currently have. There are still effective threats, but it won't stop you from running the mission to begin with. The final type is called air supremacy. This is what the US had in Iraq and Afghanistan for many years. This is where there's still threats, but they're sporadic and totally ineffective. Gaining air supremacy is difficult without any ground troops, which is likely why we're seeing thousands of US paratroopers have now already been moved into the Middle East and Saudi Arabia. And interestingly, we're seeing that they're being moved and housed in hotels and office spaces instead of big bases. The soldiers are living in safe houses distributed in the public among civilians. This is what large-scale combat operations in the modern age look like, more similar to what you would have seen in World War II. When I reported in Ukraine, every soldier I saw stayed in apartments, in houses, and in basements at the front line. They do not stay at any large bases with flags on the top, and the same is true for Russian soldiers. Small patrol bases will not be possible in this new form of warfare. With long-range precision missiles and drones, the way to survive is to push out of bases and not be seen. The escalation of the air war continues, though. By early April, the air campaign entered a new phase. This is the B-2 bridge in Iran, the largest in the country. The Islamic Republic of Iran invested the equivalent of over $400 million into its construction over many months. Once finished, next month, it will connect Tehran to a neighboring city, cutting traveling time. On April 2nd, the U.S. Air Force destroyed it with JDAM bombs. This is the next phase of the air campaign that we're seeing here. Part of the reason why this is done is to go against Iranian propaganda, to show people in the streets that the U.S. Air Force has total control here. It's a way of putting fear into the population as well. Many online were quick to say that it was a war crime, while others said that it was a strategic target. They'll be targeting the country's power plants and civilian infrastructure. This can be done with graphite bombs that were used in the war in Iraq that shut down transformers temporarily, turns off electricity. These are carried in missiles and bombs and are dispersed thousands of these ultrafine carbon graphite filaments that spread in the air. They land on, they short-circuit power stations. This is easy to remove and fix, though. So if the power plants are bombed, if we see that happen, that would turn off the power for much longer. The air war retaliation from Iran has also escalated.
I can't
Iran
poison
expanded
frozen
their target
enemies.
set,
Fuck this
striking
guy.
Kuwait's desalination plants that they rely on for fresh water. How long can Iran continue these missile attacks? A new report from U.S. intelligence actually assessed that 50% of Iran's ballistic missile system remains intact. Keyword intact. This appears to go against the Israeli claims that 60% have been destroyed, and it's higher than many expected. Digging past the headline, though, it gets more complicated. The ISW reports that intact does not mean combat effective. There's a higher percentage than that are combat ineffective due to being buried and unable to be recovered from underground storage. A CNN report found that 75% of missile tunnel entrances were destroyed. IRGC members willing to risk going to launch sites has also rendered more of them combat ineffective as well. It's the psychological aspect of not wanting to get cooked. What that means is Iran's ability to launch has been degraded by 90% since the start of the war, but it's not totally eliminated, and the IRGC still fires between 10 to 20 ballistic missiles a day. This all happens as the war is already unpopular in the US to begin with. Even though most people do not want Iran to have a nuclear weapon, they don't want war with Iran as a solution to that problem. No matter what, though, I'm glad the 2 air crew were found safe and they were rescued and there was no casualties in their rescue. This is a huge relief. It also shows how dangerous this war remains today. If you found this interesting, though, check out this video about how World War III has already begun, or this playlist on aircraft. I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy. Stay safe out there. Ending transmission.
Wow. Thanks, Cappy.
The dark side of the Force.
Shut up. No one cares. Missed a very ironic thing in this retweet. Hasan is literally doing an alcohol ad wearing merch that is explicitly pro-Islam. The hoodie even says 5 pillars, as in the 5 pillars of Islam. He's grifting. This guy's fully white and it's ashamed of his conservative parents. Well, he always says he's like a cultural Muslim, whatever the fuck that means. To be fair, it's not like he says he's hardcore religious. Mike just made the Bernie argument. What? Do we have some Bernie math going on here? Okay, hold on. I gotta math 50 million fucking things to make sure these motherfuckers don't kill me. Okay, wait. Ice him up. Oh, I got a spider in front of him. God damn it. That's okay. Oh, no, wait, that's not okay. No, wait, that's okay. He would never go for this guy. Oh my god, okay. Cultural Muslims are just as radical as practicing Muslims. It's literally just cope. They all agree on the same social issues and prescriptions. I don't know if that's true, my friend. Okay, this guy's going all the way at the end. We can hit this dude. Why the fuck is this guy's movement so fucked? Slow. Oh, cringe. Did you see James Fishback saying a black man should be lynched for lying? Yeah, that was a while ago. Old news, my friend. Oh, this guy's gonna live with fucking 1 HP. Unless my pooter gets a turn first. Yes! Oh my god. Iran is not making twice as much oil money since war began. Yeah, I believe you. A melee attack that spawns a baited bear trap if it kills a unit or destroys a body. Jesus. Yes, I've seen this old Caroline Levitt clip. Republicans invited Molotov's grandson and buddies to the Capitol. Okay, last battle. Then I'm done. Hold on. Blood Frenzy might fuck your run now. Why? What does this guy do? Who is Blood Frenzy? Seen all the Cameron Avatar movies? If so, rank them, please. I literally just saw the first one. I was bored, so I don't care. Calls in cultists for help can only use his psychic spells while being washed. Do these... Oh, these things. Oh, I see. Oh my god, what a great teleport. Hasan dropped his Cuba video.
Right now as we speak.
Oh god, they're talking to the camera. He's becoming a full YouTuber boy. Hold on.
Right now as we speak, there are 11 million people living 90 miles off the coastline of the United States of America in a Caribbean island nation known as Cuba, experiencing a severe crisis. Everyday life is being brought to a screeching halt. There are nationwide blackouts caused by a total collapse of the country's electrical grid. There's a shortage of food and medicine. They can't pump drinking water. Cuba has been starved of the most important resource to make modern life work: oil. For over 60 years, the United States has maintained a trade embargo against Cuba. Under the embargo, it's nearly impossible for foreign companies to invest and do business in Cuba while trading with the United States. For years, I've wanted to visit Cuba. I wanted to learn about the problems caused by the embargo. I wanted to see a socialist society in person. Last month, I took the opportunity to go as a part of a humanitarian mission to bring aid that my government won't. I'd be accompanying Progressive International alongside hundreds of others from around the world. Activists, journalists, artists, and politicians will be coming to the island by boat and plane to deliver over 40 tons of necessary supplies, food, medicine, and medical equipment. Our first stop is Miami, Florida.
Is Delta United?
No, it's a special plane.
Oh.
It's just Terminal G is where they said we have to go to.
Is he going to use all the spells at the end of the round or right at the beginning? Fuck. Or when he gets a turn. Oh, god damn it.
Shouts out to Copink, Answer Coalition, Rescue International. They set up a flight with medical aid, solar panels, food, numerous things that the Cuban population desperately needs right now. We are basically the last leg of this international convoy that's coming from all around the world. We're now officially on the 3rd month of Cuba being without oil, and the energy grid collapsed in its entirety a couple days ago for approximately 29 hours until they were able to bring it back up. They're basically operating on 1 HP right now. The entire country is, and it's a total man-made disaster. It should not happen. My goal here is to basically show you guys what the reality looks like on the ground.
We're here. Havana, Cuba, baby.
He's gonna kill my floating fetus guy.
All right, we're in the heart of Havana right now. One of the things that I've immediately been hit with is how beautiful the city is, but also how hollowed out it is in many ways. It looks like, I mean, some of these houses, they have the skeleton, they have the outside, but inside it looks like it's bombed out. You know, there's people living in it, but like very clearly, this is in a dire state of disrepair.
For decades, Cubans have been driving what in America we'd call classic cars, like this convertible, a Chevrolet Bel Air from the 1950s. But taxi and carpool drivers like this guy wait in long lines for gas, if they can get it at all.
Hundreds of them waiting here all night for simply 5 gallons of gas.
And ever since COVID, fewer tourists have been coming to Havana.
The island, obviously, has had a significant fuel shortage, and there was a lot of garbage that was piling up. But here in old Havana, they've been able to basically scrounge up a little bit of fuel, and are not only doing a little bit of construction work, but also apparently picking up some garbage along the way as well. We're going to be heading to a hospital right now. We're going to be talking to a doctor about what the energy infrastructure and the lack of oil on the island has done to healthcare in general, obviously.
Since the early days of the Cuban Revolution in the 1960s, the government has promised its citizens free healthcare. As a result, the Cuban healthcare system flourished for decades. Cuban doctors were sent on medical missions around the world, providing care to those in need. And even under the embargo, Cuba became a pioneer in biomedical research. But the energy crisis has put all of this at risk. Dr. Juan Guillermo Sanchez Acuña is the chief of maxillofacial surgery at Havana's General Calixto Garcia University Hospital. He described for me what it was like to have his work totally disrupted by the American oil blockade.
The Cuban economy is completely paralyzed by the energy problem. If we don't have any oil, if there's no power, nothing can be produced. So yes, I believe it's the impact that the energy situation has had, this energy blockade on the activity that one performs. Sometimes you're in the middle of an operation and the power just suddenly goes out, right? And we simply continue operating. And the patient, she didn't have her surgery last week because the power failed. And we're going to operate on her this Monday. But today the hospital is having some situations with the anesthetics. For example, there is...
What is this? What is he doing? Why did my cat just fucking friendly fire 5 times? Stop! Langdon would keep this operating true.
No isoflurane, no propofol, nothing to reverse the anesthesia. In other words, we're working under very, very difficult conditions. The hospital today only has 5 anesthesia machines, just 5 anesthesia machines. And without replacement parts, for example, we only have 5 monitors for patients when you take them out of... We are working under very harsh, very adverse conditions.
Damn.
But aren't 5 really enough? No. For the whole hospital, 5.
This entire hospital?
Here, around 450 patients on each floor have problems.
You mentioned that the power went out right before her surgery. Has there been any situations where there's surgery going on and the power goes out? What do you do then? Flashlights?
The facility itself is experiencing some difficulties, right? The entire plant is quite old and outdated. We simply couldn't. We absolutely couldn't manage to complete the surgical procedure. So as a result, we were forced to reschedule the case and then operate on him again.
He was saying that it has happened. They have a generator. The hospital's a generator that's very old. Sometimes it doesn't work, and they just have to close them back up. And
that's crazy.
Is what Hasan just said about their medical system true? I don't know about the whole... I know like he was retweeting some fake news about how like Cuba has like a cure for fucking Alzheimer's disease or some shit. If I just spam Aerosmith, do I get multiple bonus attacks next turn? I guess we'll find out. So I don't know. I can't speak to it. I'm not sure.
So we're in a hospital compound right now. It's like a complex. It's a massive hospital city almost. I mean, some of the buildings are in a dire state of disrepair. Remember, a lot of the public administrations here in this country, according to the American government, is still technically, and big parts of the economy as well, are technically owned by the Cuban government and therefore the Cuban military. So when American sanctions are applied, they might try to justify by saying, oh, you're funding a foreign adversary's military. But the reality is, it's funding that would be going to rebuilding these buildings. It's an absolute disaster and totally man-made. It's unbearable to just like experience it in real time. We're like, there's unlimited potential here. So many wonderful people.
The American government's interventions with Cuban healthcare doesn't end there. Secretary of State Marco Rubio instituted new rules prohibiting Cuba's ability to send medical aid missions abroad.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio said it will target what he called forced labor linked to the Cuban labor export programs. For decades, Cuba has sent doctors and nurses to natural disasters and disease outbreaks globally.
That's not a joke. That's how much America hates free healthcare. Last year, I interviewed Dr. Jose Armando Aronte, who's the director of international medical missions, when Rubio first announced his intentions to force countries in the Caribbean to kick out their doctors. Since then, numerous countries have caved to the American demands, including in Jamaica. I was fortunate enough to meet up with Dr. Aronte in person and ask him how this made him feel.
When we had the conversation a year ago, Marco Rubio had officially declared it like illegal, but since then, a couple countries have actually removed the Cuban medical aid missions. How does that make you feel as someone who's participated in this?
I'm feeling very bad because I for example, I was in Jamaica, you know. I
main issue is that the people will suffer a lot because the lack of a health professional from Cuba. I don't know if you remember, I told you that the Cuban medical health professionals were covering the 100% of the region in Jamaica. Of course, the leaders of the country, I know that they have, they will receive forever the medical care in a private facility, even in the United States or other countries. But the people, the low-income people will suffer a lot with the lack of medical care. The health is a human right, and that's no political issue. That is a human right, and it's very important for all the people just to receive the medical care that they need for the life of the people. And that's why the Cuban medical mission has been helping many countries worldwide. 165 countries, more than 605,000 health professionals has been working for more than 60 years in many countries. And just Cuba, even in this condition, is ready to continue the Cuban medical mission and just to try to help the people around the world.
Yeah, Cuba's been there for everybody, and now it's time for us to be there for Cuba. All right.
Good to see you. Good to see you too.
Being in Cuba, I didn't just want to talk to experts or professionals. I also struck up conversations with different people on the street.
What are we going to do? There's no fuel. People say it affects them, not the rich. It affects all of us, the majority, the common people. Because if you don't have power, what are you going to do?
Well, we're just surviving day by day, like all of us Cubans are doing, despite all the significant economic challenges that we currently face.
Trump is a big son of a bitch, man. I just don't get it. Some say he's good, but for me, he's not. Trump has no decency. He doesn't. But he can be president of the United States. He says he owns the world. Since he owns the world, he thinks he owns Cuba.
I feel outraged with him, because he's the one governing his country and wants to govern the world. And international law allows all countries in the world to have their freedom. And he wants to violate and has violated the freedom of all Cubans and other countries.
Yeah, where did he get that voiceover? True.
Always bad. War is always terrifying. I'm not afraid, but I wouldn't want it to come.
Okay, you wake up and don't know what will happen because they tell you no light, no this, no bread, no that. You're at war 24 hours. You're on edge 24 hours. From when you wake up till you sleep, you're at war. You don't feel the guns or the bullets flying, but you're at war.
One person I spoke to was Carlos Fernandez de Cosio, Cuba's Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs. I asked him about the pressures Cuba now faces and whether this was a warning for the rest of the world.
If most Americans were to be fully aware and were given the facts about the policy of their government against Cuba, they would express their opposition more clearly. Life in Cuba has been increasingly become difficult. It was already difficult in the past because U.S. pressures on the Cuban economy. But if you cut, not Cuba, any country, of the availability of fuel, immediately you start to have impact. And one can see today the panic that is created because of the closure of the Hormuz Strait in the Persian Gulf, how the prices of oil have increased, the problems that countries that are importers of fuel, and a significant part of one comes from that region of the world, how concerned they are, how their economies have started to have inflation, threats of crisis. Cuba has been suffering that for over 7 decades. And at this moment, the U.S. has significantly closed the total availability of imports of fuel to Cuba.
I love it.
A country that needs fuel for its electrical grid, naturally for transportation, for an industry, for industrial production, for the production of food, for services, healthcare, education, for everything, for life. And Cubans have been forced, all segments of society, to live knowing that in the 24 hours of the day, they might have 20 hours without electricity, and sometimes they go through 36 hours, more than a day, without electricity. Do that for weeks and do that for months. Food gets rotten in the refrigerators. Your timetable and your schedule is altered. You have difficulty in transformation to go to work, to take your children to school, to visit a relative in a hospital, to take a relative to the hospital. It damages health services in general. So the impact on the population is very hard and is very cruel. The majority of Americans would be sufficiently informed about the punishment that is being put on the Cuban people. They would express it in a broader way than it does today.
What is the one of the sanctions part is like 10%, up to 10% of the components that are like American made render any product that you're purchasing to be blocked by the American government.
The U.S. not only prohibits export from the U.S. to Cuba and import from Cuba. The U.S. prohibits subsidiaries of U.S. companies, let's say European companies, African companies, Asian companies that are subsidiaries of U.S. companies from exporting to Cuba. But it doesn't stop there. The U.S. prohibits any product to be exported to Cuba if it has 10% or more of U.S. components. U.S. components is raw materials, spare parts, software, intellectual property, all of that. In today's world, globalized economy, how many products can you make sure, from a shoelace to a locomotive to a pair of glasses to a watch, how many can you make sure that it does not have at least 10%? So most companies around the world, it's not that they know that it has more, they don't go to the trouble. I might run into trouble if I do that because I don't know where these components come from. So that puts a huge limitation on what Cuba can buy. But in addition to that, the U.S. would not allow the import into the United States of any product that has 0.0001% of Cuban component. In other words, no component. So no chocolate bar can be imported in the United States if there's 1 grain of sugar in that chocolate bar. No alcohol if it has an origin of Cuban alcohol. No metal if it has Cuban nickel or Cuban cobalt. No machinery if it has metal that is composed with Cuban nickel or cobalt. To give you some example, it puts huge limitations on our access to financing and to banking and to obtain revenue. Huge. It puts huge limitation on access to markets for Cuban exports, both services and products. Huge limitations to access to technology. It's very difficult for any economy to develop itself to function without access to technology, and it deprives Cuba of access to fuel. Just with those 4 limitations. Try to imagine any economy in the world, US, European, Japanese, Chinese, and in which you have those huge limitations. How would they function?
Why do you think America's doing this?
They want to have a capacity to control the fate of Cuba, to create a relationship of dependency and treat Cuba as a vassal state. I don't think they want to annex Cuba, but to try Cuba to be a dominion of the United States. The US wants to restore capitalism in Cuba, go back, and restore a relationship of dependency, again going back to the past of Cuba. The combination of factors, there could be a sentiment of revenge of some minuscule amount of people. There can be ideological differences with Cuba, and simply because Cuba is socialist, and without knowing what socialism means, it sounds strange, it sounds dangerous, so they want to change it. Some people because they believe the stories that are being told about slavery, about foreign alien enemies in Cuba. But Cuba is not an enemy of the United States. We're not unfriendly to the United States. We're not a threat to the United States. But we perhaps pose an example that for specific people in the United States is unacceptable.
I agree.
Electrify the entire grid. Oh, these are fire. Do it.
This current energy situation is what's bothering me the most. The high prices too, most of which are not comparable to what we earn.
I am from Vedado, and you know, it's quite complicated to live a life without blackouts, and suddenly, there's many blackouts. So the school has taken measures. They've regulated classes. You don't go every day anymore, you go 1 day a week.
Wait, is she a white nationalist? Oh, I thought she said it's quite difficult to live life with the blacks out. I get it, racism.
That allows you not to be so overwhelmed with transport. But still, the day you go, it's complicated. It's complicated.
We're here with Moot, and he is a Palestinian currently studying for free in a Cuban school of medicine.
Here in Palestine and Cuba, things are all too similar. The only difference is that there are bombs there, and no bombs here. But there's a blockade there, and a blockade here. There people are dying of hunger. Here people are also suffering from hunger, lack of power. There are blackouts there too. So yes, both our peoples are living the same thing, because of the same enemy. We have around 250 Palestinians studying medicine here. And once we complete our studies, we can go back to Palestine to assist our people, because there is a critical shortage of doctors and a severe lack of hospitals to save lives. Seeing how the Cuban people, or Cuba as a nation, a country that is in need of so many things, but despite all of that, Cuba is still helping. Still sharing what it has.
Do you intend to go back to Palestine one day and become a doctor there, or what's next for you?
I am specializing in orthopedics so that I can return as a fully trained and complete doctor. I am ready to be on the battlefield for my people to support them on the front lines. Because in Palestine or in Gaza, especially because of these wars, this 3-year genocide, many people have lost their limbs or have problems with their upper or lower limbs, and they need orthopedic specialists. Thanks to Cuba for granting me this incredible opportunity to become a specialist, which it provides completely free of charge, because nowhere else in the world do they offer that for free.
What made you want to be a doctor, and how much does money factor into that decision? The only reason why I ask this question is because Americans think, one, that all of the Cuban doctors that are sent on medical missions are actually being forced to do this, and also Americans think that doctors only become doctors for money.
Yes, this is capitalism. What they're looking for is how to sell healthcare, to sell medicine, and to find ways to make money from people's health, not how to save them. They don't care about saving lives. What they care about is their own pockets.
Thank you so much, thank you. Well, it's gonna be translated. Yeah.
What?
I'm back. What are we watching?
Hasan's Cuba video.
Oh,
I beat this boss.
Welcome to Cuba, Hasan.
Really? Oh, bro, you're laughing, but you're memeing, but he got a black voiceover. That was basically D from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Good memes.
It's not about me. I'm just seasoning.
While the U.S. and Israel rained missiles on Palestine, Lebanon, and Iran, a similar kind of siege was taking place against Cuba. The catch, of course, is that in Cuba, it's a siege without bombs. And as this imperial violence becomes more and more impossible to ignore, even the masses in Western countries have radically shifted their perspective. To me, it feels like people all over the world are no longer as susceptible to propaganda for the empire. I took some of my thoughts to Jeremy Corbyn, former leader of the UK's Labour Party, and now a member of Parliament for the new left-wing Your Party. And I asked Jeremy about Cuba, and if this shift in consciousness we're seeing can really change policy.
Oh, thanks, mate. Gracias. Gracias, señor. No, actually, no. We're todo para nosotros es salud. Sin azúcar, sin tabac, todo.
Now that the attitude in the Western world has radically shifted against Israel and America, in many ways, recognizing the Israeli apartheid, recognizing the genocide, do you feel as though there's an opportunity for people to take a different approach to foreign adversary governments like Cuba that have been designed as foreign adversaries by the American state?
Yes, I do. And I think the governments around the world that are either actively practicing hostility to Cuba or just going along with the US strategy on it are way out of step with what the public think. In the UK, there is no hostility towards Cuba at all. People are actually quite pro-Cuba. What is it about Cuba that gives you this absurd policy of punishing any company that trades with Cuba by not allowing to trade in the USA? The Helms-Burton Act is like a sort of global sanction against the private sector wanting to trade in Cuba. I mean, it's absurd. Virtually all of the member states of the UN vote against the sanctions on Cuba, but only, the US, the Marshall Islands, Israel and El Salvador. Young people in Cuba have only ever known austerity. They've only ever known a crumbling public realm because of the lack of resources. They've only ever known power outages and power shortages. And whilst they have a very effective health service, it's chronically under-resourced because it needs more research and more medicines. And so I can see how they get onto their iPhone or whatever else, and then they see pictures of unbelievable levels of wealth by a tiny minority of people 90 miles away in Miami. They don't see pictures of the poverty in downtown Chicago. They don't see the pictures of the poverty in so many parts of the USA. And they don't also realize that 30 million Americans have no access to any kind of health care. And let's finish with this. We're in Cuba. Now look out in this wonderful city of Havana. You see the capital there, which is modeled on the US.
Taller. This one is taller than ours. That's what they were saying. Yes, they're very proud of that. I'm proud of it too. Fuck it.
Oh my goodness, I'll go and have a look. But also, you look over there. There's a lot of buildings that desperately need fixing. That's the consequences of the blockade. Cuba is a beautiful place, and we've got some fantastic people. So I say to the US, back off. Leave Cuba alone. Let it develop. And you know what? After a while, you're going to get to love Cuba.
Just because the U.S. is strangling Cuba with sanctions and the oil blockade doesn't mean that Cubans are totally helpless. Cuba, like all other countries, faces a difficult green transition away from an economy based on fossil fuels. Spurred by the latest challenges, Cuba is pushing through a long overdue change for solar power, assisted by foreign friends like China. To learn about Cuba's solar push, I spoke to Dr. Lidice Valiant Roca, head of the Photovoltaic Research Laboratory at the University of Havana and one of the leaders of Cuba's solar energy initiative. Since long before the oil crisis, she's been studying how climate change has affected Cuba, making a green transition all the more critical to the island's future.
Cuba is at the epicenter of not only imperialism, but also one of the more damaging aspects of anthropogenic climate change. The island infrastructure...
Wait, how easy is the core? Will I die if I go there? These two guys are pretty low. I don't have a lot of healing.
Consistently suffers during hurricane season, and there are even rolling blackouts before the oil embargo worsened in these last 3 months. What role do renewable energies play in addressing this crisis?
I think renewable energy, it's key for the
energy independency of Cuba. So this is probably the most important concept. Renewable energy is not only the homework that you have to do for climate change, it's at the same time, but it's going to give us the independency from the energy production point of view, and it happens that it's also cheaper.
What's the status currently of daily energy usage, daily energy consumption that's been relegated to solar panels?
In sunny, 38 is a major level we achieved some days ago.
Yeah.
I mean, in a very, very sunny day with not so high temperatures, of course, the production of solar energy reached a peak. But it's moving in the middle of the day, so in the moment in which you have the peak production of solar energy, we have been seeing an increment from 15 to 30 and even more than 30%, which is extremely big even.
Yeah. Okay, good job. Okay, what? I was gonna go through this thread where I nuked these motherfuckers.
Oh, thank fucking God, man. You gotta get control of your subreddit, dude.
Oh, I crack down on it. I control them.
Oh, I'm focused. What'd you finish on the stuff that you're working on earlier for the Tim talk?
Oh, I think I got my talking points lined out. I'm worried because we might only be chatting for like an hour, so I don't even know how much of this I can get through, but we'll see.
Just nonstop talk.
Yeah. Listen, Tim, I got a back dump on you here.
Here's my document, Tim. Can you read this before our talk?
I feel like if I send it to me, it's gonna think I'm like fucking schizo.
Probably, yeah. I'm over it, man. Let's just get rid of Israel, Palestine, both of them.
True. Okay. Well, I'll read the original post. One thing Destiny is usually very good at is pointing out how fake centrists minimize Republican behavior. When Dems do something wrong, they say it's evil, disqualifying, unforgivable. When Republicans do something way worse, suddenly it's just stupid or I don't agree with that. He's called that out himself plenty of times, and he's also used much harsher moral language about Republicans when he thinks it fits. So when he gets weirdly evasive, okay, over a chatter asking him to clarify whether Israel is evil. So this is a permaban. I'd permaban this guy from the sub, wherever you are. Goodbye. What a retarded fucking... Why would you be weirdly evasive over clarifying whether or not you think an entire country is evil? Okay. And acts like he never talks that way about political systems. People are obviously going to notice. I also feel like this is annoying too. The thing that will trigger me the most on anything is when I get it from both ends. Okay. I don't mind if one side roasts me, but when I start getting roasted from both sides for having... like what they are both interpreting as being the opposite position. I feel like I've generally always had the perspective of like, you know, hey, anything can force somebody to become a horrible person, or like, they're, you know, different values at different times in history and blah, blah, blah. Like this idea that I think is pretty rare. Like it might be when I'm like being hyperbolic, if I'm showing like, oh my God, like this Trump actually like fucking evil or whatever. But if somebody were to ask me like, oh, do you think the whole MAGA movement is evil? I'm pretty sure I've clarified like a million times. Like, oh, you know, I feel like there's a lot of lying between the tier one influencers. I wouldn't necessarily hold the voters accountable because they're in a bad information landscape. Like I say this shit over and 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 over.
Do you think the average voter who votes MAGA is just misinformed? Because I feel like that's what I've heard IRI kind of say, but I don't know if that's just like rhetoric or if he believes it.
It's the whole pipeline. These people are like live in totally different worlds. Yeah.
Because I sent my dad. I sent him Trump's Truth Social earlier, and I said, not good. You shouldn't praise anyone other than Christ, because I'm baiting him. I said, pray for our president. He's clearly out of his mind and struggling with his faith. And my dad said, Happy Easter. Do you think that's real? If so, it's horrible for sure. But is he telling the Muslims to praise their God? I don't think Trump is. So it's like, I feel like they just live in a different world, man. Imagine if fucking Obama
Yeah, I know. There's a million.
Yeah, he wouldn't be like, well, hold on. Is he talking to the Muslims?
Yeah. You act like he never talks that way about political systems. People are obviously going to notice. That's just not true. The issue isn't even whether you agree with calling Israel evil. It's that he suddenly becomes incredibly slippery about moral language when the topic is Israel. I just don't usually use moral language when analyzing the action of countries. Like even generally for like Hamas or whatever, like I generally say that like these people, like there are reasons why these people are fighting. Like it's not random why. Like I think I've said over and over again, October 7th was likely, or it was definitely a response to like the Abraham Accords. The Great March of Return was a response to the moving of the embassy to Tel Aviv. That generally the Palestinians are being increasingly extricated from the rest of the Arab world, while Israel continues to make these deals with anybody but that. Like I've given this over and over and over and over and over and over.
I think it's also a little different for you to just off the cuff be like, oh, Trump, he's being evil by doing XYZ, versus somebody like in here begging you to be like, can you say the word evil?
Yeah, it's just it's weird. It's not like
weird.
it's just they're looking for some kind of like virtue signal. It's just cringe as fuck. Yeah. My take is that he just refuses to concede rhetorically on Israel because he thinks the online left is so brain dead on the topic. He's right to think that giving them even 1 inch is a mistake, but that still makes them look stubborn and inconsistent here. I've never defined my positions in opposition to any other group of people. I guess, I don't know if the Hasan brain rot bled through to this person or whatever, but like, if I change my mind on a topic, I'll just change my mind on a topic. And I have said that Israel's actions are increasingly or completely, in some cases, indefensible at this stage, especially of the conflict. I've said all these things multiple times. But yeah, is the whole country evil? I don't know, it's retarded. Did I ban this person? Who did I ban? Fuck. Unban. Ooh, they are banned. I wonder what they said. Was it this one? Try actually engaging. They must have said something else. We'll find him. Like, at least with something like Russia, we all know when people say Russia is an evil country, we're usually talking about Putin. Man, I don't know if I've ever said that before, that Russia is an evil country. When people say that Israel's evil, might be referring to Netanyahu's actions, or they view Zionism, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Kalinsky and Vosh have repeatedly and casually referred to the Israeli population as genocidal freaks, for example. True? What? Why are these all circle jerking me now? Wait, this was a much more
Because you
hostile.
banned all the anti-jerkers.
Well, that doesn't delete their posts. He also explicitly stated he wouldn't even label Hamas as evil and that he thought West Bank settlers were worse than Hamas. He did in a debate with an Irish Palestinian guy. I think this was one debate that I had 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. Like, I do speak off the cuff. I'll be hyperbolic sometimes. But this is like the equivalent to me being like, dude, the way ICE is like fucking acting like terrorists right now in the United States. And then like a year later, you're like, what is your formal definition for terrorism? You said that they were acting like terrorists. So do you take that back? Do you completely unequivocally disavow when you use, it's like, Jesus Christ. Like, I'm sure that if you go back, I've described like some IDF actions as like, this is fucking evil, that trying to starve out the Gaza Strip or whatever. These are like evil actions. I'm sure I've said it at some point, but it's just like when you're asking for like a sober analysis of an entire country, I just don't know if I would ever call an entire country evil. It's just like a crazy, that's just such a blanket statement to make. Jesus. Mm-hmm.
I think it's just a tone thing. I think people just want you to hate Israel a lot more than you do.
Yeah, I know. That's all it is. But it's annoying. He condemns Israel and in the same breath has to vaguely shit on pro-Palestinians and blame them for Israel murdering people. Did I ban this guy? Hold on. Yeah, we did. Thank God. You can go and look at literally any debate that I have done on this topic. There is never going to be a Zionist guy that I've talked to where he talks about Israel's justifications for war, and I just say like, hell yeah, that's why you gotta fuck them all up. I always press on both sides of this issue. And then when it's the brain dead pro-Pally white people that bring up like, oh, well, I don't know why they're attacking. It's like, of course they're attacking the Palestinians for a certain reason. Palestinians have been trying to fucking kill all the Jewish people for 100 fucking years, obviously. But then when I'm talking to the pro-Zionist people, obviously I'm gonna give the other side of the story as well. It's just that when you guys come in hardcore swinging on one side, yeah, of course I'm providing the other end for it. I don't need to provide the pro. Like I don't know how else to other than debating like a variety of people on this topic. But there aren't many pro-Zionist people that I debate. But I have. Those videos are out there. Like, it's not like completely... I'm pretty sure there were 4 or 5 I did, I think, in the past year or whatever. But but there's nowhere near as many of them. I remember one time Destiny talked about apologizing to someone else and how it comes off as super disingenuous when you say in the same breath, I'm sorry, but I only did it because you, yada, yada, yada. Like, what's the point of saying sorry in the first place? We're just going to justify the reason for the behavior you're apologizing for. What? These aren't the same things. Unless you think that, first of all, I'm not apologizing on behalf of Israel or Hamas when I talk about Hamas, but this is a back and forth conflict. Like, one thing that is underlining a lot of what these people are talking about. Ooh, Mrs. Sky, good one. One thing that is underlining what a lot of these people are talking about is a lot of these people legitimately believe that Israel has absolutely no cause for war. That like Hamas was like this unavoidable outcome that is like kind of justified, and it's just like a people engaged in valiant resistance against the oppressor. Like, I'm sorry, that is a fucking retard perspective. I don't know what to say. It's like shitting on the pro-Pally side as soon as he says the most basic criticism possible of Israel. Yeah, sure, the West Bank settlements are not good. Anyway, all the pro-Pallies are dumbass retards. You're not even comparing the same groups of people. First of all, I'm pretty sure I've literally said that if the October 7th attacks happened in the West Bank, I wouldn't give a fuck about it. How is that me just saying they're not good? That this is like my criticisms, especially of the outpost people, I literally got kicked out of the West Bank by a crazy outpost person. This literally happened to me in Loaderbox. Like, what are you talking about? I've had so much more criticism. This is such a weak version of this. Anyway,
that the guy who was on the road?
Yeah, it was from Yitzhar. Yeah, the crazy dude. Anyway, all the pro-Pallies are dumbass retards. Pro-Pallies are not the West Bank settlers. These are the crazy supporters in the West. You're not even comparing like groups of people here. Holy shit. Oh, and also, not all the settlements are bad. Just the ones that are here, here, and here. The ones over here, yeah, those. Oh my God, what a fucking... Where do these people... Are these actually my fans? Where do these people come from? How are you here? How did they survive for so long? They've got to be far to the left of me. And they are just here. This guy's a huge Destiny poster. Well, rip. Your
biggest fan.
Your time has come. He takes 0 money from APAC and never has. From Gavin Newsom. Good job. Jesus. How could this guy watch... How has he never heard me say any more substantive criticism? Jesus.
They only hear what they want to hear, Steve.
Shut up.
I mean, but this is like a tone thing again. Like, this guy's complaining about like you not being like super more aggro on Israel. Like, everyone just feels like you're too soft on Israel.
I mean, like, I've given really harsh criticisms to Israel. Like, every pro-Zionist person in the like thinks that I'm a massive left-wing like liberal dick suck. Like, I have like insanely unpopular positions for any super pro-Israel person that exists. They don't exist in the United States. I don't debate these people that much, but I do see them. But it's just pretty rare that I come across them.
I'm glad I missed the whole Israel-Palestine arc.
True.
Didn't I make a joke yesterday? Trump would say Allah Akbar, and today he praised Allah. It was something along the lines of praise Allah or whatever, and he did.
Uh-oh. He also just rarely calls shit evil. That caller was obsessed with pushing him to use that word. It's the same with the people that artistically harp on having it to be a genocide, blah, blah. He's called Miller evil. He's called Candace Tucker, etc. evil too, as far as I know. He's called Baya evil to her face for a call when they debated. I've also called Ben Giver and the Smoltrich guy evil as well. Like, yeah, if you want to talk about like individuals, I think these people's ideologies, and they live in crazy deep fucking settlements, and these guys are fucking unhinged fucking lunatics. I've said that. How do you not recognize the difference between that? This must be what I permabanned this guy for. It must have been for this comment. How can you not see the difference between that versus saying an entire country is evil? What the fuck?
Wait, why don't you do call-ins with some of these people?
Because this is a brand.
They're Redditors. They won't come on.
Maybe next subscriber call-ins. This can be it, okay?
Good.
This is the same call him a Nazi criticism. Whether or not he says it isn't the point, and totally reduces very complex and nuanced things into one word. Why do you all have no issues calling people tankies then? I don't think that tanky necessarily carries the same dismissive tone, considering what like the tankies and the tanky communities are things that I debate. Like usually when people want to call something a Nazi, it's because they don't want to have the argument. There's a difference in why you use these phrases. Like if somebody's a Nazi, you don't have to debate them. It's over. Like that's it. They're Nazis. We should genocide them. Get rid of them. Boom. Like it's like there are people that I think are tankies, but one, I think the description is accurate. Like they genuinely, literally, I think. Have I heard Hasan? I have heard Hasan support Stalin. I'm pretty sure I've heard him support the Stalin regime before. Like these people are definitionally MLs. These people are definitionally tankies. But I don't use tankies. I don't use tanky to dismiss their ideas. Like I still argue and debate and fight them. Now, to be fair, I guess you might not see that often because they don't ever argue my ideas. It's usually just Hasan calling me a rapist, sex pest, pedophile over and over and over again. So there might not be much engagement there. I'm not sure actually when the last time, because they don't even put forth ideas anymore. But also some of these guys will literally call themselves tankies. But this is also still like an ideology and not necessarily labeling an entire fucking country. Destiny. Everyone's feed has turned into anti-Israel memes. People don't realize how quickly their opinion can switch up and continuously expose the content. I guess. I mean, I don't know. What? I don't know. Yeah, this might be my first big disagreement with Destiny. He's way too defensive in calling out Israel. What? And afraid of conceding any point. And afraid of conceding any points gives ground to far leftists. Personally, I think you should make an effort to make a distinction between being pro-Israel, pro-Palestinians, and pro-Hamas, as I feel realistically a lot of his disagreements come against pro-Hamas people. Granted, this naming convention isn't how we refer to people now, and pro-Palestinians, as I would like it to be used, is not how people in this community use it. Anyway, always remember, kid, one state solution would be genocide. This guy is retarded, but I'm not even going to ban him because of how retarded this comment was.
I mean, I
kill yourself.
I think I partially agree with that sentiment. Like, it feels like when you talk about Israel, like you kind of downplay the faults tone-wise.
That's, if I ever do, it's usually because the person coming at me, it's a place that it's always going to cross as me downplaying it because the person that's attacking me from my perspective is literally coming at it from the most extreme position possible. So if the conversation starts with, I need you to call Israel evil, anything that I say short of that is going to come off as me downplaying it in that conversation. Like unless I just agree to the framing, or if it's not a genocide, anything you say is going to be downplaying it. So like, I don't know how I win from that perspective. I don't win. There is no winning, but I don't care because this is a retarded fucking topic, and these people all have retarded takes on it. What do you want me to say? No, I don't feel like ever. He said the response to the 7th of October is justified, but the settlements expanding the West Bank was not. He said it's not a genocide. He's probably read about it. It's hybrid. Okay, all right. Dick rider. People like me want Destiny to rethink his initial position instead of just believing Israel is bad and doing wrong only now. He and other people in this community see Israel doing horrendous shit and go, oh, that's not good. I've said more than that. I hope I ban this guy. Have I? Yes. Based. Okay. But don't ever connect it to previous criticisms Israel has gotten, because that's not how that works. Unless something is uncovered or you've got reason to change like what you thought in the past, you can't like relabel every single thing in the past. Like Germany in World War I was genocidal. How do you know that? Well, because they were genocidal in World War II. What? No, that's not how that works. I'm not going to go back and be like, oh, actually, I think on October 8th, Israel began a genocide. Like, no, this is fucking retarded.
This is kind of like your Fall of America topic where it's like you can't like pinpoint the exact fucking moment that it like fell.
Well, no, it's just like Israel, like here's the thing. I think these people would fundamentally disagree with these assertions. Israel had a right to go to war with the Gaza Strip after October 7th. Israel also did a fuck ton to minimize civilian casualties in the next year of that war. They did. Whether or not these fucking retards want to acknowledge or not, they do. Hamas is a terrorist organization that has no problem sacrificing its own citizens in the Gaza Strip in order to try to win the war. And they also try to invite maximum civilian casualties. All of these things are true statements. I'm super critical of the way, especially over the past year, especially especially over that huge disagreement. Was it Yoav Gallant that Netanyahu fired because Netanyahu basically wanted to do the fucking starvation plan on the Gaza Strip, and I think it was Gallant who didn't want to go along with it. I'll be critical of them for things that they're doing later on, and I have been insanely critical of them. But people are like, you have to call the whole thing now a genocide. Like, no, it's fucking retarded. It's just a retard. It's a retard's errand. But don't ever connect to previous criticism Israel's gotten, because the previous. Okay. Remember when everyone made a huge deal, argument after argument, about whether Israel bombed a hospital or not, only for them to openly bomb hospital after hospital because Hamas was there? Look, first of all, he's putting in quotes, Hamas was there. The international human rights organizations have literally said this. Like Amnesty International, like all these people have literally said this is the case, that that fucking Hamas operates out of Al Shifa Hospital. This was true 10 years ago after Protective Edge in 2014. This is like not even a disputed thing. Even the international rights organization, you guys all fucking jerk off, all acknowledge this. They all acknowledge this to be true. And this guy doesn't even think that's true. And that first hospital bombing, the Al Ali Hospital, was not J-damned by Israel, killing 500 people. That was a fucking lie that the entire fucking world bought for some fucking reason. And most people still haven't corrected themselves on it. People like this guy probably. And Hasan still think that Israel J-damned a hospital and killed 500 people. And then we started to see them using tanks to fire at food aid sites and murdering. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, I'm good. This guy got banned. Good. He didn't get banned. I banned him.
Ban them all.
Shut up. Because it continues framing Israel's actions as opportunities given to them by other powers, like aggression from neighboring countries or fealty from Trump. In his worldview, Israel is always the defender who gets to encroach and expand when attacked, when they have been the offenders in many instances. When I say opportunistic, most people don't, I think I argued this yesterday, normatively load opportunistic as being positive. Opportunistic is still seen as negative. I'm pretty sure, I need to stop saying I'm pretty sure. I've said multiple times that if Israel had the opportunity to shove every Palestinian in the Gaza Strip into the fucking sea and to somehow ethnically cleanse or make every single Palestinian leave the West Bank, they would do it 100%. I've said this multiple times in the past. They would absolutely do it. They're typically restrained by their domestic policy because most, or at least half the population of Israel probably wouldn't be okay with that, and by their foreign relationships with other countries like the United States or the UN broadly. They wouldn't be able to get away with this. And the other surrounding Arab states, they just wouldn't be able to get away with it. Opportunistic is not like a compliment word.
Would you agree with the sentiment that their use of force in the Gaza Strip has been disproportionate?
Probably not. As much as people hate it. Well, I would say that after the, I think this was still under Biden, they did their huge push into Rafah, and then they did their fighting there. I don't understand past that point what the purpose of the war was or what was going on. So everything past that point, maybe for the past, I guess, like year and a half, seemed to me to be excessive. But when people say excessive, what they mean is every single civilian death was excessive. Like there should be 0 civilian deaths. You can never attack anything with no civilian deaths. Special forces for everything. This was the retard rhetoric that was said over and over again. You need to use precision missiles that only blow up one person's head, and it has to be special forces for everything. This is a retarded position. And no amount of fucked up behavior from Israel, which they have engaged in over the past year, is going to change my perspective on the beginning of the war. But all these people have had that perspective literally since, have had that perspective since day one.
Sure, but I think that's like the main contention. Like, I think people think that you don't think it was that bad, and they think it's a lot worse.
No, they think that it was immoral from day one. That's what these people think. Guaranteed. So unless I take the same position that it was immoral from day one, they would never find agreement with me. Because I've already said this over and over again. I don't know. Even after the Rafah thing, I've said over and over and over again, I don't know why they're still at war. I don't know how many times they have to go up and down the Gaza Strip looking for Hamas, or I don't know where they are. It seems like you've invaded the whole Gaza Strip 20 times. I've said this 1,000,000 times. There's no acknowledgement of how batshit insane and hog-like your average Israeli is right now. There is no acknowledgement of how radical Israel is, and that ideologically they want expansion, the Greater Israel Project, and the expulsion of all Arabs. How many have been expelled from Israel proper, outside of the Gaza Strip? Or even the West Bank? They're doing that now, or this is the goal? Or just recently they passed a law in the Knesset that de facto legalized execution of Palestinians. Randomly? Also, if you pass a law, that's not de facto, that's de jure, motherfucker. But secondly, it's not legalized execution of Palestinians. It's Palestinians that go to military court, which means just Palestinians that are in the West Bank. It's not good, obviously. It seemed kind of fucked up. But it also wasn't just executing Palestinians in the West Bank. It was executing Palestinians in the West Bank that in military courts were found guilty of engaging in terrorist actions to destroy the Jewish ethnic majority of fucking Israel. Again, not good.
Why do Palestinians go to military court?
The ones in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip do, yes.
But why?
Good question. Because They aren't allowed to go to court in Israel proper because that's reserved for the citizens of Israel. That can be Palestinians or Jewish people. And they're in an occupied territory where Israel's policing doesn't extend into, and instead it's military control in the occupied territory because the obligations for policing.
Jewish people wouldn't have to go to military court in the occupied territory.
Correct. They get to go to, because they're all because every Israeli that lives in the West Bank is still a citizen of Israel. So they get to go to, I don't know if you call it civilian court or domestic civilian court or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. But a person in that zone who's Palestinian isn't.
Who, generally speaking, Palestinian citizens of Israel don't live in the West Bank. Correct. They're like.
Got it.
Yeah.
What if one moved there?
Into the West Bank?
Yeah.
Then that would, I'm not sure. I don't know if they would ever do that.
Okay.
But maybe I don't know what happens there. It also really doesn't help that during his Israel arc, he spent most of his time supporting Israel and the IDF and debating pro-Palestine folk and the occasional super far-right Zionist. And then, when things went from really bad to really, really fucking bad, he quote-unquote loses interest. First of all, I started losing interest in this after the Finkelstein debate because I realized how fucking retarded and brain dead this whole thing was, number one. Number two, I'm sorry, but like, the thing that I've been, like, this is the real crime in all of this. The thing that I've gotten some people to say I've had no interest in, that I do give a canned response to, which is kind of sad, is the fucking Ukraine-Russian war. That's a thing that, like, I have not given as much interest to. And I think that's like very clearly like a bad guy, good guy conflict. But I mean, like, at some point, like, I have a clear stance on this. There's not much going on that is like, that I can cover day to day. Like, yeah, I don't like the idea, this idea like, oh, he just doesn't talk about it. These are Kiwi Farms talking points. He just stopped talking about it because he realized that Israel is the bad guy. And I was like, no, what the fuck? No, there's just, wow, what happened today? Oh, more fighting. Wow, okay. I don't know. I just haven't followed as much. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say?
Yeah,
there's only so much. How much Israel-Palestine? My own audience. Like, the whole reason why we didn't go over all the Israel videos when I came back, so when I started playing on a stream, dude, my audience fucking got so bored of it. We were so fucking over everything related to Israel-Palestine. Like, holy shit. True, Destiny was definitely more pro-Israeli than he is currently, yet he has not really signaled this change. How do you know? How do you know that my position has changed if I haven't signaled it all? What are you talking about? Did I ban this guy? Please say I did. Thank you. Jesus.
You were just in bed and you were just going through
I was this morning. Yes, that's why I was late to stream. I banned like 100 people in this fucking thread. Hell yeah. He definitely has. He's openly said fuck Israel and they do nothing to help themselves. Yep, he definitely has, but maybe that's not enough for some people. He didn't say from the... Oh, dick sex. Okay. Not everyone has seen that, though, question mark. Maybe certain changes in stance should have their own standalone videos. Like, standalone video, like, hey, Israel's doing some pretty bad shit right now that I don't support. Like, Jesus Christ. No Jews, no news. People are obsessed with this country. Fuck.
Do a YouTube video, why I hate Israel, and
True.
then just be like,
Number
because
one,
everybody's fucking
the
obsessed
Jews.
with it.
The Jews.
Oh, wait, that'd be a sick video. Tier list, why I hate Israel. They're Jewish.
He hasn't really said it in a serious condemning way, though. It's more along the lines of, fuck this shit, I'm tired of hearing or caring about Israel-Palestine. I'm sorry, I'll never say that again. I still very much care about it, and I hate the way that Israel's conducted itself over the past year, okay? My bad for sounding like I'm hedging there. Also, got him. Later, bitch. Pretty sure he has a video was either titled or captioned, can't defend Israel anymore within the past week or two. The issue for a lot of people is that Israel's been indefensible for like 1 to 2 years at this point. Thank you. This is true. You're being honest. And you're banned. Wait. On October 7th was 3 years ago. They've done a lot of bad shit between then and now. Yet people act like that only now has Israel gone too far. The Southern West Bank have been doing this shit a while. Israel's been bombing civilians while it's not. Oh yeah, fuck this guy. See ya. Later.
All right, on Saturday, 1
Later,
p.m., you're going to
bitch.
do Israel-Palestine interviews. 10-minute ads, going to announce it on your YouTube video. You've been informed.
It doesn't have to be all or nothing, but Israel's actions have been wholly indefensible for a while. Where were all the people on here talking about the awful West Bank settlers 2 years ago? We've had so many posts on this subreddit about settler violence. What are you talking about? What the fuck? All I know is Destiny had a lot of criticism of Israel when he went on his Israel trip. Maybe that's not early enough to appease you, but it's basically as he was studying the history. Pretty confident it was post October 7th, but that was more than 2 years ago. To me, it was bad, not because of how positioned on Israel-Palestine, but because he looked like any Republican when he argues on a position. Like, what would it be the thing that makes me drop Trump or J6 stuff He was the very thing he often denounced. Okay. Okay, good one, true. Oh, got that one already based.
Sorry.
What?
I was browsing Reddit and Our Conservative came up, and they were talking about Trump's tweet about Allah or whatever, and the first comment is, if you're reading this from the future and can fix it, Harambe is the point of divergence. And that just, that's me.
True.
I don't know if I disagree with anything generally that you said. It's just like a tone thing. It's just boring. It's just like people just want you to be a lot more.
I agree with you. It's a tone thing,
Israel.
but the tone thing they're looking for is like over my actual feelings. Like they want like it's a genocide. All of Israel's evil. Like that's the thing they're looking for. Like I don't agree that just me having because my tone has been pretty harsh when I talk about outpost people, settlers, or when I talk about the crazy shit they're up to. Like it's like they're looking for like all of Israel is evil and. That's my perspective. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't care if I'm wrong. You know what? I do love Israel. I've changed my mind. I'm interested again, and I love Israel. And I support everything.
Can you wear a yarmulke tomorrow?
Yes. Concern trolling. Got him. What?
I was just saying this was a 10-year deep cover Mossad operation to make sure that you went pro-Israel. Finally
Brother,
paying
10
off.
years? You've been here for
Shut the
fucking
fuck
15,
up.
man.
Oh, God. Thanks, Moot.
Old guy.
You know what? This thread, though, they were hiding, Steven. They were like hiding under the floorboards. The
Yeah,
whole
they
time,
always come
waiting.
out every time. There's always like some people. Sometimes they just like delete the threads. There'll be like some guy who posts like it'll just be like random domestic stories in Israel, like Israeli soldier kills like child or whatever, and it's like posted on the subreddit. And it's like obviously like fucking it's like Jew bait or whatever, where it's like and it's like why? What is this even newsworthy?
You know
Why
what
the fuck are we posting this
what
random
this
shit?
is? It was a Planet of the Apes thing. They are like apes together, strong. Come out now. This is our
Basically,
thread.
yeah.
And they all came out. They thought they were safe.
Okay, all dick riders, good enough.
Is Newsweek that's a trash.
That's
right?
honestly that's how I do comment stuff as well. It gets that like, all right, there's nothing but dick riders here.
Too
All right,
many nice guys.
Oh no, then it's like, all right, my job here is done. Carry on.
Well, no, I just mean I don't
You
need to
leave.
read. I don't need to read a bunch of paragraphs.
No,
really
I know.
quickly.
I'm like, yeah, all right, carry on, keep on riding that dick. My soldiers go nuts. We've reached the good part of the comment section.
It's usually at the very end for you, huh?
Depends.
Depends. Fuck, what was I? I had something to say, I don't remember it. It's probably cringe. What? Like, what? Well, like, why does... I hate this fucking country so much. Like, what the fuck does this even mean? Maybe she said something different in here. Sorry. Almost 60% of gunshot wounds that killed Palestinian children in Gaza were directly to the head and chest. They were targeted. Yeah, it's a gun. Of course it's targeted. Also, where do you expect gunshots to land? Isn't the head and chest like about 60% of the surface area of the body? What does it even mean? What does this statement even mean?
Wait, what was it again? Read it.
Almost 60% of gunshot wounds that killed Palestinian children in Gaza were directly to the head and chest. They were targeted. Where else are you shooting with a gun? What does this mean? What is it? This is the most retarded fight. I don't know. Maybe she's. I don't know, bro. Get me out of here. God,
If
I
they
hate
said
this place.
60% of the head, I'd be like, okay, that's a bit awkward. But
well,
chest is where
are you supposed to aim? I don't know. Like,
yeah.
Every gunshot is probably intentional. Like, it's hard to randomly hit people with guns. Like,
The BBC World Service has compiled material on over 160 cases where children have been shot in Gaza and found that in 95 cases, the child was shot in the head or the chest. In most of these cases, the victim was under 12 years old. The cases we found run from the first weeks of the war up to July this year.
I guess if Democrats start to win and everything, like what would your position be on Israel?
I've already given it. You can go watch the fucking VOD. We should nuke them. That's what we should do.
But what if Iran nukes us?
What? Okay. Destiny here has a problem with Tim Miller using soft language against Hasan, yet somehow has a problem specific with the word evil for a whole country. I already banned this guy. Okay.
Do they not understand it was how it was being begged?
Honestly, Destiny can be incredibly slippery and slow to accept criticism of his own position and language, even when he routinely levies those same criticisms against others. Also, I highly doubt Tiny would have had a problem with describing Hasan's worldview as evil. Like, I would probably describe whatever Zionist worldview would commit you to the expulsion of every single Palestinian. I would probably also describe that worldview as evil. But I don't think that's every Zionist. I'm not even sure that's the majority of Zionists, although that's what Hasan and these people will say. Holy fuck. Oh, yeah, this guy said a lot of retarded things. God damn.
Did you see the Sarah Longwell tweet about Piker not coming up in any focus groups?
Yeah. I mean,
That's
this is
fucking
definitely
based.
true, especially for older people, right?
Yeah.
AoE poster. See AoE player. God, fuck, this is such a brain breaking. I just think we need to move on. We gotta move. The whole world needs to move on.
Windmills.
What?
Windmills.
What is
It's actually a wind turbine. The windmill is used for grinding
Milling?
grain. Yeah.
Actually, the turbine.
What?
I gotta see it.
Be careful.
Bye.
Fuck that guy.
True. Did you get dumpstered by an Irishman today, Dan?
I think I demolished that guy, to be completely honest, but there's so many people heeing and hawing in fucking chat that you can never tell, you know?
Ireland's my least favorite country I've ever visited. Fucking boring.
I don't even want to go because it's probably going to be cloudy and cold and nothing to do except
I'd
drink.
rather go to fucking Cork than Dublin, I'll tell you that. And all their goddamn bars smell like piss.
What do you mean by that, Moot?
Oh my god, if NSH says it was a good debate performance, then it means I fucking blew it out of the park. Holy shit.
America 2? Yeah, fuck America.
Whoa!
In a video game, of course. Would I say Ireland's evil?
True. All right.
Okay.
I might
You're
be
not
back
leaving.
later, but I am leaving now.
Why? To go
Wait,
where?
why?
For what reason?
Because I'm supposed to have a 9 o'clock, so.
A 9 o'clock? Who is the meeting at 9
We'll see you tomorrow.
I do, because I tell them to wait till after I finish streaming. Okay. Be careful. I love you guys.
Bye.
Be careful. Stay safe.
Well, you said you'd be back later.
I said maybe. We'll see. Depends on if I'm going to stay awake later.
Oh, so there's a chance. For
There's
later
always
tonight.
a chance, yeah.
Oh, all right.
Bye.
Okay. We'll wait.
Good.